ERL Showdown presents the best game of the week played in our regional leagues. Experience the best plays that our ERLs have to offer and watch the upcoming stars from the LFL, TCL, Superliga, and many more. The action starts right now.
Hello, and welcome to the inaugural episode of the ERL Showdown. I'm Initialize, joined by my brother Nymera. With the addition of Advien and Oscarina to Fnatic's main LEC lineup, we thought it'd be a great idea for this first episode to check in with the Superliga and see how they were doing on their academy team of Fnatic Team Kesso.
So great to be back on the mic with you, Sam. It is week 7. It is day 2. Fnatic Team Kesso facing off against Fnatic Koi for the second time in the split. First time they met back in week 3. Fnatic Koi walked away with the win. That was one of their only 4 wins so far. They certainly sat at 4 and 10. But Fnatic Team Kesso have found some more successes in this split. That's what the stakes are in regards to both these teams. They're a little bit far apart in the standings, but it can't mean more personally to these teams.
God.
You've got Fnatic's old mid laner Baka on the other side. You have 3 different members from the AGO Rogue roster on different sides of the rift. Simnivac and Lucca for Koi, and then you've got, of course, Rabble in the jungle for Fnatic Team Kesso. As we get onto the rift, though, get to see these top lane trades happening very early, and Oscarina, what an important player he is to Fnatic Team Kesso.
Absolutely. Looking back to, of course, spring of last year even, when Fnatic Team Kesso was the dominant team in the league, Oscarina was a huge part of that success, was able to play the carries. He's here on a Jax this time around, and Vien on a bit of a famous pick from him in the Nautilus. That's an ugly trade there briefly, but he's fine. He's got a shield. He's got some health pots to get through.
He is into the Braum.
Yes.
The Braum very good into the Nautilus. Thing is, for me, when I'm looking at this, Braum kind of needs to be shutting down that Nautilus there because the rest of the team can struggle a little bit. Gank on the top side though. Hold on, looking for a first blood hit.
Just used Leap Strike as well. This is a bit of a risky one. Flashes away from that Vault Breaker. Can maybe start to look hopping around. I believe he's got a counter strike back. Oh my god, he's going to turn this one around. No, he decides instead to hop on out. Probably safer this early on, in fairness. He's only level 2.
Good flash away, but now Rabble gets the inside track on top side. Oh, Cold, that's caught out.
Yeah, that is so aggressive, and now he's in a dangerous spot, but does get on out to safety for now. You can see he had started just his top side quadrant, had no caps to lose. Might well come back top again. Surely he just resets.
Maybe.
Unless it's a dive coming.
I think he's just there to just have the protection of his turret. But what that means, though, is knowing that Coldo's on the top side of the map, knowing that, of course, inside of Network Koi, that Rabble could be hanging around top side as well. Oscarina more than happy to crash in this wave bot side. Means that Jax isn't going to get punished for this phase of the lane. Probably wisely stuck around because, of course, here comes Rabble. Oh, the flash over the wall! Arcticus on Coldo! Gets taken down for first blood. Oscarinin on the Jax claims that one. And what a tumultuous topside. Blood is already on the ring. Oh, Simnivac has to sit there and watch his old teammate take first blood in his lane. Now, Advien, unlocked from this lane, Baka's in trouble.
It's what he's loved to do. We've seen it before. Baka, though, is quick with that abscond to get out of danger. Nice little roam there, though, staying off the vision.
Yeah, so Zeri Braum, pretty okay at denying Nautilus from going aggressively. Can't really stop the Xayah from pushing in the lane. Allows him to get out onto the map. Looking back towards the top side, though, this is already after Coldo had blown his flash, so had Oscarina, of course. But Coldo misjudges this, and when you go in, don't have a way out in this situation. The Aftershock's already proc from Rabble. No threat of that tower. Killing him off, and that is a pretty huge kill. Kill towards that Jax. Simnivac sadly has to kind of go like, what the heck, jungler? Why are you getting my lane? That's a kill in a very dangerous lane now. GP, if he falls behind in this matchup, going to be in a very bad spot. And as you can see, he stops the back as well. Look at how many minions there are up here in this top side. Simnivac in absolute dire straits at this point. If Coldo doesn't find a way... okay, if Coldo doesn't find a way to kind of stabilize this lane, it's going to go very badly from this point. But you can't really gank a losing lane too hard against a Jax because Jax starts to 1v2 you.
And it's not even just a Jax. It's a Jax and a Sejuani. Jax Sejuani is a terrifying combo. Just go look at the LPL. They've been playing melee topside with Sejuani the entire split long. Very, very potent. Oscarina even got to go back after that first blood with the wave shoved up, not use teleport, walk back to lane with this Sheen so we can TP back at some other point. Bot side at the end. Landing a dredge climb, but again, you said it, the Braum's there, being a bit of a denial pick.
Yeah,
nothing too much to be found there.
Stops anything crazy happening through the spots. Actually, the last time that these two teams faced off could not have been more different in lines. Let's just stop that point for now.
Door's kind of been taken down, forces the flash out of Sears, and Ignite popped in trade, but it does mean that Braum is a bit more vulnerable as the game goes on.
Coldo's up here to stabilize topside at all. Kind of has to be, right?
Yes.
This freeze is looking deadly, deadly stuff from Oscarina. He's already got a huge CS lead. wave crashing into that turret. Cinevac at least gets minimum that. But still, on the bot side, Ghost blowing from Lucker, Flash blowing from Stairs as well, as you were saying. So, let's take stock of this game again. Fnatic Team Kesso, with only a few early moves, actually taken a very important lead in this early game. And as we were briefly talking about, before things happened.
Oh, of course, before.
Very different from how things worked out in the first matchup between these two teams. Rabble finished 0-6 in their first matchup. Ooh. It was not good. And Lucker was one of the real big beneficiaries of how Network Koi played out that game. Played Lucian Nami in that first matchup and got off to a good lead. Not going to be nearly as easy, though, this game. You're playing a scaling matchup. It's not like there is a lack of scaling on the other side. Azir, Jax, Xayah, all pretty good at that rate. As you can see, that Jax on the screen hits that level 6. Very, very, very dangerous for Cinevac once again.
Grandmaster's Might is always a thing to keep your eyes on, as Rabble might be face checking one of the people that he was on vision. The Arctic Assault is good to get over the wall now. Maybe not the easiest person to pick up here unless you get a wonderful Glacial Prism. Does land, only level 4. Oh, but a wonderful shuffle into the wall. Nafkala puts him in the dirt. Flash forward from Bean, and it's a kill in the bot lane as well.
This is so disastrous now for Network Koi because Nafkala pounces when the over-aggression once again comes in from Koldo. Bot lane also left alone at that point. Fnatic Team Kesso really starting off well.
They very much are, and it is kind of something they want to be doing in the league right now. They want to be pushing up to kind of contest the likes of Los Hereticos, Rebels, who have been doing so well at the top of the standings. You want to start fighting for those Emir Master spots. You want to start fighting for your playoff spots. You need to keep climbing, and for the other side, the Network Koi, this was a roster built to succeed. You've got former Superliga champions. You've got former Polish League champions, right? You've got Ultra Liga champions here. You can't be making these kind of plays, especially when you're already losing some matches.
Speaking of that, Lucker, one of those champions from Ultra Liga, goes down pretty easily under turret at that point. We saw that Saz trying to get out of lane a little bit, trying to do something which Albion showed a little later in that game, but it does leave that Zeri under a lot more threat. Of course, Nautilus left in a 2v1 is much more deadly than a Braum in the same sort of situation. Back out onto the map, though. We're going to have to see what this means because on the whole, I look at what Fnatic Team Kesso have got on their roster, and I think there is a lot of scaling. There's a lot of range as well, right? So this Braum is not going to give the same value against an Azir kind of throwing auto attacks at you from, half a screen away. And of course, something like that Xayah as well doesn't feel the same kind of threat unless you have someone like Baka and Koldo both being very far ahead. And when you see that via 0-2, that is obviously not the case. So already, Network Koi, I'm thinking about this Herald, thinking if they can start contesting this. As it stands, Koldo looking mid. Oh, it's good.
Good abscond up, but a wonderful shuffle from the side of, ironically, Baka there, who stole that away with a good hijack. Doesn't really amount to much. And remember, they're already up nearly 3,000 gold, 2,500 as it stands off. Not for Network, Fnatic Team Kesso, as I see the FNT at the top and go, for Network, that's the wrong one. There's too many FNs.
It's like, when you're in an Excel spreadsheet, you put like FN and it's
yes,
also
exactly.
Thank
you.
Crazy.
You understand it.
But despite that kill not happening in mid lane, it does actually mean that Boy, still on that Herald, seeing what they can do about this. Rabble looking to see if he can go further. He's got caught though.
Does, but look who's here to turn it around. The Jax is in there. There is a wonderful cannon barrage, but a Glacial Prison as they run away as Rabble. Nafkala though taken desperately low. Oscar in though in a 1v3 that he feels he might be able to win. Waiting on counter strikes, waiting on turnarounds. Has to hop over to Rabble, but Baka's taking none of it. Takes a big kill there. And actually, they went too deep there, too greedily, thought they could fight and get absolutely punished for it.
And all of this, like, last minute of players back trying to stop Rabble from hacking under that turret.
Oh, puts a pig down. Simnavac with a wonderful parlay to do some negotiations under tower.
This entire last, 2 minutes of play is entirely on Fnatic Team Kesso's former mid laner toying with them. Uses the Silas to not quite finish off that pick in mid lane. Does use that Azir ultimate to not great effect, but it gets him into top river. It gives them an angle to go towards Rabble and Oscar in him. What that means, Koi suddenly have themselves a Herald to play with. They suddenly have themselves a bit more gold. We were talking about it being a couple of thousand gold ahead from Fnatic Team Kesso. No longer that kind of size, only the 800 gold between the two teams. A lot of it is off of one of these rivalries. Baka making plays like this.
Baka gets a wonderful pick there from Ducky. You think Oscar in and goes in, think I've got an option. Nafkala can go in, big shuffle. Cannon barrage is a problem.
Cannon barrage is a huge problem. You're looking at Herald. One of the most important things you look at is how useful is your ultimate when you first use it in the game. Rabble is there just to try and get Oscar in and out. Try to be a target for that leap strike. Sadly puts him in harm's way as well. And what that does mean is that his back gets stopped long enough and pour one out for Sejuani and Bristle.
Yeah, negotiations were short. It's an episode 1 reference all over the place, I tell you. You know, that was 0-3 to now 3-3 on the scoreboard. Goals back to very close, and this feels pretty eminently playable because the top side of the map, the bot side of the map, both kind of falling apart in opposite lanes there, really, as the early game, because of, you know, you saw those top plays, you saw the big CS leads we were getting. It is starting to get a little bit scary for
Holdo just hopped over the brush here. He's out of vision.
Oh, yeah.
Managed to hop over here. Knows he's not on any kind of ward. So he's got the ults.
And jump on to Nafla, who has been a point of attack. Gets a shuffle off, but it is too little, too late. Backer trying to show why they should have kept him as the mid laner.
It's gotta feel good for the mid laner of Koi. And again, we're starting to see Fnatic Koi, despite the early moves from Koldo, not really matching what the team would have wanted. Starting to pick it up in the mid game. This time it's Sayaz getting out onto the map. It's back up, falling forward as well. So, despite early game from Fnatic Team Kesso, this game is not nearly done. Nafgala being put under pressure, and that won't get that much easier as the game goes on. Vi, Silas very willing to jump on top of you as one of these long-range sit-back mages. While all this is happening, being left alone on that bot side, 4 plates solo on that bot side. Of course, Herald hasn't even been taken. It's not like that's been slammed into that turret. That's been taken on by Koi on the other side. Bean doing a lot of his own stunts here.
Absolutely. Continuing to be the success story in this game, where perhaps some of those early success stories for the top side of the map have been turned around. That is definitely not the case in the bot lane as yet. And Koldo,
oh, here's Rabble.
Is here. The counter ganks work very well from early on into the game. The counter strike is good, but that cannon barrage behind means Oscar Wieland's life is a bit difficult. The Winter's Wrath from Rabble means that actually he has to Arctic Assault out of there, though, because the damage is still pretty big in a 1v2.
Herald's been put down in this lane as well. I can understand the reasoning for that. This top lane matchup, if you start falling behind as the GP, gets very, very dangerous. Although, just about to get his ult back up.
Right, steals the Glacial Prison, dodged away from, Scald Abducted dodged away from as well, but a cease and desist means that the pig is deceased.
And again, I really like this decision-making from Fnatic Koi. Try and overload the top side, because in a 1v1, this Jax is still really dangerous. Speaking of that, Oscar and going into 1v3 currently.
His absolute best Nafgala is here, but this will be now a 2v3. Some of those ultimates have been popped, so still a world where you could begin to punish, but Fnatic Koi took umbrage, apparently, against the early advantages that were happening in top lane, and have now done a great job of grabbing that top 3 and making things happen. Bot side, though, big turnaround beginning to come through. Lucca free-firing. Advienne had the Ignite thrown onto him. Bean nearly being stunned up, is done so. And here he's in danger. Has got an ultimate. Has got the Feather Call surely as well. Gale Force away, trying to get some autos. Misses the kill because of a phenomenal flash from Seas.
All that ends up is that 1 for none. Bean goes down, and despite Bean having such a good time in an individual perspective, in a 2v1 perspective, taking down so many plates on his own, just look at and says, managed to get themselves that kill in that bot side. We are near enough even into an advantage even. For Koi on the other side. Gonna go see, of course, a replay of how this one happened. It starts off with this Nautilus going forward with that hook. This is kind of what we were worried about right from the draft, though. Despite Braum maybe having some problems later, the game goes on against champions like the Azir. Does very well at tanking the burst of the Nautilus and getting these big turnaround plays. If the fight goes long, definitely goes in that Braum's advantage. And despite Bean being so strong on his own, can't quite finish that kill.
You can see what the angle was there. Maybe things like Triumph Healing come through if they were getting that. Probably something like a cut down, in fairness, is often a common thing for AD carries these days.
Sam, do you think that Triumph and cut down are
they're not the same thing?
They're not even on the same one.
I had a moment saying they're on the same one.
I will give this one for free. It is presence of mind. Sometimes the overheal. Sometimes you have the overheal.
Yeah, that's fair. And the thing is, the moment I said it, I was like, wait, no, that's the wrong row. But I'd started the sentence and I was stuck.
Well,
so
we're
there
in the
you
wrong
go.
lane right now. Top lane's more important,
problems.
apparently.
Yes, Simplavac gets chunks and Koldo has turned.
Oh, he's going for it.
All right, but there's a counter strike after Backer is here, though. What a surprise! The Bass brothers been trying to put Oscar in the dirt. Missed the vault break, but is still into the lane. Hasn't got a leap strike anymore. Backer picks up a 4th kill in this game.
This guy is not willing to let his old team take a victory away from him, despite being on the 4-10 team against the 8-6 team. Backer took the 1-0 earlier. Wants to take the 2-0 over Fnatic Team Kesso in this split. Colo's actually going to blind find Rabble in that brush. Not sure he expected him in that brush.
Yeah, I was like, I'm not sure either of them wanted that. I was like, that was a, this is awkward moment.
Yeah, I'd say ships in the night, but...
that was ships crashing in the night. Yeah. I won't tell your boss if you don't tell mine. We'll patch it up, it's fine. That hole in the hull doesn't mean anything. We can fix that.
It's like that apocryphal story of like some kind of warship going towards like a lighthouse and say, like, you must divert your course. It's like, I can't have a lighthouse.
Yeah.
I think Rabble's the lighthouse at this one. He was the one that was stationary. Either way, back out onto the map. We're getting to the point now where mid lane is, because the bot lane tower has fallen, we're going to have these bot lanes going into this mid lane. This is going to change the way that Baka is going to change the map, though. Since Baka was pushing out mid lane and roaming around the map, actually wondering what's going to happen with this Sylas and whether Network Koi can find the same kind of advantages around Baka roaming on the map if he's not in the mid lane.
Oh, big hook in the mid lane, though. Never mind any of that. Comeuppance for the earlier turnaround in the bot lane. Back on top is B.
Is 2-1. Oh, Advien's caught out of return, though.
Speaking of comeuppance, they're looking to punish Advien here, who was in the wrong position at the wrong time. It felt like Coldo and Baka continuing to be a problem, but here come the rest of Fnatic Team Kesso to find a turnaround to the turnaround of the turnaround is Say's fault as well. That is now a 2-for-1.
In the midst of that, Baka does get back into the play, picks up another assist, but this is a discrepancy. You have a Herald taken before this play starts. It's kind of why Baka could actually find himself a good play at the start of this. Herald gets dropped all the same, though. Mid lane outer turret now taken. You have the Azir turret taken up as well. This is going to make life actually pretty difficult for Koi moving forwards. Trying to make these big skirmishy plays when you don't have a bot lane outer turret, when you don't have a mid lane outer turret, gets that much more difficult. And this opens up the map for players like Oscarinin to start making inroads as well.
He was finally given time in a top lane without 3 people turning up to gank him. And he got the thunk on top of that tower and take it down. The Jax noises on tower, forever a pleasure to hear.
You know what? We don't talk about this much because there are a lot of fights that have happened in this early game. This is the first dragon taken in like 17 minutes.
Wow, that is very late.
I think when you have a scaling team, you don't always want to go towards those dragons, and I feel like Advien, even when he was released from that bot lane matchup, he chose to roam across the map and try and get some instant kills, get some of that instant gratification, get some gold on the map, partly because when you have a scaling team, sometimes it is worth getting gold in pocket just so you get your items first. It's a little bit different from some other teams' logics of saying, if we just take ourselves a dragon, even just one in the early game means we can fight for, like, instead of fighting for soul on 4th dragon, we can fight for it on 5th dragon instead. Because we've already taken one away from them, even if, in this case, someone like Koi took 3 dragons back to back after that point. So, with all things said and done, though, even gold, only 1 dragon over to the side for Network Koi, despite everything that's happened in terms of back and forth. Gotta start favoring some of the scaling advantages from Fnatic Team Kesso because it's even at this point.
And then, of course, you've got the playmaking of a Sylas, and that can sometimes change things around, you know, the Empress Divide, the Glacial Prison, even the Jax are actually pretty nice to steal these days. So, you know, you've got some options. Yeah. You know, GP as well, notoriously very dangerous scaling on this patch with the Essence Reaver build you could do, and of course Navori. So good with him.
Double dips on crit and then ability damage. It's got to stop talking about that, though. Big fight potentially happening top side.
Baka steals away the Glacial Prison. Maybe they can turn that around. Advien, Hex Flash over. Flashes on out there alongside Abscond to get to safety. Beam is here as well, but it's a summoner popped. Baka gets out to safety.
There was a brief timing window there where I think Fnatic Team Kesso thought they could take that fight without the GP ult being up. Did come up midway through that fight, backed off after that point. Still, Baka, no flash. I want to note that because the big playmaker for Network Koi has been, of course, their mid laner. Without that flash, we lose some of that ability.
Absolutely does, and as we were saying, look, the scaling, at least on paper, pretty damn good for the side of Fnatic Team Kesso, and you kind of have to find things like the GP and the Sylas being a playmaker.
You know, I feel like I need to qualify that.
Yeah, go actually, genuinely do.
Because I look at it, it's like, oh, it's loads of scaling, and you think there's a GP and a Zarya on the other side. What do you mean by that? Yeah, but two of them are also very short range. Just making it a little bit difficult. Colo's actually going to auto the wall here.
A statement about about scaling because it's a fight right now. Coldo in a dangerous position on the left-hand side. He's in the mid lane. Oscarinin gets onto Lucca, deletes him. Bean goes up into the air. Not the best angle, but Baka misses the point-blank Glacial Prison. Oscarinin, still a massive threat. Remember, Baka, no flash, will get counter-striked into a stun. The feathers begin to fly. Look at Oscarinin, finally brings down that lamppost and puts the lights out on Baka.
Top player promoted to the LEC, and he's going to give a leaving party to his team in style. How the heck does that Jax get on top of the Zarya at that point? Baron has just spawned. You still have your Jax alive. You still have your AD carry alive. But Fnatic Team Kesso scaling be damned, this game could really be at its turning point right here after that fight.
Huge moment. It felt so back and forth. The early game plays from Fnatic Team Kesso, the comeback ganks from Fnatic Koi in the top side. Now you get a massive fight in mid lane that leads to an early Baron. It is literally 20 minutes and 30 seconds into the game, and Baron is already taken.
Yeah, you can't wait for... You can't really ask for more better timing on that front. And as soon as that's gone down, Gold has, on the whole, been pretty even after the early start was kind of evened out itself. Suddenly after that Baron, though, not nearly the same factor. And with the powerful side lanes, which Fnatic Team Kesso have, particularly with that Jax, it's going to be a very explosive Baron play, if I were to predict how that works. Hollow really deep in this play. And despite getting on top of Nafla, there is basically zero follow-up after that one. You have GP ult, and you need to hope that that's going to take out the Zir. It doesn't. And actually, after this point, you don't have a GP ult to stop the Jax jumping on top of you, you're adding in the extra slow. You don't have the vibing a frontliner in front of you as well. And also kind of gets to run and take down so many players just by sticking to them.
Does, and you just love that decision making. Okay, we're being threatened on one side. Screw it. Let's stop the damage getting here. Charge! You love to see it. But into the mid lane we go. The scene, the last murders we saw.
Bean's actually on the side lane here. It's not going to be the Jax in the 4-man unit, leaving Bean to push alone on that side lane. Everyone heading towards this bot side of the map as Bean is hitting that tower. Has ult. Can they realistically fight him here?
Have Flash, of course, does have the Gale Force back in Rabble, is being engaged on, knocked up, will have the Permafrost thrown down onto him as well, he's not enjoying that one. Backs over the wall because it's cease and desist. Here come the rest of Fnatic Koi, but at the end, lands a dredge down to seize. Look at the other side, Oscarinin finds the flank, another fantastic leap strike, counter strike. He goes golden, and will come back up shortly. Over the wall they go, Nafgala finds a wonderful shuffle, and it's into the grave. That Emperor's Divide takes them. Luck has got nowhere to go, his luck runs dry. An ace for nothing from Fnatic Team Kesso.
And it's a quadra kill going into Bean's pockets as well. This Xayah, who was left alone at the start of it, ends up picking up all of those kills back towards the end of it. Well, all of them but that last one. Baron power play going mighty fine for Fnatic Team Kesso. And Fnatic Koi felt like actually they had a moment to make things work. The very start of that play, catching out the engager. Very left alone in Rabble, just kind of caught way away from his team. Gonna go out to the replay and see just exactly that. I'm not entirely sold on these GP ultimates. Feels like if you have them there just to zone out something around this choke point here, maybe these fights can be a little closer. And you can see Oscarinin with all of these big tools down, the GP ultimate being down, the shield being down, the shield's being back up again, go back into live.
Caesar's thrown up the door, but now he's in trouble being ignited. Oscarinin coming up, but it is still at the end that picks up that kill with the assistance of his team, and primarily, of course, Bean, who has been picking up kill after kill in this game. Lucka for the Hurricane. I think the Storm, unfortunately, is heading towards their base.
It's a stiff breeze at base.
Yeah, exactly. Unfortunately, the Category 5 disaster is Fnatic Team Kesso, and they are barreling down into Oscarinin. We see them go. A 1v3. He's been playing that a lot this game, but this time he's got teammates to try and turn it around. Over the wall they go. They're going to try and make this a turnaround backer. Another fundamental pick there with the Abscond of Duck, but I think the fundamentals maybe need a little bit of work because he is picked off, going a little too far after Oscarinin.
It is so hard to kill this Jax at this point. Has so much gold in pocket, and that Zhonya's being so important. Didn't even have to use the status at that point. Lucka. Cooldown. Lucka still going to have to E over this wall. No ultimate to follow on from Rabble. But I really got to praise Baka for at least hitting some of these skill shots, getting involved in these skirmishes, but his time of power is over at this point. The Silas can't pick off this Jax on his lonesome. And ever since that Baron power play came down, feels like the momentum which Fnatic Koi had managed to gain from that early game, even things out, has just been stalled so far out. This GP struggling to get the big barrels, this Zeri struggling to get the huge chase down fights, and Baka not able to start things off at the point which they really want. On the other side though, look at Bean, look at how Oscarinin playing in these team fights. Yeah. Only the second dragon of the game going down. It's not like there's a sole win condition from Fnatic Koi just around that corner. And now Team Kesso in sole control of this game with an 8,000 gold lead.
3 dragons, and therefore at least 50 minutes to go. It will be near enough 40 minutes by the time the Soul will be online if they picked up the next 3, which is very, very long way away. And yes, you've got scaling, we've said, but the range discrepancy is tricky. The fact that actually you're engaging and then add VN and Oscarine and the counter engaging onto your squishy members.
Trying to get some tricky recalls in here. Oscarine is going to find... Oh, this is the disaster.
This is a disaster! He finds them! And that's a Grandmaster's Might and a shuffle afterwards. There's nowhere to go. You've thrown down a cannon barrage, but it's just a 21-gun salute. 2 members dead already. And Koldo is in absolutely no man's land. Maybe he can find a way to recall, but the rest of his team... Oh, it's a disaster. Maybe there's a mid lane on a flank here, but look who's coming around the back. It's Bean. I think he might even win the 1v2. Teleport though, they're pinching the flanker. Bean has still got a feather core. Here come the double TPs in response. He gets out alive, but my days, a wild sequence of plays there. It's not done. Lucka gets away. I saw that counter-strike come down and began to wonder.
Bit of desperation. Felt like as soon as that pick happened in the top side, Koi's immediate thought process is, okay, what response are we get? Where is the response? What can we do? They rush towards mid lane, just can't quite find out that play. This is, of course, what made them so dangerous in the first place.
No.
I mean, Oscar is taking 0 prisoners. He just jumps in, gets the double stun, and Simnivak is not nearly able to... okay, Rabble, he's got out.
Rabble, he's having his health bar roused a little bit there, but he'll get out safely for now. Not the best version of that pun. I'll come up with another one at some other point. But nothing to be found as yet. His health bar a little low. Doesn't have anything resembling a warm-up. Just started seeing around on Sejuani's here and there again. Baron spawned again. Good dredge line, but the monster Chemtech Blast Cone sends him careening away, it's Team Rocket style.
It's like blast cones have had energy drink just dumped all over them. They absolutely fly across the map now when you hit them. But,
the network Koi blasting off again.
They may be not in position to protect this. Darren didn't have any vision control around this. The desperation from Koi has left him completely out of position and out of ability to contest his second Baron. So how destructive the first one of the game was. Base not been broken just yet, but you have to imagine it will be on this push. 4 men starting to group in the mid lane from Fnatic Team Kesso, and this could really be it for the game.
It was so close in the earlier stages of the mid game, but suddenly it's just collapsed off that one fight in the mid lane. The Baron, that pick in the top side now.
Might be looking for one last engage.
It's a last hurrah, a last gasp.
No, not looking for it just yet.
11,000 gold in discrepancy here. Don't blame me for not looking quite yet. You need to be very careful when you pick your moment, because it's a very slim chance.
So that same desperation which fueled the last few minutes of the game, that Baron has meant that some vision has been missing. The Koldo now isn't on a flank anymore.
Big stun in place there, doing their absolute best to work their way into the rift. They get on in here just fine. Tower broken. Gotta be maybe a last grab. Baka goes in, it's a big shuffle, but is it enough? Lucka begins to free fire. Rabble gets out alive though. Oscarine has used his on his Bean is here. Baka has to go golden, but he is trapped a little bit deep. Big pick onto Nafgula, those taken very low, and the cannon barrage does its work. Still gotta remember, this GP is still very dangerous. Koldo chasing off Rabble. In they go, but it's a decision from Oscarine to pick up that kill. Lucka is dead, could not find the kills he was looking for with the Zeri down. And of course that Braum as well. And the Vi somewhere out in the distance. You've got 2 men defending this base.
Yeah, how are you going to defend your Nexus? Bean is the absolute raid boss, has his ult still available. Looks like the barrels are enough threat just for that. I was wondering if they were going to push even further, but turns out discretion is the better part of Valor. Fnatic Team Kesso are going to back away with the advantages which they have. They lose their Azir, but they take a couple in return. They take the base, they break it with that Baron.
Sure.
And despite not being able to end the game, it's not like this is a good turn of events for Fnatic. It is just like one of the best parts of the worst options they had available to them. Baka has continued to make huge plays across this game. It just does feel like the damage isn't quite there to finish off the fights with a big play like this. You're not one-shotting a Jax because that's honest. You very rarely ever one-shot a Jax. Rabble gets to get out as well, so that's kind of added insult to injury. Koldo's kind of like chasing him off right into the setting sun at that point. Going back towards the mid lane though.
Baka this time has picked out the Zhonya's. He's doing its best. He's trying to play it out, but this time the 1v3 is against him. Masquerinin once again claims his vengeance for the early ganks. Baka, he's running out of options. The playmaking's just not working out anymore, and Lucka on this Zeri has been a permanent pick target. Cannot stay free and firing the way we have seen so many Zeris do since her release. Inhibitor down in the mid lane. Fnatic Team Kesso come in with another wave into this bot lane. Oscarinin in a 1v3. And VM misses that dredge line, was looking for a read, didn't find it. Back towards their Nexus turrets after Network Koi forced They have got to pull the trigger soon. One last gasp.
Now, Baron's just ended, so that gasp is going to be held
For now.
just for a little bit, holding that breath. But it's still 2 inhibs down, another death, and as much as Baka has had some pretty great individual plays, again, struggling really now to find the killer blows. Team Kesso being poised, being disciplined about the way they're playing out their lead, very rarely giving openings for their opponents to exploit them at any point. Holdo, though, again, one of these side lane players, got to find something.
They're trying to punish Oscarine, but so much harder now. He has items, and here come the teleports trying to turn around, but Oscarine finally falls. They get both. That's the mid and top laner down. The solo laners taken out by a wonderful flank. They needed an array of light. They damn well find it. That gasp gives them much needed oxygen.
Okay, that held breath just gets let go just a little bit. There's still 10,000 gold behind, but shutting down the push on the side lanes, it just gives a bit more breathing room. Taking down the solo laners, big shutdowns to come through. Stops Fnatic Team Kesso from moving around as a 4 or 5 man unit because they've only got 3 people alive, and getting vision, controlling parts of the map. It's something. It is the start of an uphill battle, if it's even going to be that. If there is going to be a comeback, it has to start with plays like this. This Jax has been a big problem, shall we say.
Yes.
And previous 1v3s haven't really worked so well. But while all of this is happening, a lot of the members of Fnatic Team Kesso are down towards the bot side of the map. They are taking that first Chemtech Dragon of the game, which hasn't really been relevant. Right? It's not a soul, and because it's not a soul, it means you can just kind of like sack that side of the map, go top and make plays like this. For once, we've come out of replay and there's not a fight. Let's set up for the next phase of play, because Lucca is going to start getting a couple more items, is at 3 items, maybe in a better position to fight the next place, but it's just 5 items.
5 items. Oh my days. It's a very, very strong bird lady. Well, we'll keep our eyes on that because we have got a Baron coming up in a minute.
I think you're averting them if you're a
it's a bit of a wince, I think. That's a very strong AD carry, and you know, you got the pick onto the Jax, onto the Azir, and it looks so good. It's that wonderful feel-good moment. There wasn't anything on the map to get.
So, seeing these waves getting stacked up now, you don't have the Baron on the table, so it is a little harder to force Koi into points where they can't wave clear things. See Bean just holding the wave, waiting for another wave to come in just behind it so they can start crashing multiple waves at once. Super minions in the mid and bot lane definitely make that easier to coordinate across the map. You can see that bot lane starting to crash in, but even with that said, looks like this is just to buy some space to get vision around that Baron. It's not going to lead to any threat in that top lane inhibitor turret.
Not as yet, but it does mean that with the waves shoved up and them holding court in the red side of the network Koi, it is so hard to get vision in to prepare for the Baron that's spawning in 15 seconds. The red side jungle is dark and full of terrors, or at least a Nautilus, and that's not easy to deal with, especially with the picks available. Screening though, not going to be targeted this time.
Caught him out in an isolated scenario before. I don't know if they can do that again. Of course, the zombies is up and available. 2-man Baron going on at the same time. Again, that wave stacking just before it's allowed Fnatic to clear a lot of this vision, safely approach this. This is just completely gone. They're looking for the engagement. I don't think they want this.
Glacial Prison goes wide. Seas throws down the door and has thrown down the Glacial Fizz as well. Baka throws out a stolen depth charge. In he goes, trying to find a bit more. There's an absconded of go, but the dredge line is phenomenal. Remember, he's still got his own. He's trying to send one. Has had to pop here as well, but Nafkala brings down Koldo, goes in for another Emperor's Divide. Back has to flash away. The feathers begin to slice him down, but Bean says, enough of that, I don't care. As Gorotskaridin goes leap striking forwards for Rabble to claim a kill onto Seas. You have got 2 members remaining, and they have everything to do to try desperately to hold this game to account. Screening taken desperately low, but Baka can't secure the kill. But Nafkala, with the assistance of Advien, can. It's game for Fnatic Team Kesso.
That was 1 engage too many. Nexus in the sights of Fnatic Team Kesso.
They're going to move to 9 and 6. Then they're going to get that wonderful grudge match vengeance. Baka, Simnivak, Lucca, all hands in despair to lose their former teammates. They even up their head-to-head record for the split. And it's a great look for Oscarine and Advien as they look onto the LEC.
Now Team Kesso at least keeping pace at that top of the table, trying to catch up the teams just ahead of them. This is an important game for their future prospects in the Superliga.
It absolutely is. And what a wonderful look in here for our first episode of the ERL Showdown. But that is it from us for this week. Instead, you're going to enjoy the LEC Week 1 Day 2, which will be coming up next. Enjoy that for all of you.
moving. When did we stop doing it? When did we settle for technology that keeps us still?
So move me, baby, like you've nothing left to prove.
The Kia electric range. Technology that moves you. Kia. Movement that inspires.
Where legends have walked, and even bigger legends will continue to make their name.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
I won! I did it! I won the LEC! Finally, after all of these years! If it wasn't for my Malzahar in Game 5, I wouldn't be here! But I am! And I won! So screw you to all the haters!
Did you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel
Welcome everyone to LEC Day 2 of the Spring Split 2023. Live from Berlin, Germany. We're back and so is BDS with these banger intro videos. Okay, what do we have today? Wizardry. And bringing in a lion.
Are they Gryffindor?
Someone gets it. Someone gets it. I'm Laure. I will be hosting today, and I'm joined by the Squatch, Ender,
The
Jimmy.
Squatch.
Yeah, Matt. I like how we all like suited up today. Even you look normal. So
Yeah. Hold on. Because this is my chance. Someone didn't get the suit memo today,
Yeah,
and
you
it
did.
wasn't
I'm sorry, GB.
me. Come on, GB. What's that?
You look great, man.
You look great.
You look fantastic,
Thanks for
man.
showing up. I'm glad to be with you guys.
I can leave.
Very footloose.
It's fine. It's fine. Before we focus on the rest of spring, I want us to take a look back at the Winter All-Pro and talk about some of the players who got there. No surprise, G2 winning the Winter Split, having 3 of the players from the lineup here. I guess it makes sense.
Yeah, good for them.
More could have made up. Yeah, good for them. Good for them.
Honestly, like bot lane was like smashing since week 1, so no surprise to see Hans and Mickey
best in
there.
winter.
And yeah, I think there was maybe some competition in mid lane with Niski stepping up for a lot of the BO1s, especially behind Caps. But the finals reminded everyone that Caps is king.
Caps is kind of doing whatever he wants, and he's doing it properly and well. I feel like he's in a flow state in the zone, and it's just gorgeous to watch. I think in the end, it's like when you're playing against Caps, every game he's in, you just feel it. You can hear it from the players that play against him. They hate to play against him. They love to play with him. That's always the story.
You don't even know what's going to come when you have Caps on the mid lane. I want to focus on top lane, though, because for a long time, I think fans and pros have been criticizing top lane because of a lack of, not competition, but diversity on the top lane. And seeing Photon here, with the way he showed up in spring, we didn't know what to expect from him, but he showed up big for Vitality.
I think with the risks that we saw in regards to what teams in their approach in the off-season, they just want to kind of, the issue was always, what are we doing internationally in the top side? Are we going to just draft Ornn and hope for the best? It doesn't work any longer. I think that Photon is a player that is reshaping the whole region. I think that's super, super important with the addition of the other players as well that are in the top 3. I love what we've seen from Photon so far.
Yeah, and I also think looking forward as well, we're only going to see more good stuff for him, right? Now the fact that, they have a bot lane they can play on Vitality, that allows him to play the individual matchup where the jungle attention doesn't necessarily have to be up towards the top lane, and he can really flex those 1v1 muscles.
We could have seen some other players top lane maybe enter.
Yeah, 100%. I think, especially if you're looking at BO1s, we had so many new top laners joining the league. Both Adam and Irrelevant looked really strong. So many solo kills in the BO1s. Ebby too was getting a million solo kills, couldn't quite convert on that. But I think top lane overall has looked a little bit more exciting than in years past. And I think have given some run for the money, even though those names didn't make it into the top 3.
Yeah, and looking at the second and third options we have in All-Pro, I'm really happy to see some of the newcomers here, GB. Coming from the ERLs, my boy Exakik. We also have Markun, who is coming back strong within SK this year, but some of the new players made it, and it's fully deserved for them.
I fully agree, and it really just speaks to the fundamental of talent development we have in Europe. Of course, there are roles where we say, oh, we can never really match them on the international scale, but we are insanely good at coming up with a high jungle pool that we have this year. It also just speaks to the fact with the AD carry pool that it's so difficult to pinpoint really who's the best, and there can kind of be an argument for a lot of them coming into this All-Pro team, but the fact that Exakik is already up here really just speaks to how well he played in winter.
I love the fact that if you look at the All-Pro, I'm in agreement. I think that you can definitely, find strong arguments for all of them, but the fact that we have so many strong AD carries, I think of Kobe, I think of Crowny in the jungle position. I think Jankos had great performances, Malang had great performances, and I think that all across the board, when you are in that, I want to say atmosphere, but in that competition where you can find arguments for many players, it just means that, anything can happen in a best-of-1 format, and as the teams progress, I hope to see just more and more.
I think as I sort of viewed a lot of the All-Pro team, it was like the first All-Pro team and second in most positions was like pretty locked in my minds. Like I agreed with what I was really seeing there.
Yes.
And then third seemed really open, like depending on what you value in a player, in a role, depending on if you're valuing like recency compared to the past. I think that third slot was super competitive. So it doesn't surprise me that a lot of people have like varied opinions of like, oh, maybe this person got robbed or something. I think the competition across the board, especially outside of 1 and 2, has been really stacked.
I think it makes sense also with the new format and the fact that we went from best of 1s to best of 3s and best of 5s, and you saw players shine in different times of the split. Any players who think could have made it here and didn't make the cuts, maybe?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think for me, I think Crownie had a shot in the AD carry position as well. I was really impressed with the way he played during the winter split, but I also think it goes back to the conversation. There is a realistic comparison you can make where someone could say, hey, I thought this guy would have made it, and, you know, I would have not really thought anything wrong of that if they had the right arguments for it.
Yeah, and we'll see how these players develop in the spring split. And if you missed winter or still haven't understood how the new LEC format works, quick shot, he's here to enlighten us. Take it away.
Or try his best.
Thank you so much. I will try my best. I know you are struggling with it, Ender, so this is
I don't
just
get it, man. I don't understand.
So welcome back to the spring split. In case you don't yet fully know the format, I'm going to try to break it down as succinctly and as quickly as possible. The European LEC is broken up into 3 stages: the regular season, the group stage, and the playoff stage. And at each stage of the tournament, teams are eliminated. We are currently in the regular season, where all 10 teams will compete in a single round robin best of 1, with the teams placed in 9th and 10th being eliminated and not advancing to the group stage. So just for no reason whatsoever, if the season were to end with these standings, Excellent Fnatic would not advance to the group stage. One thing I do want to draw your attention to, though, is when you look at the regular season, the first 2 teams, 3rd and 4th, 5th and 6th, 7th and 8th, are split into pools. The reason is that is important is we will randomly select 4 teams, 1 from each pool, going to Group A and Group B. The reason those pools matter, the pool 1 seeds, in this case, Koi and BDS, will have the option of selecting their opponents for the first round of the group stage. So let's say, hypothetically, Koi want to take on the Mad Lions, and BDS want to take on Astralis. This will give you the first few matchups in our group stage. The group stage format is a double elimination best of 3, and the 2 teams that manage to advance from both group stages make it to playoffs. I'll quickly demonstrate one bracket for you. Let's say Mad Lions take down Koi, Heretics take down SK, Koi take down SK. SK will be the first team eliminated from the group stage. In the next round, Mad will take down Heretics, making sure they advance to playoffs, and there'll be an upset with Koi being eliminated and Heretics being the second team to make it to playoffs. We will break down the group stage and the playoffs multiple times throughout the coming weeks, but just in case you haven't fully grasped it, hopefully that makes it a bit clearer. And I know you're a little bit slow, but that should paint a clear picture for you. Don't forget that the winner of Spring qualifies for MSI and the LEC season finals after summer, which will determine our LEC Worlds participants. Moving on with the show, yesterday Mad Lions got destroyed by Team Vitality, so let's see how they bounce back today in the opening game as Shox is joined by head coach Mac.
Thank you so much, Trevor. I'm standing by here with Mac ahead of Mad Lions' clash with BDS. Hello, Mac. Thank you for joining me.
Hello.
Yesterday, a false start, I would guess, to the season against Vitality, and I saw a couple of things online, including from Niski about the draft. Is there anything you'd like to say about it?
What to say about yesterday's draft? I mean, we've been trying a lot of stuff recently and kind of trying to come into the season being a bit more adaptive and a bit more creative. I think that's been a big focus for us coming into the split. Yesterday didn't end up adapting and creating super well. We kind of created a monster, I think.
Shaped monster.
Yes. Yes. No, but I mean, there are a lot of things that went wrong yesterday outside of just draft. I think you can see that from inside the game as well. So yeah, it happens.
I mean, this season is a bit crazy in terms of how breakneck speed everything is. And we were talking about it with Yamato yesterday, that it seems like as a coach and as a team, you need to have so much in your back pocket before the season starts to be able to adapt, as you say. How have you been finding the fact that there doesn't seem to be any off time and it's just going so incredibly fast with more games?
It does feel very fast, for sure. I mean, there's a trade-off, right? Because you get more experience playing on stage. I think we played something like, I don't know how many games it is already this year, but I think I'm pretty sure it's more than we played this time last year in like July. Like we played more games than we had played in July last year, which is crazy. So there's a trade-off there in terms of the stage experience that you get, which is a great thing for kind of leveling up your team. But on the other hand, training is like a zero-sum game. You know, you only have a limited amount of time that you can put into like whatever concept it is, whether that's adapting or getting better at level 1s or getting better at like fundamentals on the game or developing set piece plays, right? So you take more time adapting when it's this fast-paced and less time learning, but you make up for some of it with more stage games. So swings and roundabouts.
How effective do you feel you've been with that practice?
I think decently effective. I mean, more effective than our scrim practice, which is another thing that we're working on and I think has been improved this spring. And I think that kind of shone through with the Mad Lions in winter so far, right? Like, I think it's fair to say that we've had like, you know, moments of greatness and shown that we can be a top team. And we've also shown that we can be very inconsistent. And that's something that we need to address through practice, as well as, you know, becoming more creative, becoming more innovative, making sure we have better drafts, like shoring everything up, as well as becoming a better team fundamentally. And that's something that will obviously take time. But I think our ceiling is really good.
I mean, you did make it to the final, so I would say it's pretty good. I like that you talk about consistency. Well, you can start today. You're playing versus BDS, and they have had a great track record in their initial split in winter. Yesterday, they had some issues with the mid-game decision-making, etc. Where are you going to attack BDS?
Well, I think BDS has pretty consistently been a very strong early game team in the league, actually. I think they've been very good in that regard. So, you know, as long as we don't get rolled over by them, I think, you know, if we can come out swinging and fight them in the early game, that's always going to be a good thing against this team, because I think once you get down to the other parts of the game, the mid-game fundamentals, like you mentioned, the team fights, that type of thing is, I think, where we're quite strong. So I think we'll be favored in that regard.
Okay. Thank you so much. A pleasure as always, Mac. Good luck. Back to you, Laura.
Thank you so much, Sharks. Always nice to hear from Mac, of course, especially when it comes to the special draft that they had yesterday against Vitality. Some interesting ideas when it comes to the new meta picks that we saw, especially on the mid lane, but checkmate by Vitality, I believe.
So it's like, holistically, you look at the Mad Lions draft then, and you don't necessarily think this is a bad draft, because there's still things you play for. But I think when you take into the context and the way that it was drafted, specifically from the counterpoint with Vitality, they kind of got pigeonholed a little bit. You can see that the Heimerdinger came through before the Thresh, and that was a really good read by Vitality, because they saw Aphelios. The best support to pair with Aphelios right now is Thresh. One of the biggest Thresh counters is Heimerdinger, because you can place down the turrets. And then the response that came through after the chokers was flexed was also really good by Vitality. So I don't necessarily think Mad Lions had anything that was bad. It was just the draft was halted by Team Vitality quite a bit.
100%. I want to highlight the Gragas first pick as well, that provides you with so much flexibility. And I really like the Caitlyn Heimerdinger lock-in, because even if you put yourself in the range matchups together with the Aphelios, which is something that you would prefer to pick into Heimerdinger, I think when you pair Caitlyn together with Heimerdinger, you can't really find prio. Aphelios, Thresh, Lee Sin, they kind of need to find a gank on purple weapon. And I think in this game, they just didn't. They avoided that super well. And I think the scaling was just favoring Team Vitality. Yeah. One slip up from Mad Lions, one bad all-in, and all of a sudden the game was just completely
caught
over.
off guard, yeah, maybe. And I think this blue side first pick Gragas is something we should keep an eye on, especially coming into today. But focusing on something that Mac was saying also, coming into this matchup versus BDS today, BDS showed, similarly to last year, GB, that they still thrive in the early game. And this is exactly what they proved against SK today.
Yeah, this is very reminiscent of even when they joined the league with a different roster, right? They were super in the first week, even though they didn't really get their victories. They had a super solid early game, and we saw it this time again. They were really good at playing it for the bot lane. They played for Crowny and Lobrov, specifically with the Shio ganks as well. But then we came to the mid game with the objective setup, and that's why it became a bit difficult for BDS to play the game.
I think the key thing always when you pick so heavily for your matchups, you have the Yasuo into the Gnar, you have the Gragas yourself into the Akali, and the Jarvan for the early game. It's so important that you convert around the objectives. For example, the setup here on the screen I liked because they trapped in preparation for Nashor, but in some cases for those objectives, if you are the team with the early game advantage, you need to make sure that you're first on the objectives and you don't get caught farming too long. When you're stronger, I just want you to be able to leverage that into Nashor, play for the objectives, and make sure that you just close out the game, because if not, the Xayah against an all-in comp, gonna have a hard time, and SK executed so beautifully around the fights.
And I really think the key part of that is sometimes when you have that 2k gold lead, 3k gold lead, it's okay to drop one wave if you have better objective setup. Sometimes I think we see players try to min-max too hard, and it kind of comes down to bite them in the back just a little bit. But I think these are easy mistakes to fix, and I think BDS, they are a scary team, so that makes the matchups today even more so interesting.
And little time again to reset between splits, and we'll see if either of this team can bounce back today. But without further ado, let's get into picks and bans with a quick shot, and Dagda, take it away.
Thank you so much, Laura. Welcome to the cast for day 2 of the Spring Split. My name is Quickshot. I'm joined by Dagda as we are moments away from the second day of games. Yesterday, we saw 100% presence on the likes of Gragas, the likes of Annie. I'm expecting them to continue to steal the show.
Yeah.
I want to see more Aurelion Sol, though, because we do have a Vitality game later today as well.
Yeah, I think you kind of got away with murder there yesterday for Perks. Definitely having a good time, but we'll have to see now if the Ashe is also going to be 100% pick ban. It's going to be exciting stuff.
Let's find out. Team BDS taking on the Mad Lions. of picks and bans under. Let's immediately just remind everybody, both of these teams took losses yesterday. At least from my eyes, slightly different ways. I think BDS, their early game looked solid. I liked the Yasuo top. It looked good until it didn't look good, where SK bounced back. And Mad Lions, on the other hand, got manhandled, shall we say. So both of these teams looking to bounce back from yesterday's performances. What do you think we want to see from maybe adaptations in the draft? I know Mad Lions had a few question marks when we were preparing for today.
Yeah, we heard Mac in the interview there as well, kind of talking about how they want to try and be more creative, trying to bring out more of these picks that can be a bit more interesting. I just think you got to take it a little bit slow, because there's so many good answers to things like if you're going to go for Nephilios, if you're going to go for these early picks in the draft, even going for things like the Shogat as well. You're showing your hand very early, which opens up opportunities for those counter picks to come through. Thus far, though, Mad Lions taking a fairly easy. Annie gone, Heimer gone, big ones, the Gragas, the Ashe, the Caitlyn still all up and available. So we'll have to see exactly what the priority is going to be here.
I mean, you talked about this, right? In terms of the 100% presence champions from yesterday, Gragas, Annie, and Ashe, Mad Lions, do they fancy a ban? 5 bans for Ashe yesterday. Heimer and Annie, well, the other two. Rakan as well, removed from the pool. So a lot of these really impactful supports that neither Labrov nor Hillesang can play, and Ashe will be that final ban.
Yeah, I was curious to see exactly what the plan was going to be, because I feel like you could have kept maybe the Ashe open, tried to take something like a Caitlyn Ashe into the bot lane for yourself and go really hyper into that bottom lane, but that hasn't really been the way the Mad Lions played. So I imagine here BDS will try and take the Gragas for the... Oh, sorry, the Gragas is off the board actually. So yeah, exactly. Try and go for something like the Caitlyn, or maybe even looking at that Shogat here as well. We've seen it into that bot lane where you compare with things like a Senna, a Rakan, something that has that melee setup, but it looks like instead they're just going to go back towards the Sejuani.
I mean, in terms of those stable junglers that have that impact, that's great. Shio will be able to find those, large AoE, sort of non-committal ultimates. For Adam, we saw him hovering through a couple of picks at the Darius, the Garen, making me chuckle just a little bit, but Darius, and I think specifically Adam's champion pool, once unique, once special, now kind of effective and very powerful.
Yeah, I mean, Photon even sold the Darius yesterday, so it's starting to get around, but the Aphelios going to be taken here. It's nice. Aphelios been popping up a huge amount. I think this champion quite strong at the moment, especially with the buffs that he's gotten. Also the fact you can generally pair him with something like a Karma or even something like a Lulu, just to get him even more strength in those team fights. And a lot of the times when you've got things like the Jace off the board, team fights tend to be fairly short range, and you've also got that safety net of the Thresh there as well.
I mean, 2 thoughts about this. Number one, we were talking briefly about maybe wanting or expecting a little more Aphelios yesterday. I want to see how today and tomorrow's drafts play out. For Kazi specifically, it is his 3rd most played champion, 28 games. 1 and 2 is Kai'Sa and Ezreal, 46-42. So it's quite a big drop. More importantly for me, it's only a 39% win rate, so not the most historical success. We know he's going to be playing up into that Zeri and Lulu. And Mad Lions will have one more pick here before they close out phase 1.
Yeah, I imagine you have to go for the jungler here, though. You don't really want to leave the likes of the Vi open. You want to get that for yourself here, so then you can have that as an answer into the Zeri. And honestly, you're setting yourself up really well here as Mad Lions. Pretty standard, not really going for that creative stuff that we saw yesterday, but right now, strong bot lane with the Aphelios Thresh. Great setup with the Vi, especially into things like the Zeri. So thus far, I feel like Mad Lions have set themselves up for a nice team fight.
And I think when you look at both of these teams, pretty good engage tools, some options for disengage, great scaling as far as the bot laners are going to be concerned. What happens in the solo lanes? Jackson are removed from the pool. I think when I look at Niski's champion pool has been more supportive of late. He began the year on this carries and kind of reshaping people's opinions of him. Yesterday, however, I think it was the Cho'Gath into the ASOL. Not as effective as he would have wanted.
Yeah, I feel like we'll see him go back towards something a bit more bog standard here, because I imagine they're going to try and give Chasey counterpick here in that top side. So if you end up going for something like a Victor in the mid lane here for Niski, that could work out well. And then just going to see exactly what the plan is for Adam, because you know he's got that straight champion pool. So already the Jax, the Olaf taken off the board from him as well.
Now, what will Team BDS do as far as their solo lane is? Mad Lions, do they throw in that sort of tanky, supportive mid laner for Niski, allow the counter pick for Chasey in the top lane? That's probably where my instincts would lead. But Talia, not. The last 2 bans for BDS, it was the Jax and the Olaf, removed there by the Mad Lions. And we'll start to get a better feel here for how these comps are going to round out. I think you've got, like I mentioned, some strong engage tools from the jungle, pretty decent frontline disengage tools, as well as some pick power from at least the support.
Yeah, I think the Mad Lions are just missing a little bit more of that front line, to be perfectly honest. I think something like a Sion could actually do really well for Chasey, but again, I think leaving him for counter pick is going to be better, but never mind. Blind Fiora into that top side. Now, we saw this from Chasey last split where he did look good, but I actually despite the fact mechanically and he got these early leads, I wasn't the biggest fan of how Mad Lions tried to support him in those side lanes. So I think this is going to be a big question mark for Mad Lions now to see how can they set up their lane states to give Chasey that winning opportunity.
I mean, he played 2 games of Fiora during the regular season and went to both of them victories over a 6 KDA. So as you mentioned, yes, worked well. The answer into it, no surprise here for Adam, is going to be the Darius. Victor currently being hovered. And for Nisqy, where did they go? We talked about the fact, limited front line. You've now got side lane threat. You've got scaling. What do you want to see from Nisqy? Because in my mind, something a bit tonkier wouldn't be a bad idea.
Yeah, I'm curious if he ends up going for something like a Twisted Fate here. You just try and play full side lanes.
Full pick.
Yeah, just try and play for pick, try and play for sides. You've got great setup with the Vi, with the Thresh as well. Try and lean in towards that style. Even Arcade, you're talking about it yesterday, is hovering the Azir at the moment now. Remember, this is 13.4 Azir, has got nerfed, so maybe not the best, but actually going to be going for the Veigar in that mid lane. So we are getting some spiciness from Nisqy still.
Okay, so Nisqy has played 7 professional games of Veigar. He's won 5 of them. When we zoom out and look at these comps, I understand what BDS wants to do. How the hell does Mad Lions play this out?
Yeah, a lot of it's going to be side lane coming through from the Fiora, trying to see if you can set her up. You're going to have decent team fighting where the idea is Yoya goes in and then it's about zone control coming through with the Veigar. Hilly, because he's got that Thresh, going to be throwing out machine gun hooks, seeing if he can try and keep Aphelios safe and enabling him as the main carry. So a big one-force split push idea here for Mad Lions. Whereas when you look across at BDS, it's full-on team fight. Just try and get Darius in as easy as you can, with Shio being that main engaged.
The one thing I'm a little nervous about here for Mad Lions, if they're ever in a position where they start to fall behind, when you look at a Darius, when you look at a Lulu, you look at a Sejuani running at you, you've got what? A Veigar baby cage is the only thing really slowing down the enemies?
Well, the nice thing is, it's a Darius. So as Darius is in the cage, he's in the safe space. This is the don't touch, you know? That's where you should be all right. But I think the problem is, as you say, once you start to go in towards, hey, can we flank from multiple angles? Can Shio get a big engage tool off? Or get a big ultimate off to engage? That's where I think you are going to struggle. But I imagine early game, going to have a lot of pressure from Yoya towards that top side. Make sure this Fiora is in a good spot. This Darius isn't really a threat, because otherwise this team just kind of falls apart for Mad Lions.
So let's talk about the early game. Let's talk about the junglers as we load up onto the ref. Mad Lions and Team BDS, they're going to pick up their first win of the spring split. We heard from Max. Shox had a great interview with him, talking about creativity, talking about adapting their drafts. I think this draft counts for it, but what we want to see is the execution. And frankly, I want to see execution of BDS as well. Yesterday, their mid-game left a lot to be desired, is how I will frame it right now, Dagda.
Yeah, the biggest problem that I saw for them was just the way they tried to set up their lane assignments, where Nuke maybe was trying to catch a wave mid, where realistically should have been bot side, or Adam was kind of in a bad position, but flash forward!
Oh, sentenced to death. Nuke has still got that flash. 150, down to 100. Tick, tick, boom! Nisqy with first blood.
1 for Hilly. Great way to start the game for the Thresh in that bot side. The fact that you're running this Glacial Augment makes it so difficult for anyone to try and run away the second they get hit by the hook. So nice job there from Hilly to already set up Nisqy with a nice kill in the early stage.
And that is not a champion that you want to accelerate.
Yeah.
When you do look at the amount of damage, the fact that there's a tier already at 1 minute and 10 seconds, Nisqy is going to be over the moon. Allow him to build up that AP by spamming the Q, and that's exactly what Mad Lions would want.
Yeah, I mean, the fact you get a double start here on your items is fantastic for Mad Lions, and now Shio and Adam trying to make things happen, but Nisqy's here, spotted on a ward.
Oh, Adam and Shio stepping forward. They've got backup here from Nuke. Both bot laners are trading. Mad Lions have been forced away. All right, Dagda, brief moment. Quick stat for you. When was the last time we saw a Veigar in the LEC? This is an unfair fight because you just joined us.
It was 2.5 years ago.
Spot on. Nuke Duck actually played it in 2020, so you are literally bang on.
Look at the Irish there. I'll take it.
Zoom out of this. Shio, with a little bit of backup, is able to steal that red buff away. I can see Mad Lions have placed a ward just behind the BDS red buff and already starting to steal. So small advantage, or like small clawback for Shio.
It's big for Adam though, because essentially what this means is Yoya can't do a 3-cam start and stay up on this top side for a potential play onto Adam. Now Adam actually gets to play very aggressive in this lane if he wants to, although having the level 2 hit for Chasey early causing a bit of issues.
Exactly. I mean, a little bit of extra time in lane allows Chasey to step forward, get that bully, push the wave, but he does need to be cautious. Remember, Shio cleared most of this top half of the jungle. If Chasey continues to pressure and step past that river, step forward, it will open a potential gank. You can see Shio clearing out his blue buff, and a lot of aggressive trading, because down in the bottom lane, we caught a glimpse there of Crowny Labrov stepping forward, Hilly using that Hex Flash to threaten.
This sucks for Chasey. The wave is in a terrible spot, and Shio gonna hop over the wall to avoid that ward. Good call out there from Adam to let him know that this ward is down, but he needs to crash this. Otherwise, Adam just freezes this and he loses the lane.
Battle ball, battle ball. Chasey's gonna look for those hit points and steps. Sidesteps the flail. Will be able to dash forward. Flash out from Shio. Applies the red, gets the knockup. Flash forward, repulsed by some time, and Chasey's able to escape. It's not over yet, as in the bottom lane, Alyoya is looking for those denting blows, but Crowny's able to hop over the wall. Escapes with his life. Summoner spells blown. 1, 2, 3 for 1 in that top lane.
I like that we get to see the annoyance of both these side laners, where Fiora just about able to squeeze away because Shio didn't have his Q up, but Niski very low and in a bit of trouble here with Shio around, but we'll just back away.
Yeah, the flash not being available for Shio, I think, limits it. But look at this. Mad Lions continuing to step forward. They know they forced Crowny away. They forced his flash. So that's allowing a small invade. And now there's a counter punch. Dagda, we're going full LPL in this one. Action all around.
Alyoya is in a lot of trouble though. Shio should be able to move up, but knowing that he has the flash, he doesn't want to go. Shio steps away from the ward though. He's caught Alyoya here.
Oh, waiting for it. Waiting for the engage. Steps forward, not going to be able to find anything. I think the cooldown being too high at this low level, couldn't find that additional dash. What he will do though is pick up the Scuttle Crab. Shio, at least for now, pulling a little further ahead, and Niski already backed, already shopped, and TPing to lane, and we're still not dead. Now Adam continuing to step forward, has the minion wave behind him, looking for those Qs, getting the spam out below 100. Chasey is going to be in trouble. The heal, the damage. Adam takes the solo.
He wanted to get the riposte there for Chasey as Adam went for the apprehend, but didn't quite get the timing right. So Adam manages to finish that one off. Hilly even on the roam up now with Alyoya, trying to see if he can hold on to this wave state in a decent spot for Chasey.
Man, all of a sudden, Adam, no flash, no ghost, has the threat of Alyoya and Hilly. Blue buff and a little bit low mana. Level 5 into the level 3s, no minions to deal with. The CC has to connect. Burning, pull back from the Flay. The double apprehend, death sentence, and that is just easy, easy, lemon squeezy. Denting Blows picks it up second for Mad Lions.
And a really nice job from Alyoya and Hilly there. So Hilly has the reset, knows that he's not going to be under too much pressure on bot side for Karzi, so moves up the top. Adam has to crash that wave. He's not running the TP, so if he ends up letting that wave freeze, Chasey just has an absolute field day. So Mad punishing the fact that Adam had to overextend.
Look at this, caught inside the baby cage. Hilly's not done yet. Another flawless spell shot forces the flash away from Nuke, getting him out. But Hilly has been everywhere, involved in both of the kills and really trying to set Mad Lions up in the early game.
I was very close there, Alyoya, just slightly too late to follow up there. Even the Flay into the CC from Niski, super nice there. But you can see now Labrov moving into the mid lane to try and help out there. Let Niski TP, or Nuke, sorry, TP back into mid. Nuclear, sorry.
Nuclear, I mean, there's too many nukes right now, so Labrov will get chunked out by Niski's ultimate. Okay, we may have a brief moment here of no action. 400 gold advantage to Mad Lions. Dragon went to BDS. The thing I do want to highlight is yesterday's game, BDS were significantly ahead in the early. Up 2.5k at 14, 3 KD, and more importantly, 2 Heralds as well. I think in terms of their gameplay, their early game, very strong. Where it fell apart was the mid game, the decision making, and of course, SK is just team fight engages. This is great for Mad Lions to already be in an advantageous position this early up.
I think the big one was how they actually tried to play lane assignments and not playing around Vision, and now once more that Vision going to come back to bite them as Adam slightly overextended, but the jungler is here.
2v2, Chasey can't really fight below 150, a lot of minions to work with. Alyoya is going to be forced to flash, jumped on by Sejuani, stunned up, and all of a sudden Alyoya will get taken out. Adam gets his second of the game. And it's just been non-stop action. 6.5 minutes in 4 kills and fights in every single lane.
And this side lane's starting to become a problem. We said Chasey needed to get these leads because he's the one that has to put pressure in side lanes. If you're in a team fight, he isn't going to do as much as something like a Darius if you're up against a short-range composition like Mad Lions. And Adam getting that early lead and getting more.
Oh man, that's going to be just another for a possible buy sometime. Chasey runs away, escapes with his life, and manages to get the counter with the help of the tower. That was flawless. It is coming down to pixels.
It was the friendly fire. The riposte on the stun from Shio ends up hitting Adam, man. Just like that. Fantastic stuff now, Crowny. Nearly in trouble.
The Moonlight Vigil deck that did so much. White-green getting that range out, using those chakrams as well. Crowny's down low, no flash, but does have that cleanse.
Yeah, there's a combo that you can do with the Felios on green guns where if you shoot the ult and you know it's going to hit, you can actually throw out the Q after as well, and you have enough time between the Q landing to get a double headshot essentially off on the Felios, and that's what Karzi was trying to do. Would have ended Crowny, but not quite able to connect with the Q follow-up means he's a little bit slow and not having enough damage to finish that one off. But nice job there from Karzi to try and go for that.
Okay, let's zoom out a little bit. In terms of the game being up a little bit of gold, once we come out of this replay, break down for me who you think this benefits, but such great counterplay from Chase.
But watch here, Riposte, it's on Shio's stun. So it ends up having the riposte from Shio trying to get the CC onto Chasey is what ends up killing Adam in the end, and Shio doesn't want to follow up on towards the Fiora either, so nice job from Chasey. But at the moment, the kill's getting back into Fiora, fantastic, which is why Shio wants to immediately try and shut that play down, and Hilly up here as well wants to help him out. You don't get to look away from the screen.
Not at all. I don't get to get any of my prep. I think I want to give some credit here to Hilly. He's been very impactful across the lane. Karzi has been able to maintain an even CS in that bottom lane. Labrov is a small level advantage, but once again, look at your minimap. I mean, look at how many members are congregating. It's already a 3 versus 3, and if Adam continues to make his way down, potential for a 4v3. So I'm going to go back and say, like, does this benefit either squad? Like, it's just being drawn down into chaos.
So for BDS, it's great because they can use this in topside for Adam to get some of the plates there. But for Crowny, he's actually going to lose out on this play because they hard forced the answer for the mid push for Mad Lions. But then Mad actually get to enter into bot side jungle, and now Crowny's forced to back away from this bot lane tower. So at the moment, 5 plates on top, you're going to lose another plane on bot. So a lot of the pressure this Rift Herald has already been answered on bot lane.
Apprehend, guillotine coming down, Decimate needs to land. JC's going to be forced away. No movement from the rest of the lanes. Minion wave push forward. It's a +5 CS, more importantly, a 500 gold lead. And Adam is clearly stepping forward. Alyoya can jump in. Flashes and ultimates available for both of the BDS bot lanes.
Shio reset immediately off of Rift Herald, is now in the spot side though, so Alyoya kind of missed his timing window. Did end up stealing by the Raptors on that top side, but now with Shio on the spot end, it was very difficult to actually pressure any more on this bot side.
Oh man, take a look at this now. Once again, 3 versus 3. That's a route onto Crowny. Caught out by the assault, and Battery taken out. LeBron forced to flash for his life. Alyoya's already taken down. Crowny gets a kill. That evens it out. 3 apiece. The CC and damage reply was just too high. Death Sentence connects, but Karzi's too low. Flash and Cleanse available for both bot laners while that's going on. Trades in the middle lane as the Chaos Storm is thrown out. The Primordial Burst is still there for Niski if he can find some lockdown. But another kill to BDS evens out the goals.
Yeah, Gravitum is a great gun for setting up those plays, but terrible for when they actually have to try and fight back. Great job from Shio, just reading that Alyoya was going to try and make a play on that bot side and answering down there. Now with Dragon up and available, you have Crowny who should get a decent reset off. You can start to move down, and yeah, trades galore in this top side. But Chasey still doing a good job. Despite the 2 kills going over to Adam, he is keeping the net CS in his favor.
I mean, Dagda, you're not going to get a chance to really break much down, because every time the action breaks out, Shio responding just in the nick of time, and that Glacial Prison did so much.
Yeah, the Glacial Prison is huge here, because as we said, look, Karzi, he has some damage, but with these guns, it's just not what you want for fighting. So when you have Crowny who's able to free fire this entire time, they can burst down the jungler, and Hilly has already thrown everything in the kitchen sink in that fight.
Well, take a look at this. Already, BDS on the move, looking to set up another. Alyoya is being forced away back into his jungle.
This is the problem, though, because you had the late reset coming through because you lost that fight in boss, now BDS are in river.
Hilly flashing into the baby cage, but there's 3 members of BDS waiting for him. He stays alive just long enough for now. All of a sudden, the turn. Crowny jumps onto Alyoya. Hilly's already dropped. 4 members of BDS trying to find yet another. It's blue-purple for Karzi. Alyoya's locked in place. No, too little, too late. 2 more kills to BDS.
And this is just great from BDS, reading, hey, look, we can use the tempo that we picked up, move into river, get the control, and Hilly throwing himself into the middle to try and set up this damage from Niski. But with Rod of Ages, even the tier, Niski doesn't have the damage to one-shot someone right now. So for BDS, they capitalize on that, and we get their second dragon.
I mean, when you look at the compositions as well, the number of skirmishes that we've seen, despite Hilly's best efforts, Shio seems to be everywhere as well, really comboing up multiple members, and fortunately Hilly just not fully aware the rest of BDS is there.
Yeah, I can understand, hey, look, if I can play into the event horizon, we get the stun, maybe we can get a quick kill, but not expecting, as you say, multiple members from BDS to already be in position, and it means that Mad Lions just get to set up, fall behind as BDS get to capitalize on everything that they'd set up. Now you got Yoya trying to move back up towards this top side as he's trying to see if he can get some vision, because Rift Herald's in 2.5 minutes, but a lot of this is going to be a case of, okay, can we get some damage on towards Adam in this top side so we have a chance of setting up for that?
And I think when you look at BDS, the way they lost yesterday to SK, they were able to pull a significant advantage early on, and unfortunately the team fight comp SK had put together just made it very difficult, and they weren't able to find the fights. The comp they have today will be much stronger at that. The Darius, the Sage frontline, the Lulu for backup. You can see them already grouping to try jump here onto Niski. He's going to be flashing away from the prison. Adam has ghosted forward. He steps backwards once the event horizon is dropped. And just before the action breaks out, Dagda, I think Crowny's the guy I want to look at, right? Because if he's able to dance and dodge around, look at his stats in the laning phase from earlier just this week. Phenomenal performance, and with the Zeri Lulu, can have a pop-off game today.
And I think that's the most interesting part that we saw from BDS yesterday was their willingness to play around Crowny and Lavrov in that bot side to see if he could step up and be the carry. But now, in this game, hasn't been getting those same resources. Is slightly ahead, but I think with the 2 kills being answered by the plates that have been taken by Mad, this is going to be an all-out brawl when both these AD carries get to 3 items, and we are inevitably going to have those team fights.
And also, I don't think it's too facetious to say, you can't really say who's got all the resources, because there's been so much movement this game. Really down on this bottom lane. All right, Hilly and Kazi, they've got themselves 3.5 plates. It's 12 minutes. They're pushing onto the tower. Shio starts to step back. While that's happening, Adam is pushing the top lane. It's pretty much advantages for top jungle, minor for bot on the BDS side. Only small leads for Niski and Hilly, and Shio is waiting. No prison available. It's on cooldown for a few more seconds.
There's a lot of Mad Lions players down here. They want to try and get this tower, see if they can have Niski help out, but you've got Nuke on the way now as well.
3, 2, 1. Wild Growth has already been used. Shio's holding onto the prison, throws it out wide. The tower has already fallen, but Yoya's gone way too deep. Forced to flash away. Charges up the Q, dashes away from the laser. Hilly buys some time with the death sentence, but gets zapped down himself. As Crowny is on a killing spree, his 3rd of the game. Despite the tower falling, the kill goes to BDS.
Shio's ultimate onto Niski stopped him from following up in that fight and meant that BDS could regroup afterwards. Brilliant stuff from BDS on that fight, and with that roam from Nuke.
Now, of course, that does still mean that the tower goes to Mad Lions. It's only a 400 gold game. Every time I see these two trading, I hold my breath. But I do want to highlight 2 dragons at 15 minutes, with another spawning in 2. We're playing on an Ocean Rift as well. Mad Lions cannot afford to give that Ocean Soul over to BDS.
Yeah, but here's the problem, right? They'd already cleared out this mid-wave, so you already know the nuke's in the way. But watch this ultimate from Shio. As Shio hits Niski with that, that's as Yoya hits the button to go in. So Niski can't actually get into range with the ultimate to deal the damage he needs to onto the CC'd AD carry. And that means that when BDS show up with all the artillery, they're able to finish off Mad Lions.
All right, so what does this mean now as you move into a little bit more of this mid-game? Normally, in a game of League, this is when we'll start to see a lot of lane assignment shifting, a lot of pressure. We've had that for 10 minutes already. The Rift Herald once again falling, goes into the hands of BDS.
The big problem that you're going to have for Mad Lions now is you're already down 2 dragons. You add a Rift Herald into the mid lane, you automatically get prio, you start to lean over towards this dragon, and then that's where you can really start to shut out Mad Lions. And you can already see Fiora doesn't have control on top side, so it feels like you have an opportunity here as BDS. Crowny and Blabrob need to reset off this wave, though, if they want to try and contest.
Talk to me about the team fight. It's 50 seconds until this dragon spawns. Mad Lions have to contest either this one or the next one. But in my eyes, this is a straight-up advantage for BDS in those 5v5s.
Definitely, and especially when you look at Crowny, because he should be able to finish off this Bloodthirster. No, not quite. Okay, because one of the big things is this new build that we're seeing with Zeri is because you take the overheal, you get the extra shield from your Bloodthirster, you get the extra shield from your Mortal Shield Bow. You become so difficult to burst out in these mid-game fights when you complete those 2 items. So the fact you're already looking at a 3rd dragon now at 16 minutes, it becomes very difficult for Mad to have that burst potential to kill out Crowny. And as well, you've already got position here for BDS as they're starting to move in with Shio, and Mad are, well, now moving in a bit blind.
Ooh, if Mad Lions can find somebody to burst down, obviously, that's how they want to play this. Use that Event Horizon, use that Death Sentence, but the Rift Herald is dropped in the middle lane. Death Sentence connects onto the Battle Pig, but Shio's able to avoid the Event Horizon. Tower falls. What do BDS do? Concede the dragon and push another tower? That seems to be the case.
Yeah, you definitely should. I mean, one dragon, an ocean dragon to Mad isn't the end of the world, but if you get 2 Terras off this push and the potential, I mean, look at them already moving. They're immediately running up towards this top side. They want to get another turret for themselves in the top end as well and make it so incredibly difficult now for Mad Lions to really compete with how much gold and how much control they just got on the map.
Yes! Berlin, I love you for that. Thank you very much. I mean, look, that top half of the map is now going to be opened up. A couple of wards placed. They didn't push on this wave, Dagda, for that top outer. Chasey was able to at least shove a wave in. But more importantly for me here, BDS, 1,500 up, 2 dragons to 1. I would have said it was the 20 to 30 minute passage of play against SK where things got squirrely.
Yeah.
But compositionally, it was way harder to execute. This is relatively simple. Can Darius run through an Event Horizon? Does a Glacial Prison? If yes, well, Nuke and Crownie then just delete.
The biggest problem that we saw, though, was how BDS were trying to set up their vision to control their mid-game. That's where SK were finding picks on them and they were able to bring it back. So with Mad Lions, again, having a very pick-heavy composition, you need to be in control and making sure you're not getting caught out around your vision.
And look at this, Mad Lions vision. I'm just highlighting all of it. This looks awful on the minimap, but maybe the observers can zoom out a little. Yes, you guys are so good. Mad Lions have got a lot of defensive wards up in this top off. We're approaching 20 minutes, so Baron hasn't spawned just yet. But while that's happening, BDS have committed to a push on the bottom lane. So we've got a little bit of a split map playing out. And we'll check in on Niski's AP bonus in just a minute from all of that farming from the Baleful Strike. But this should be the 3rd tower secured here in favor of BDS. And with the map open, the gameplay has slowed down a little. And it feels like we may be leaning more towards bigger team fights around objectives if BDS get their way.
Yeah,
Mad Lions try to push the side lanes.
I think the hardest thing now for Mad is if you're not able to control this bot side, it becomes very difficult for you to have that pressure to contest some of these dragon objectives. But BDS already collapsing.
They are indeed. Shio's going to at least get the bot. That interrupts the top passage. And now Kazi's in trouble. Gets pulled backwards by Adam and is blown up by Crownie. Chasey teleports into a 5 versus 4. Nuke is shoving in that middle lane. It's 30 seconds to Baron isn't even alive yet.
It's the fact that Adam was so close in that fight that he just yoinked everyone into the cradle with him and was like, you go to sleep now. Mad Lions just take that step too far in the mid lane, and this is just bad decision making. You already know that BDS have left from that bottom side, and really unfortunate for Karzi, the timing on that, but nice job again from Shio to interrupt with this Sejuani, and Adam unstoppable when he manages to close the distance.
There's always two sides to a story. Unfortunate on the side of Kazi, exceptional on the side of Shio. Just dive bombing that lantern. So Crown is now 4-0. It is a 2,000 gold lead, the largest that we've seen throughout the course of 20 minutes. And again, look now, all that vision Mad Lions had placed has been cleared, has been challenged. BDS pushing those waves towards the middle. Baron is up, and it is 2 minutes until the next Drake.
I think the one saving grace for Mad Lions is that it becomes very difficult for BDS to try and push this vision into Mad Lions' side of the jungle. Crownie doesn't really have the push power to get control over mid, so you kind of rely on Nuke to be there, but Nuke has to play towards side. So I think a lot of this is going to be a case of, okay, let's try and push the wave a little bit past mid lane, and then try and see if we can start to teeter in towards this top side where we're having Nuke, we're having Crownie push in, and then try and enter into your top side that way. Otherwise, it becomes very hard to do middle two sides.
Well, I'll tell you this right now. This Vigor pick has been interesting. Currently up 30 CS. You can see on the right-hand side of your HUD how many stats he's built up. Next to that Baleful Strike in the passive. 224. I believe Niski's over 410 AP already, which means that that ultimate of the Primordial Burst will be able to do a sizable chunk. However, he needs to find a way to get past the potential frontline and get past the Wild Growth, which are quote-unquote counters to that high damage.
Yeah, there's a double timer essentially going on here. Niski going to scale to all hell. He's going to be a monster, no doubt about it. But the other timer is actually going to be Labrov. Labrov is going towards that Mikhail's Crucible. He wants to be able to unleash Adam. Basically go, you run into the Event Horizon, then you run through it. So if you can actually get towards that as Labrov, then these team fights become a little bit easier for the front line to play. But also, Crownie just becomes so much harder to burst down again because of how little bit more tanky this build makes you.
Dagda. Niski just picked up Death Cap. He now has over 615 AP. We're setting up for a team fight. The Event Horizon is down. That's a big cooldown. Niski's waddling his way to safety. Takes the lantern, but here comes Shio. The prison is held onto for now. It's a 1-for-1. Adam was blown up by the Primordial Burst, and there goes the prison, at least locking down Niski. Crownie is caught out by the cease and desist. Dunk down. Wild Growth throws it back up. Flashes forward. El Yoya's taken out. Zap, zap, zap. Pew, pew, pew. Crownie's looking to find those kills, but he's caught inside the baby cage. The Baleful Strike will send them away. That Event Horizon is incredibly pivotal for the Mad Lions.
That's what I want to see from Crownie. The courage to step forward, step up and be accounted for, especially when you got the Lulu in your back pocket. Make sure you can take these fights, and immediately you can see the Mad Lions have to turn tail. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, this is kind of hilarious just seeing Adam get blown up immediately as he steps forward, but the fact that Crownie then knows, okay, the ultimate from Niski's down, right, I can actually turn and, I mean, Adam, God. But watch Crownie now. This is what I'm talking about. The fact you have so many shields, you got the Wild Growth, you can actually play so hyper-aggressive with this version of Zeri. We've seen in the LPL from people like Leave on EDG, what you can do. Look, how many people are going in onto him there? Between the Wild Growth, the CC, everything. He stays up for so long, flashing forward. That's how you need to try and play this as BDS.
And of course, Crownie will pick up his 6th kill of the game. Call Lavrov, James Bond, with 007 on the scoreline. And the 3rd Dragon has now been picked up. So for Mad Lions, yes, they were able to get a kill. Yes, they were able to fend off at least the V1 of the assault. But ultimately, they are behind in gold. They are behind in kills. They are behind in towers. They are behind in dragons. And there may only be one last stand, because if that Ocean Soul is picked up, it does make it harder. I will admit, I didn't think Niski was going to be able to burst down Darius quite as quickly as he did. So kudos to Niski as well as the rest of the Mad Lions.
Immediate Baron start here. The big one is going to be Infinity Edge complete for Crownie before this next Dragon. Means he's going to be unstoppable. Mad Lions have already committed too many members to bot side, so won't really be in a position to try and contest this. So Yoya doing his best to get there, but it feels like it's going to be too little too late.
It's going low. It's going low. Here he comes up, death sentence forward, and BDS pick up the Baron at what cost. However, Niski is being run down by Adam just a little. The engage comes out from El Yoya. Cease, desist. Lavrov taken out. Teleport being channeled as well. Mad Lions have got themselves 30 seconds in a 5 versus 4, but they are now playing into a Baron-empowered BDS. They should at least be able to pick up this tower.
I think there might have been a misclick from Niski on the TP. I think he was trying to get towards the ward that we can just see in here. Oh, that's a big circle. I want the little circle that's just in there, so then he can actually get into position, but doesn't matter.
Well, where's the Primordial Burst? The Apprehend comes forward. That's just so much reverse damage. How am I supposed to play-by-play that burst? The prison comes out and Hilly is popped where he stands. BDS are gifted a few kills. They extend that gold lead. And just like that, 30 seconds, Baron-empowered minions, and pretty much free mid lane. This may equal an inhib.
Easily going to be an inhib, and Crownie, with the damage that he has right now, can tear through this. You can already see Yoya trying to go for the reset. It's just a case of how much they actually want to try and take here. Should get the inhibitor. You can already see both side lanes being worked on as well by Nuke and Adam. So back away, get your vision into the jungle, and make sure that you're in a fairly decent spot now to keep this pressure up.
I mean, BDS have kept up the pressure the entirety of this game. 25 minutes in, a kill every 2 minutes, and it feels like it could have been more. I'm tired just watching because Hilly was roaming so much. Shio was ganking every single lane. And the breakneck pace has ultimately led to more advantages for Team BDS. They got the kills, they got the towers. They have been in Mad Lions' face, and this comp from Mad Lions has never had a chance to really breathe or have the time to build up.
And it's a great shout from BDS. Look at the champions you have. They do better in these early skirmishes, in these early fights.
And here's yet another one. As all of a sudden, so much damage onto Hilly. He's going to be forced to flash. Manages to escape for now. Steps forward here. Comes Crownie, the flay, and that's just a zap down from Nuke. The tower falls as well. Baron and Pub Minions still pushing forward. BDS have got so much out of this Baron power play, and they may just be done for now. Chasey trying to get something back, but 5k down, a minute and a half. Take a look at the damage dealt throughout the course of this game. Despite that gigantic burst, it's been Nuke and Crownie really cleaning things up.
And Chasey's just trying his damnedest on his side, but he's never going to get into position to really threaten turrets. Adam might even stop this.
Oh, he does indeed. The Apprehend comes out, level 15 on level 15. Noxian Guillotine comes out, one more Decimate. A couple seconds longer for that riposte, but that's huge. 57 on the Dragon, 45 on the Death Timer. Chasey will have to commit the TP, and I think more importantly, BDS are going to be able to get into that river first.
But the problem is for Mad Lions is how do you even try and contest vision to set up then for the TP for Chasey? You already have super minions in the mid lane. You've got everyone on BDS to start to push in on the spot side. And now they're just going to continue this pressure to make sure you're stuck in your own base. And then they just fall back in 30 seconds. It's such an easy pickup for BDS.
Yeah, but look at the itemization difference as well. Crown, the Crucible there for Labrov, IE as well as Bloodthirster. And Mythic completed for Crowny versus 2.5 for Kazi. So just on itemization alone, BDS can smack Mad Lions with their wallets. And Shio, he's waiting. Glacial Prison into an Adam. Apprehend. Niski's the target. He's going to throw down the Baby Cage on. Adam will find himself the death sentence in the flay. It's a 2-on-4 as the teleport's coming out. GA has now been popped. Adam's in trouble. The rest of the squad from BDS is pushing into the base. The inhibitors are focused. Decimate buys so much time. 4 members of Mad Lions now running back. As BDS, they are now on the retreat.
And they have to run quick, but I don't think they can get out of here. Mad Lions are coming in.
Here comes Crowny! The Ultra Shock Laser and zap, zap, zap! Chasey is being blown up where he stands! Crowny's got the speed up, he's got the glitter lance, he's got the double, and he's got the backup. Hops over the wall. Ayoya's running for his life. They get the inhibitor on the bottom lane, they get 2 more kills, and now there's a soul available as well. Ayoya's been pushed away, and this is BDS's game to lose.
They are destroying Mad Lions in this one. Fantastic stuff. Nuke probably going to even catch Ayoya here.
Well, that Death Ray is fired out.
Look at Labrov.
Storms are forward.
The little Lulu
Here
that comes.
Labrov! He gets jumped on in the face, and Shio will back him up. 3 seconds for the prison. Does Shio even need to commit it? Will at least get the flash out of Ayoya. He escapes with his life. The soul is picked up and BDS in absolute control.
I like the heads up from Labrov to literally just throw his head into the face to try and stop the Void. Doesn't quite work out, but this was a way too big of an overextension for BDS. You have your win on the bottom side. They think they can make a quick pick, but don't realize the Mad Lions are around because they're, again, not really playing around their vision. And with that, Adam does end up going down. Shio manages to escape, but Crowny, he's just too big. 7 kills on the Zeri at the start of this fight, 9 by the end of it.
I mean, when you look at the overpowered nature of Crowny Zeri right now, while, yes, Shio and Adam's call was undoubtedly bold in the middle lane, they got the inhib, they got the soul, they got multiple kills. So the net positive was great overall. And
Are you trying to say it's a great base? Is that what you're trying to get at?
I was just trying to say that maybe
Okay,
Shio and Adam were just master baiters in that particular situation. And 16-6, nearly 6,000 gold. And BDS now with super minions in multiple lanes. Honestly, however they want to close this out, they can look to do it. Because despite Shio being caught, Crowny maybe a little bit of trouble. One in between 2 members. Here comes Shio for the save. The guillotine comes out. There is just too much damage. Too many items in the lead. And with 10 seconds to Baron, BDS can play the safe or they can just pour into the base.
He's still full health. That's so
it's
dumb.
unbelievable.
It's so dumb. But now BDS is to say Baron up and available. Hilly is going to see what he can do with Niski. I don't feel like he's got incredibly high hopes. Niski has a good amount of AP, maybe a steal?
I mean, Dark Matter is going to be one of the only ways. Baleful Strike and Dark Matter, I just don't think he's going to be able to get in range. 4,000 hit points, help over the wall, Apprehend and Lantern backwards. BDS will be able to pick up this Baron. 10 seconds for Ayoya, 18 seconds for Chasey, and Niski's the next target. Labrov may want to chase him down. Decides against it in the end. And for BDS, this is a significant lead. And they've been able to control the pace of the game as Crowny now looking for Kazi, forced to use that Lantern to safety. The base will have super minions from the bottom lane in just a moment. The inhibitor in the middle lane will be resecured again, and at 30 minutes, Mad Lions have been suffocated out of this entire match.
There's just nothing that they can really do. Kazi!
Look at that damage from the death rate. 50% already down. Ultra Shock Laser, that chunks Niski for 30% of his hit points. Also, there are stopwatches on, I think, both Nuke and Crowny, so even if they do get jumped on, stopwatch that Primordial Burst, stopwatch that CC, and they can continue the fight.
I think the timer is coming to a close for Mad Lions, though. Nothing left. Bot inhib, mid inhib gone, top soon to follow, and Niski's trying to land these Event Horizons, but BDS just playing on the edge.
Yep, timer's down. All of a sudden, Crowny and Shio stepping forward. The prison is up. Waiting for Shio to pull the trigger. Blue-red for Kazi's not the best in the 5v5. but all 3 inhibitors are down, and BDS using those Baron empowered minions. The prison goes wide, the pig gets pulled backwards, he's able to escape with his life, but the Chaos Storm takes down Hylissang, and in a 5v4, Nuke is now the target, the stopwatch used, saving his life from Elyoya, and Elyoya is taken out by Crowny. Legendary as the first Nexus turret falls, the second Nexus turret is moments away, and despite the event horizon, there's too little, it's too late, it's BDS destroying Mad Lions.
Crowny 11-0 by the end of that game. A fantastic performance on the Zeri, especially when we had so much of our focus up towards that top side of the map, with Adam on the Darius seeing what he could do, and Crowny's just pew-pewing his way to the top and the bottom.
I am exhausted. The pace of that game was unrelenting. And I think a lot of credit here to BDS, because yesterday, their early game looked great. They generated a significant advantage. They were proactive. But as soon as they got to that mid-game and their composition wasn't able to continue that pace, SK, frankly, smacked them around.
And I think a lot of that was a case of, okay, we have SK playing around their vision well, looking for picks. Every time BDS poked their nose in somewhere, they were getting a bitten off. This game, though, they played a lot slower. They were willing to trade things like Fort Dragon for the double tower in mid, which was a great move. And then we saw still a little bit of those jitters where we had, you know, Adam overstepping a little bit with Shio in that mid lane. But overall, with Crowny as big as he was, it did not matter in the slightest.
Well, listen, we haven't had too many quick shot moments together,
Okay.
Dagda. I'm going to throw one at you.
Hit me.
With
Ready.
Mad Lions, the winter second place squad, down 0-2. Do they just suck now? So take a look on Twitter at LEC for your player of the game nominees. Adam, Shio, and Crowny. Those are your 3 nominees. A little bit more seriously, though. Yesterday and today, and we heard from Mac as well, playing a little bit of the drafts, I think both games, their opponents ran away in the early game. Yesterday, Vitality got a significant lead. There was no way back in. Today, BDS got a pretty impactful lead, not necessarily gold, but control. Mad Lions just didn't have a way back in.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem was locking in the Fiora blind, especially against Adam when he's happy to go towards the Darius. Felt like he didn't really have an answer then in the top side.
Was Vigor good for you?
I think it was an interesting one. I think if you have a stronger team fight, it works out a lot better, where it's just a protection cage essentially for the Aphelios. But without that strong front line, it just wasn't there.
Yeah, it really wasn't the case. Mad Lions take the loss. I get to say something I don't get to say in the studio very often, and it brings me great joy to throw to Shox doing the interview with Shio.
Thank you so much, Trevor. Indeed, Shio, who absolutely smurfed this game. I have to say, congratulations.
Thank you.
You seem to have Elyoya's number from start to finish. Talk to me about kind of your game plan and why you think you were able to always be there when he tried to pull a gank off.
I mean, we had Darius Sejuani topside, so we knew that we wanted to attack a Chazy, and Elyoya had Loki to match him. So I just went to lane gank and counter gank. So it's not that hard, but yeah.
It wasn't that hard, but you came out on top, so obviously you had the better game plan. Overall, in the game, I feel like it was tricky maybe to fight against the Veigar. Of course, the range on the Q&W was slightly increased as well. What are the difficulties in playing team fights versus that Veigar?
We were a bit low range against Veigar, so it was kind of tough. But we had Darius flash E, my ult, so I think we did great, and Veigar alone cannot really carry.
That's true. Tiny Master of Evil, but maybe not alone to carry. When it comes to your engages, they were extremely effective, I think, today. Yesterday, there were some question marks versus SK in terms of the team fight specifically. I see that you're smiling already.
Yeah.
So tell me about the focus specifically in that department today.
I mean, yesterday we got a bit lost about fighting. We choked a bit the first game, I would say. But today it was much easier with Sejuani as well. So we see someone, like I ult him and he's dead, most likely.
See hero, kill hero. When it comes to BDS overall, I think everybody's really excited to see what is the ceiling going to be. But a recurring issue seems to have been the mid-game decision-making at times, or the late-game calling. Where do you think the issues lie in that regard in your team, and how are you planning on working for them?
We are working a lot on our mid-game. I think we had a lot of issue of taking mid-tier 1, for example. And we worked a lot of this. We get second herald as well. So I think when you get mid-tower, the game is much easier to play, so we are working on this.
Okay. For you as a jungler, I think you've impressed so many people with your short time in the LEC already. What do you think are the things that you've improved on the most in your short time already?
I think I showed that I have creative passing, good engaged junglers. Even my game yesterday was not the best. But yeah, still a lot to show, I think.
Okay, merci beaucoup.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to kick it over to a quick break, but we'll be right back with Game 2.
Flash forward! Oh! Sentenced to death! Nuka's still got that flash. 150 down to 100. Tick, tick, boom! And we're still not dead. Now Adam continue to step forward. Has the minion wave behind him. Looking for those Qs. Getting the spam out below 100. Chasey is going to be in trouble. The heal! The damage! Adam takes the solo.
Yeah, let's fight, okay?
I can flash on
No,
yeah,
you can.
I'm in range on Veigar.
I go.
Let's flash on him. I'm coming. I flash Veigar. Okay, nice.
Nice, go mid, go
Maybe
mid.
I get flash.
One bot, no, one bot. I will kill,
We can focus win.
Ah, spring. The harsh cold melts away. Step by step, everything blooms. For some, the winter was hard, but nature always finds a way. Through growth, the flower emerges through the...
Some things take time, like revenge.
Revenge.
Welcome back to the LEC and XL versus Team Vitality. Two teams who kicked off Spring Split with a win yesterday. Upset is back. And is Vitality the real deal now?
Honestly, of this, if we only look at this one game sample size, then they're winning worlds. No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, they're undefeated.
They're undefeated, exactly. No one has beaten them, so it means that T1 hasn't beaten them, EDG Top Esports hasn't beaten them. No, but to the serious point, I think yesterday the fact that we saw the Caitlyn, the Heimerdinger, I love that. I think that already showed that they've patched up some of the issues they had on the bottom side. I think cohesiveness looked good, but we saw some good regular split games from Vitality. As well in Winter Split, so maybe too soon to tell.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, is like Vitality were not a bad team by any means last split, right? Like top in leaderboards in the BO1s, then sort of flubbed it a bit in the BO3s, but I think that what yesterday showed us and what we already know we can expect from Upset from years past is that now Vitality are a team with threats in every single lane, right? Like Photon, all-pro team on the top side, Upset now coming in next to Kaiser as well. Like that is just an excellent duo lane on paper, and with the limited practice time they've had together, they looked pretty solid, I think.
Yeah, the Deutsche bot lane, as we called them with Kaiser yesterday, on the verge of becoming maybe one of the best bot lanes we're going to have in the LEC Yamato. And yeah, a team scary on every side of the map.
No, for sure. I think just being able to be so flexible in the meta is so important because we don't know what the patches are going to bring. And when I think of Upset, I don't think that I would pigeonhole him into anything. I think he's ready. He's played the Draven, he's played the Aphelios, he's played the Kate. Whatever is going to be necessary in order to come into a draft with the most amount of power, I know that Upset is going to be able to deliver.
It's super important that you stay flexible. Also, with the way that so many games played out in the Winter Split, it was all about the bot lane, right? Like 2 versus 2, jungle priority there. So I think it was really important to Vitality to compete with the best bot lanes here in EMEA to compete at the top level. They needed to bring in someone like Upset that I think has proven that track record in the past, and now Vitality I think are a serious threat to go very deep.
Yeah, and still looks to be the lane with the most impact we have for now, given the patch. But before we focus a bit more on the teams, I wanted to talk a bit about Gragas, a champion we've seen in every game yesterday, banned in game 1. I think it's going to be a pick we want to focus on again today, Ender.
Yeah, this is a champion that the flexibility it provides, combined with the solo lane flower, whether it's neutralizing top lane matchups, just being a lane you can gank around in mid or roam to sides, jungle as well as a good option. Like, this guy can just do a little bit of everything, and that makes it such a power pick in the draft, not to mention just how strong it is, Yamato.
For sure. I think the fact that when a team picks Gragas 1, 2, 3, the 4-5 bans almost become completely nullified because it's so hard to target anything specific. And to begin to talk about what he does in-game. His E cooldown is way too low, becomes more durable off of AP on his W, has a fantastic passive, good clear. His ultimate can be used to disengage, engage. The fact that he looks like that and he's just so adaptable and flexible and mobile, it's crazy to me, it's crazy.
He's got the moves.
He's got the moves. I'm so jealous.
I mean,
I ain't got no moves.
It's a champion we've seen every year. Always one of the strongest champions, I feel, in every meta. With XL playing on blue side, today, maybe a ban expected on the side of Vitality here.
Yeah, well, I was really surprised in game 1 to see it being banned on blue side, as a matter of fact, and then going to the Sejuani first pick. I don't think that's something that will continue. I think this will be a very common red side ban in the future. If teams, get clued into the idea that, hey, it was picked 5 times yesterday, maybe we should start removing this from the field of play because it just looks very, very strong. So yeah, I'd love to see it in XL's hands. I'd love them to show that they're willing to flex around too, because that's the only holdup, I think, with maybe some teams that might shy away from playing it is like, oh, are our mid laners ready to play it too? Because like junglers always have had to play the Gragas. Top lane too, for like the last year, been very popular up there as well. So if teams are willing to flex that into the mid lane role as well, that becomes a triple threat. And that's not even talking about maybe support in the future.
Waiting for Keria to pick its support, and maybe it's going to come in the support role as well. I remember these two teams clashing in the last day of regular season, last split in a 50-minute banger that some people would say Excel should have won, but...
Yeah, I can't believe they lost the game! I still...
The greatest thing about that game, Photon smurfed on Gragas. He was absolutely insane. The barrels were flying, and Photon showing his Gragas was fantastic in that game. I remember Viteo had the monster play on Rise. You know, that was so kind of bittersweet as an ending, because EXO showed some good potential in that one.
And it is two teams who made changes within their lineups. And when I interviewed Hansama yesterday, he was telling me that Vitality is the team who's going to benefit the most from making changes. Of course, bringing Upset back on the bot lane. But on the side of Excel, with the game we saw yesterday, I feel like we're starting to see a team finally and players clicking together. And coming in with a real game plan.
That was a really good debut for them. At the same time, I still am like holding out full belief in Excel, right? They were able to take down Fnatic that also made a lot of changes within their roster. We know they have the talent, but has the couple of weeks that they've had to sort of continue to gel together, work in the new player, has it paid off? That I think it's a little bit too early to call.
I think that they had a draft that made a very simple game plan play out. At some point, Victor's going to come online. I think Odoamne had a fantastic game where he snowballed very hard with the K'Sante. I think the key thing there is that they had the Annie, the Gragas. I think that the team fights kind of played themselves. If they're going to be able to be challenged there and the game is more intense, maybe in the early game, how are they going to look when there's a lot more contention in what their game plan is going to be in their draft?
I think that's a great point too, because I think one of the main problems that I saw in early days Excel back in Winter Split was they were playing like very complicated comps, or they were playing like comps like very narrow win conditions, right? A lot of like this Ahri Vine, it's like, oh, we need to make plays around mid lane, and then they just weren't. And then they'd wonder why they're getting outscaled and why these things are happening. So if that's sort of a mindset change as well with Excel coming into this split, where it's like, have the team fights that play themselves, like, I think that is a very welcome change for this team to hit the ground running.
It's going to be really interesting to see this improved hopefully version of Excel. Before we get onto the Rift, we want to say that we're experiencing some client issues on stage. League officials are currently trying to get all the players into the lobby, and we will hit the Rift in a few minutes. Quick hit on Excel still. Targamas versus Limit. I'm really happy to see Limit back in the league. I know that some fans had some mixed feelings about the fact that Targamas was replaced, but I mean, seeing the roams he did yesterday, a couple misplays on the bot lane early game, but still a good fit for Excel so far.
I think the key thing for me was missing for Excel is that I think the players, we have a lot of takers, but not a lot of givers. I think having players that are willing to commit their resources into other side of the map, this is what their players are kind of more used to. When I think of Viteo, when he had the greatest success was when Mersa and Zlatan or Zanzara was around mid lane, giving him that attention. I hope that we see this development with Excel, where they kind of play around the 3v3 mid, and we get to see some of those performances where Viteo takes advantages and actually takes over games.
Yeah, that old Misfits MO was just so much about playing through the mid side, and I think that like in the past, like this XL team, that was sort of what I was expecting to see with them go for heading into the winter split, but it didn't end up happening. At the same time, I think that like Odo, even in the losses, especially in winter split, had some very standout games as well. So like topside, I don't think is a real issue for Excel whatsoever. So I think that maybe a little bit more mid lane focused, soul lane focused when it comes to the team fights as well is a good look, good direction for Excel.
Yeah, I agree. And Excel, when you think about the fact that they stopped after week 3, they had a lot of time to rebuild. In that sense, which is not the case for Vitality. And I remember Upset was talking in Euphoria about the fact that he joined the team rather late, didn't have a lot of opportunities to scrim with the team. But when you look at the way they came in strong and clutch against Mad Lions yesterday, and Kaiser talking about communication improving within the team, expecting them to be even stronger in Spring this time.
I think what's so great about Upset, which most people don't see because it's more how he works within a team, I think he's very, very clear in what he wants to achieve in the game. When he picks a champion, I think the conditions for his teammates are very set. And I think that direction goes such a long way, because sometimes Vitality lacked that direction. Unless the draft was completely won, which happened in many cases, it happened yesterday too. I think that when there was contention around the mid game, the late game, when things went super clear, I think they were very fond of taking decisions that elevated risk for no reason. And I think Upset is the type of player that is going to definitely cage the mechanical prowess that Vitality has and definitely make it more precise when it comes into the later stages, because I think Upset is a player that can definitely view the game through the lens of his champion and how that champion needs to interact with the game to actually win. And this is so important, and this is what, to me, defines an elite level player, how they can communicate and make everyone involved in a plan that is going to take you all the way. And I think this is a very, very big talent that Upset has.
Oh yeah, and that sort of speaks to how he can carry, especially like the long-term success of this roster, you know, once he has more time to integrate. But I also think that like in terms of like roles, when you have limited time to bring someone in, like AD carry is one of the easier roles to integrate within a team. Like maybe there's some concern around how does the bot lane gel, how does that duo work? But you heard Upset and Kaiser speaking yesterday about, hey, we actually like worked pretty well together. We sort of naturally picked up and had similar ideas of how they view a lot of matchups, and they want to talk that through. So I think once you can sort of sort that out in the short term, which they seem to have done, there's no real concerns, and then you can just build, bring in the expertise to reframe how the team thinks about the game.
I think another key detail that I found, what's his name, Kaiser's secret account. So I know how much he spams the game. He spams so much.
Just a detective in your
so
spare
much
time?
solo queue. I know also Upset. It's like I was always watching the Champions Queue games, and he was always playing against Bo or with Bo. They've been like Upset has been so involved in the game, and he's been practicing so hard. Even though he hasn't been competing, he's been
been getting massages.
He's been basically
that is real team building.
He's marinating to be ready to play on stage. You know, and now he's good to go. You know, just put him on the hot steak, and you know it's gonna pop off. You know, that's just Upset.
I want to take a step back a bit and look at these two teams and the disappointment maybe they faced in winter. When you think of Excel, I still remember the opening video. 5th, not this time. They ended up 10th in the end.
We did it, guys.
Yeah, they did it. Vitality as well, coming in with like an ambitious roster last year and even more this year. Who's got the biggest pressure when you look at these two teams showing up in spring?
Well, I would say, like, expectations-wise, Vitality have the most pressure. Like, bringing Upset in, like, this roster is stacked. This is a roster that, at minimum, is trying to make it all the way to the finals. But at the same time, I think that Excel had the much bigger disappointment, right? Like, Vitality did fine in the BO1s, lost a couple of BO3s. Like, I don't think that's the end of the world for that team. Excel, on the other hand, if you don't make top 8, like, what are you doing? Like, this is not like a half thrown together roster, you know, cooked to the last second. Like, these are legit players on the team, and to not make it into top 8 minimum is just shocking. It shocked me last split, and if it happened again, I don't even know what I would do.
If I look at the winter split through the lens of Upset, who was sitting on the bench and waiting, I feel like the winter split was pretty much just a big advertisement in terms of what went down. Fnatic is having a super hard time. Vitality was having a hard time. We saw also Mad Lions in terms of their AD carry position. Kazi was really struggling in the later best of 5s in the season, and everyone was just calling out for Upset to come back in. So that comes with a lot of pressure because it has been basically bubbling the whole split. When will Upset play? And I think that kind of weight, you know, that's tough to deal with for sure.
When you look at the coach perspective, Yamato especially, maybe you've been in this situation before. How do you manage expectations from the players when you come back from a disappointing split, either of this team? What is the angle to work on and to prep the players in the best way?
I think always what I try to do is look at the lens through, like, basically, eventually you're going to be playing your last game in the season. So everything that you do needs to be in preparation for that. How you approach practice, how you approach the matches as well, because eventually every team is going to play the last game of the season, and that is where you get tested, whether that's at the World Championship, or that is in the playoffs, or that is going to be only in the regular season. However that looks, you need to be able to manage that pressure and also deliver a product that actually makes sense. So you need to always take these decisions that, are you going to work for the long term or the short term, depending on where you are in the standings, pretty much.
Do you think that mindset, like, still can truly apply now? Because I definitely see that in, like, the longer seasons of past with the old format, where you have, like, at least 8 weeks to sort of, like, get something going. But nowadays, when you have the risk of maybe after 9 games, after 3 weeks, you're eliminated, do you think you can still have that idea? Or is there more of, like, a time crunch to get it right off the bat?
I think it depends entirely on where you're at. So if you're in a situation where you're 3-0 in the first week, or you get a couple of wins, keep in mind it's top 8. So it's bottom 2. You need to fall very, very far down in the standings in order to put yourself in a position where you're eliminated. Korea is a good example of last split. They kind of, narrowly qualified. They got 4 wins in the regular split, and then they made it all the way up to top 3. So how you pace yourself out and how you make those decisions. Should we practice new things? Should we expose ourselves to new ideas, or should we band-aid and try to deliver each weekend? You need to kind of find the perfect balance. Sometimes we saw G2 lose a couple of games because they tried a Talia and a Swain and look kind of wonky. But I think that level of experimentation, they created a circumstance that allowed them to experiment that way. And I think finding the perfect balance to prepare yourself for the last game that you play is super, super important.
And that's the thing also, having to reset between one split and the other, given the fact that we just had like 1 week off, is going to be really difficult maybe for some teams. But quick reminder that if you're just joining us now, we're experiencing some client issues on stage before Vitality versus Excel. League officials are trying to get all players in the lobby as soon as possible, which gives us some time to talk about the meta for a bit. We previewed some champions yesterday. We saw most of them, I think, in-game, talking about Annie, Aurelion Sol, Gragas, also Lee Sin. Any surprises so far on your side?
Any surprises?
Vigar also. The game
I mean, I feel like not really.
It's scaling. I think.
Yeah. A lot of scaling. I don't think I was like super surprised by any of the picks. I think I was like pleasantly surprised, like seeing the Aurelion Sol pop out. Be having the ability to sort of like scale up and become an absolute monster. Even just some of the roams there on the Aurelion Sol were able to wipe up across the map. So I think that overall, like seeing 100% on Annie, Ashe, Gragas, not super surprising. Considering when you looked around the rest of the world, that is a very similar story.
100%. I think something that was interesting was the Mad Lions Cho'Gath flex. I think even though contextually, that was a very, very rough game. I think that's something that has a lot of potential, especially if you put yourself in a situation where you try to find the next Gragas. If you can't pick Gragas, this is a champion that can go mid, can go top, and I think it provides a lot of good utility and can cheat a lot of matchups. Maybe we'll one day get to that position where we will see the Senna Cho'Gath as well. I can think of, I know that Labrov loves the Senna. I could see a situation where Crownie maybe plays Cho'Gath. I think that champion has a lot of potential just because of the kit.
Different build than the one Keria played, though. Anyway,
yeah, just a little bit different. I was gonna say it is fun seeing Nisqy sort of carry on the wackiness of Winter, because he played like almost a new champ every single game, was very experimental. Now again, it's Cho'Gath into the Veigar, so he's cooking those wacky mages in the mid lane, which I definitely love.
I see 2 picks becoming very strong and powerful here in Spring, Gragas and Aurelion Sol mostly. We didn't see the champion enough, but any ideas on how you can fight this champion? Because again, we saw the Cho'Gath from Nisqy yesterday. I think it's a good lane option, but in terms of scaling, there's nothing you can do against this champion. So I want to have your take on how to deal with Aurelion Sol in the later stages of this.
I think the main thing for me is I think Aurelion Sol, he really fulfills the mage fantasy of scaling late into the game and really, really dominating. I think that the main contrast and why we might not see it in the LCK as much or in the LPL as much is because I feel like the games have gotten so much faster. Everything is about that first Drake. You kill it in the 5 to 6 minute window, and then you transfer over to Herald, and then all of us a second Drake spawns. And all these games kind of finish right at that point where you finish 2 items. And I think the key thing is, when we look at the champions that are being played around mid, we see a lot of the Gragas, these champions that like to buy Road of Ages. The Catalyst really is such a strong lane item, and you just have these champions that can fight early and put yourself in that position where you create a soul condition, of course, at 22 minutes. We saw it with Astralis. We saw G2 whole last split. I think T1 is a team that does it so well. I think the fact that the games are so much faster, that is where things become trickier for Aurelion Sol. But if you drop a Drake against Aurelion Sol, or you're off tempo, or something goes wrong, all of a sudden you are fighting against a ticking time bomb.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a pick where it's like, okay, there are certain teams you're going to know when you go up against them. It's like, oh, maybe they're a little bit slower to close things out. Maybe they don't play super aggressively around the Drakes early on.
Or if you're an LCS.
Yeah, sure, there you go. Slower game times over there. You play the Aurelion Sol and you're going to have a lot of fun, I think.
Yeah, we'll discuss a bit more about the meta later, but again, reminder, if you're joining us, we're experiencing some client issues on stage before the game Vitality versus Excel. And while we're waiting for the players to get into the lobby, let's listen into the latest episode of Pop Quiz. We'll be right back after.
So first one. It's like Infernal map spawning.
Can you repeat? I know the song. I mean, I know every song of the game, but...
This is like, I heard it so many times.
Tower shot or what? Bro, what is it?
I know it. Morgana Q.
Morgana Q? Morgana Q. Correct.
I didn't know it makes such a big sound in the beginning.
Second one.
Is that Udyr?
It's like someone fighting something, no?
Is it like Gnar transforming into like Mega Gnar?
I think it's Twisted Fate. Once again, please.
Oh. Corle? Blue?
Then Herald.
What the hell is that? Is it Nidalee?
I have no guess. Rengar.
I have a theory. Grump spawn. Oh my god! Okay, there's anyone guessed this.
That's Grump spawning.
Grump spawning.
Grump spawn?
Grump spawning. Really thought it was Grump spawning in the beginning, and then it sounded like a dragon hatching or something like. I was, whoa, that was crazy.
All right, next one.
What is that? I have no clue.
I heard this sound before.
Yeah, I do recognize it. I do recognize it actually.
It's probably gonna be really obvious. Okay, ability item environment. Environment? Is it Elder Dragon?
It's the map that changes.
Nashor spawning.
Can I get it again?
Oh. Okay, Samira E.
I don't know.
I'll give you a tip. It's a champion ability.
Belveth?
Belveth?
Rengar Q.
It sounds like Brand, but I don't know. I don't know. K'Sante ult?
Okay, K'Sante ult.
Is it K'Sante? I know that sound because every time I hear it, I die. Actually.
Yeah, okay.
I would have failed miserably here, but
K'Sante
surprise
sound.
is here. No, but that's the thing. We were mentioning it yesterday.
He shouts when he does
Yeah, he
his
shouts
ultimate.
when he does it. Yeah, and the fact that we just hear the going through the wall thing. Yeah, it threw me off. Ender, well, how would you have that?
Usually I'm really good at those pop quiz things, but I don't know. Maybe I listened to my music like way too loud because none of those. I got absolutely none. I was like maybe Rek'Sai on the K'Sante. I'm a Rek'Sai like main, and I had no idea.
I thought Mountain Drake. It sounded like Scaly in the end.
Yeah, I thought it was
Mountain Drake
or like
spawning.
the Baron.
But I guess like Mountain Drake on half of those. But none of them were Mountain Drake, so I suck at sounds. Deaf. Tone deaf.
Tone deaf. All right. Back on game topics maybe here. And the meta, as we were talking about, we will see Yuumi maybe later in the patches. Not for now. We're free.
Finally.
We are free. We had like a good 3 weeks of Yuumi the last time that we would bring it back. But is there anything that you've seen in other regions maybe, because I know you watch also other regions, that you expect to see in the LEC? As we only had 2 days. I mean, 1 day and 1
Well,
game
I'm personally
so
really excited to see Gecko locked in finally. Once we once we get
back on
booted
League
up
of
with-
Legends.
I want to see people run it down with Lee Sin. That kind of excites me.
Thank you.
I think Lee Sin is something that is difficult to play, and it really centers the game around 3v3 mid. And I hope that the meta moves in that direction. I want to see Annie, Lee Sin, I want to see LeBlanc, Lee Sin, and I want them to completely fail and be completely useless, and I want them to be called sinners. I really want to see that.
Now, wait. I want to ask though, are you a based Lee Sin flex enjoyer?
Yeah.
Oh.
You
That's
like
what
him
I'm
in
talking
solo
about.
lanes?
I think you just need hands. You just really need hands to play Lee Sin.
Right, so it's off the table for Vedius.
Pretty much, yeah. Like we've definitely seen Lee Sin played in mid and top. I saw Champions Q. I saw Niski play Lee Sin. It wasn't a good look. But,
Sorry,
you know,
Niski.
God bless him. You know,
He's a Cho'Gath main, Veigar main, like press R. You gotta understand.
Is he though?
I just saw that game in Champions Cube. I think Lee Sin as a champion, just if you put yourself in positions where you early skirmish, I think that you can do well. There's this gadget copy pasta where he basically says, in early game, Lee Sin does a lot of damage. He's very strong in skirmishes. In mid game, he has a lot of playmaking because of his kick. In late game, you can kick your coach because you picked your Lee Sin.
I mean, yeah, if the game lasts too long, then
Yes.
it's a really good one, actually. I always think that the game is in its most healthy state when you have Lee Sin and Thresh enabled in the game. And about Thresh, this is a champion we're seeing a bit more right now, but the Earth version of Thresh, I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe the new Thresh is a little bit too fun to watch, because this guy's throwing out Qs every 2 seconds. It's wild.
I really like Thresh. I think it's just a champion that is fun to watch. I like the direction that they want to make Thresh into a champion that maxes Q, and it feels valuable to do so, because the Lantern Thresh was quite boring. I remember the Lantern Thresh, you just play for late game with Jinx, and then she gets excited. The attack the enemy Thresh. I really like that version, but it definitely opens up for more mistakes. You look very silly when you miss the hook and you're just standing there still and you get CC'd and you die. But that's no risk, no fun.
We're talking about bot lane. I would like to have Mr. Expert bot lane to join us. GB. Entering the game.
Come in.
You want my chair?
While we wait for him to walk in.
Chair. Okay, nice.
So I've actually been informed that the reason the game hasn't started is because... Hold on, I'm trying to make a point over here. The reason the game has not started yet is because Twitch chat has not proven that they can count to 100.
Oh my God.
So I'm watching right now. I'm hoping that we can just sort of, again, show the LEC production that we can do that. We, passed second grade math, and then we can actually go ahead and start our second match of the day.
Anyway, GB, we're having a meta talk. And,
yeah, sorry, what are we talking about?
We were talking bot lane and the fact that Thresh is busted right now, and that the Q...
He doesn't look very busted right now from what we've seen, does he?
In the LEC, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, in the LEC, but we had just...
Okay, yeah, so specifically from solo queue, let's talk about those CD changes, okay? Because it's absolutely busted. So I think, in essence... You have your hook on a 2-second cooldown when you hit that, okay? And you keep having it. Now, the main problem I see with Thresh most of the time is the fact that people feel like he's still this engaged champion. But that's not necessarily true. The reason why we play Thresh nowadays is because he's a peeler and he's a champion that allows the AD carry to reposition with the Lantern. Now, what you need to do with this hook is that you flay them away, you hook, you have that on 2-second cooldown, and you just keep flipping it around and you buy more space for your AD carry. And those 2 seconds are really important. The problem that I see with Thresh most of the time is that he's not reliable engaged. Those hooks, they are not landing on the enemy AD carry. They're landing on the frontliner and they're landing to make sure the AD carry can play the game.
And to add to that, if you look at the one win, right, that we saw, there was Mickey Thresh. I think the key thing there was the fact that they had tools to start fights. They had the Maul fight going, the Javan ult going, and Thresh wasn't in a position where he needed to start the fight's going. He was the cherry on top of a very beautiful Maul fight Javan cake. And I think the key thing about Thresh is just leveraging the Lantern gank and really pressuring the enemy with Hex Flash and being able to be in that rhythm where you dominate the bottom side. It's so important to be able to lock in a stronger AD carry. Draven together with Thresh into Xayah was perfect. And I think that's how you play out your dream Thresh game.
And just for the record, rank 16 right now on the Korean ladder plays a lot of Thresh top as well. So for you solo queue enjoyers out there, OPGG on towards the Korea, FA space Addy, ADY. This guy plays a lot of supports in the top lane. Now, you're used to that, what's it called, the Enchanters, but he gets the Rakan, he gets the Thresh. So go out there on the internet and get inspired.
Do not do this.
Do it.
Please.
Rank also, 16 on the Korean server, he's good.
Respect what's left of solo queue, please.
They don't know what 16 is.
What have they counted to so far?
Well, they went to 69 after the number 4, so I just don't really understand.
What does that
The
mean?
summer of 69.
Oh, we're in Spring. League's Edge's casters taking away the new members.
We're in Spring Split.
I've always wanted to do a music video, so this is great.
No, I guess this is a start. We have cameras on us and a game is happening.
Yeah.
Thresh is fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's ballads about it. So.
Help us segue to something different.
Yeah,
I'm just stuck on the singing note that we did.
Respect solo queue, please. What's left of it, at least. Just a reminder that if you're joining us right now, you're experiencing some client issues on stage before Vitality XL. League officials are working in getting the players into the lobby as soon as possible, which gives us time to see if Twitch chat is counting the way
now
they
they're just
should.
saying nice.
They're just saying nice. Okay, that's great.
I think game delay should be sponsored, no?
Honestly.
That would be...
I feel like that would create some problem with the interest there.
You know what? You could do like weighted blankets. Right? Like a weighted blanket spawn because it's putting everyone to sleep.
That is actually really good.
Right?
I have one at home.
And then instead of talking, no, they're great.
No, they're great.
Instead of talking, we could just all have a weighted blanket and then just sleep.
Okay, but
bench?
edge.
You are from the LFL. You guys build dog-houses and stuff. Why have you not pitched something we can build right here?
That is something that I've been pitching a while ago.
Yes.
Actually, the fact that if you
bring in the IKEA furniture. Where's Finn?
We build a dog house usually for one of our casters to sleep in. Could be Ender in our case.
With the weighted blankets.
With the weighted blanket,
It's all coming together.
But yeah, no, but that's something I was pitching the LEC actually. The fact that we should actually build something when we have to stall for
Social
time
media,
like this.
guys. That's where you change the thing. Just keep adding them. Like build a doghouse, build whatever. You come in with the ideas. Make it easier for us.
Oh, there's like League of Legends Wordle, you know, LOL.
Yeah. Oh, we could do
that would be
LOL.
fire. That would be fire. Just saying, if it's gonna be a while, maybe we cook something.
I like that we've hijacked the stream and we're just like trying to enforce our producers to do all the things that we want.
We do content. Let's do a little bit of content.
We don't even have to do next week's storyline meeting. We can just do it now.
Taking production hostage right now.
I think we need to see the games, how they play out. Exo versus Vitality,
we already
super
have
exciting.
we have one game we can take. We can prepare the next one.
All right, hold on, GB, because I feel like you might have something for us. Because you were telling us all about the Samira a little while ago. Do you have some solo queue tech or some champions you want to sell us on?
He just
right
did.
Now? Yeah, I know, but like a real champion, not supports top lane.
Yeah, well, this can be played top lane as well, but Emax Nautilus is the newest stonks that there is, and it's legit just so great for solo killing enemy AD. It made me get master, and I'll have you know that I'll just say this right now. My win rate, that was negative. Okay. I started playing Emax Nautilus, 74% win rate, towards master immediately.
I have something that is actually serious.
Oh.
Against Ashe.
Oh.
Which is an unbeatable champion. How about Zyra?
That sounds
I love it.
Unironically, I think it would be a really good lane, champion in lane against Ashe.
Zyra is a really good champion. She brings a lot of value. She's...
And after 20 minutes, she's completely
I think
useless.
Zyra into trash. Now that's something I believe in.
Yeah,
it's
but then you have Heimerdinger already.
It's Heimerdinger 2.0.
It's one of the natural counters. The issue is that the plant's durability compared to Heimerdinger is not the best.
And they both have a dragon skin.
You know where the plant durability is good, though? In the jungle, okay?
The mighty jungle.
Ages ago, they made it.
I don't know if this is is it a meme or are you serious?
No, I back in the day, I tested some Zyra jungle. It was pretty sweet.
Okay.
It was really good.
You take Hex Flash, yeah, so you can get over walls. That's the only way to gain because you have to Hex Flash out at them. Okay. It's pretty good.
I feel like maybe Predator and you just run at them instead.
I did play a little bit of Predator with it. Yeah.
Right.
I liked it. That was the meta back then. But also like Morgana jungle, not as bad as you think.
It used to be good when Rumble jungle was good MSI. I think it was 2 years ago.
Look, it's not terrible, okay? Like, he was selling you on Sports top lane. Sports can be played everywhere. It's kind of like 80 carries, you know? There's better in every role besides AD.
Okay, but the reason is also because we came into this position where we had like these range supports that was super good, right? And then the first approach we had was like, okay, let's try and make the melee supports better. But that didn't really change it out because the problem was always the early laning phase when you're playing these champions. Now, this is not the problem we have right now, but on 13.5 that we will be moving to, now the range supports are finally getting nerfed, but you're now sitting and looking at all these buffs melee supports. So the stocks for these melee supports are just so much out there, and that's why if we start seeing them in solo lanes, it's because of some of the impacts that we had in this. So it's like, it's not only just a buff, it's also a bigger buff because now the thing that was good before gets nerfed. So yeah, but I mean, Yumi's also a thing, so...
No. We don't talk about Yumi now. We have like a good 3 week breaks off Yumi. She will come back eventually because it looks to be freakishly strong in solo queue. But yeah, for now, in competition, I think we're safe. No, we won't talk about Yumi right now. But the win rate is actually higher now than it was before the champion was reworked.
Yeah, she's also more boring now than she was before. So there's no incentive to ever go out.
Yumi, I think they've made it a lot easier to play.
Because it was really hard to play to begin with.
Honestly, there's a big difference. There was a big difference between Korea and Meiko playing Yumi, which is Yamato didn't ban Yumi, but going out and trading and using Eri was actually like a thing.
Is this a fairy possession we need to have here? Like, is there something you want? Like,
to air it all out.
Yumi, you can get it out now. This is the time.
I'm just saying, I was Lucian, Nami, Azir, Gragas hype train before everybody else.
Right.
And look at me now. Look, I'm on the
analyst
desk.
He's on the analyst desk. This is where the big boys hang out.
Look at me now.
Lucian Nami, by the way, now that you mention it, something that we won't see so much, hopefully, coming into this split, was described as a bait by the end of winter. I know that the LCK is still a heavy enjoyer of Lucian Nami, but take on this duo right now.
I think the main issue is just Bloodthirster. it's like Bloodthirster, Overheal, poking is not really relevant anymore.
Revitalize as well, secondary, you can go conditioning.
You're a tank. You're literally a tank and you can't get poked, and Lucian Nami didn't like tanks that much. I think a lot of the matchups were always contested, and Lucian Nami was kind of a scaling pick where you just got more gold because you leverage first strike. But if something is disrupted in the game, it becomes a lot harder to play. I think we saw something similar with Caitlyn and Lux too. Not a lot of teams in Europe were actually playing Caitlyn and Lux because if something goes wrong, you are going to be in big, big trouble. So I think those fragile bot lanes, I still believe we're going to see a lot of Kate, but maybe together with the Heimer doing more often because that champion sometimes makes it through draft.
All right. Again, reminder that if you're joining us, we have some client issues on stage before Excel versus Vitality. And while we're waiting for players to get in the lobby, Shox, save us from this madness that this desk is becoming. Take it away.
Thank you. It was really fun, but this is also going to be fun. I have Swiffer here with me. SK is playing Fnatic later. But yeah, you had someone who couldn't get into the game as well, right?
We did.
What was going on there?
It was just a client error.
No, I mean when DOS had the caps lock on.
Oh, when DOS had the caps lock.
Yeah.
Right. No, well, that's actually happened multiple times.
Ah.
Yeah. We forgot by the third week that the password hadn't changed, so yeah.
Okay.
It was just a little lapse in judgment.
All right. I'd just like to repeat that because it's not always like a server issue. Yeah. Sometimes it's just a player issue.
Sometimes it's just, it is the players.
It is.
But, yeah.
So you're playing Fnatic today, and you had a great start yesterday. Team fights were really, really impressive.
Thank you.
So what's going to be the approach versus Fnatic? They are down, kind of.
Yeah, they do look a lot better than they did last split, though. The plan, I mean, hopefully we win an early game, right? That's the plan moving forward. Put a bit of work into that, so hopefully it pays off. But yeah, if we're not able to do that, then we're just going to fall back to good old team fighting. It seems to be the tried and true method. So yeah.
Pretty important in League of Legends.
I would say so.
I would say so.
It's our top 3 things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Getting into the game.
Top one,
probably.
I would say. Yeah.
Talk to me about Fnatic then. You said you have a better impression of them. I'm reading between the lines, scrims then in some regard. So what is it? Or
no, we didn't scrim them because
you're playing
week
them.
1.
That makes sense.
Didn't scrim them. But just watching from the game that they played against XL yesterday, a lot more proactive, like early game. Like at least, the mid game looked like a lot more stable and everything like that. So it looks like they're a lot more cohesive than they were last split. So whatever they're doing, it's working.
It's working.
Yeah.
What are your top 3 goals for SK in terms of what you as coach want to see improved from the team?
Okay. So it's mainly the early game, right? That seems to be like where we're struggling the most. So trying to like figure all that out, flow of communication, everything around that. The like long term, that's really like the main thing without giving too much away. Yeah. The main thing for us again is just to always do better than the split before. So
boring.
Yeah, I know. I'm very, very good at PR apparently. Thank you.
Do you know any League related jokes?
Oh no. Do I know any League related jokes? No, actually, you know who does? Certus. Certus
really?
Knows League-related jokes.
Do you want to send them to us after?
Yeah, I could.
Okay.
Yeah, I could.
Well, I think I have one, though.
Okay.
Okay, Lee Sin walks into a bar.
Okay, Lee Sin
and into a
walks
chair.
Yeah.
And into a table.
Oh, okay.
And, okay, you see, because
I've got it. Yeah, I got it.
What do you think about Lee Sin right now?
What do I think about Lee Sin?
Segue.
Yeah, this is not the interview that I expected. What do I think about Lee Sin right now? I think he has a place. Is that place in the LEC? We shall see.
Great. That was a great last note. Thank you for your insight.
Thank you for having me.
Back to the desk.
That was amazing. Thank you, Shox, and thank you, Swiffer. I want to talk about the standings and the teams also, because segue into the discussion that Shox was having here. Question I have for you, who do you think is going to be the biggest surprise this split? Who do you think is going to be the biggest disappointment this split? Who looks to be the most overrated team this split? And yeah,
is this like
elaborate on this, please. Okay, biggest surprise this split. First.
You know, this would be bold, but just after maybe
after one game.
After one game.
Let's overreact a bit.
So when I'm thinking biggest surprise, I'm looking at the place where no one has expectations, so you know it's gonna be a surprise. I think Leader could be a big See, you said Astralis. I think Leader was playing Ryze yesterday. He was playing evenly matched against Larsen in the mid lane. Like, KDA wasn't perfect, right? But he was great for Astralis in that game and actually had Prior to move around with. Leader could be a big surprise. Would he be the biggest? I don't know. Astralis was on the list and I immediately went to them.
Hovering some
Yasuo,
I will, Yone, before picking Ryze. Yeah, I'm really happy to see Leader back in the league, by the way. Yamato, biggest surprise of the league?
Oof, I'm a bit... I guess Mad Lions, they need to figure out what's going on, because I think 2 drafts that they played were kind of hard to play.
Yeah.
I think that they don't seem so sharp after the finish. There was a rough best of 5 that they played against G2, and then I assume they took a break, and I wonder how they're going to bounce back, because I always bring back the same points, like how do you figure out your momentum, because they have a game tomorrow, and what's going to happen if that game plays out wrong? All of a sudden, you need to squeeze so much out of 3 days of practice, and that is a difficult thing to do. So it's always interesting to see how that plays out, because even though there's so many more games to play, I think the standings can maybe sometimes tell a story of how things are going to develop, and it's a true test of how you're going to manage those expectations, especially when you look at the teams around them. Excel picked up a win, Astralis picked up a win, and all of a sudden you might be in a position where you're scraping for wins, and the mentality can shift completely when you're in a do-or-die situation.
And there?
I mean, I might go with a negative surprise here. Well, first of all, I think our bottom 2 teams are going to switch up. I've got a little bit more faith in Excel this time around. We'll see about Fnatic. We'll see about Fnatic. You know, they've only played 1 game, so too early to say. But I think that mainly I want to see some progression from Team Heretics, because I'm a little bit concerned about the team. I think individually they all showed a lot of very bright moments, but I think team-wide had a bit of a... They really struggled when it came to like early game team fights around objectives, and especially in late game situations. One thing I appreciated was it seemed like they were all very much willing to get on the same page and commit to calls. But you saw from like the very questionable like base race decisions or heading to a Drake when Baron's coming up, these sort of situations in the late game where they made a decision as a team, but it was not the right decision in the moment in the game. And I don't know if that's just poor calling or, you know, maybe there's a bit of a communication barrier there where it's like, you know, it's hard to have an argument about, you know, maybe going for a different decision. But yeah, basically I want to see smarter team-wide playmaking from Team Heretics if they're going to continue to do well in the LEC.
I want to add to that point too. I think a common issue I feel with teams like Heretic, and I see this a lot on the ERL level too, is that when it comes to the mid to late game, everyone, if you try to think of how you want to contest mid, it's not necessarily that you want to put bodies on mid, it's more about that you want to build vision around mid that allows your AD carry to pressure the wave without having players around you. So basically, you create a vision pattern that forces the enemy to show on that vision pattern, and through that information, you're allowed to push side. And I think the main thing that Team Heretics always do is they show 5 people on the mid wave. And when that happens, the enemy solo laners are stealing the side waves, and they're left always playing catch-up. And they're there bleeding waves, and in reality, they need to play in Fog of War. They need to let Jack Spectre, for example, be on the wave, and then they need to be in river after they've controlled it, and then collapse on the solo laner that is taking that neutral wave. But this just never ever happens. They're just showing on the mid wave. Of course, we've only seen 1 game, and that was against G2, and they were getting slaughtered. So maybe there's more to show.
Okay, I see an opportunity to cast this.
Yeah, I was going to say, you could do all of those things, or you could just throw tennis balls around.
I thought it was my head is like a tennis ball with my haircut. So I thought it was an
not throwing you around. We don't want to damage any of the contents inside your tennis ball.
Anyways.
What is it actually? Like some... I don't know.
What's what?
No, because when you see like players and teams like play stuff like this backstage, usually it's like some not team building, but like some focus.
Well, a lot of times it's like
like
performance coaches will run these types of things. I know like it's like some like reflexes things, just getting the blood flowing before a game as well is like fun stuff.
I've been watching some Drive to Survive, and I don't know.
The new season?
Yeah, the new season.
Advertising, by the way.
I don't know anything about Formula One, but I really like the warm-up exercises.
He keeps calling Vettius Max Verstappen, and
I think they have similar characteristics. But let me tell my point, please. And I have this, like
Tell
this
us
game.
in chat if you think that Vettius looks
a little
like
bit.
Verstappen.
Look at the cheeks, cheeks and mouth. But nevertheless, they have this game where like there's green lights and red lights, and I think that
in Squid Game, yeah, I watched that.
Okay.
Just say it. You talk then.
Time time out. I hear that Quickshot would like to play some games with the fans, so over to you guys.
That's better, I guess.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes, welcome back to the cast today. It's Quickshot and Dagda here.
He's been having a tantrum.
Just joining us. I have to give a huge shout out to the fans here in Berlin who have had such high spirits and such high energies, except for one guy, Johannes. He's a bit of a dick, and I'll tell you why in a minute. Before we get to it, I do want to remind everybody, unfortunately, we are experiencing technical difficulties with our server and our client here in the studio. So while our technicians and our league operations team are working on resolving that issue, we are going to play some games. Just before I jump into it again, and Dagda, I'm so sorry, you just have to listen for a bit. Yeah. The tennis balls throwing back and forth, it's actually something that I've learned through both sports therapy as well as just like therapy itself as well. What they end up doing is it's a hand-eye coordination exercise that switches off your brain. Because you're so focused on catching the tennis ball, you forget about the stress, you forget about the pause. So it's a really good mental reset. The reason I wanted to explain that, why I was itching to jump in there, is I'm going to do a mental reset with hopefully everybody here in the studio and the fans at home. Now, I'm going to ask my production team to find Johannes in the audience. It's a gentleman in a Mad Lions hat and a Mad Lions jersey, because at the end of the game, there, Johannes, put your hand up for me. Put your hand up for me. That's him, right. At the end of that Mad Lions game, I asked Dagda if Mad Lions sucked. And Johannes took that personally. He came over to me. He wanted to start a fight. He's like, bro, don't give me
Squaring up to him and everything.
Listen to the noise, they're laughing. So I'm challenging him to a rock, paper, scissors, best of 3 for Mad Lions honor. All right. So now, production, I'm going to need cameras.
I'll referee this one.
Can we get 2 cameras? Yeah. Is it possible? Yes. So, Johannes, look at where you are on the camera. Look at the screen there, right? The way this will work, Dagda's going to ref, Dagda's going to call it. We throw on 3. So it's 1, 2, 3. Okay. Throw rock on your first one. Okay. All right, Dagda, you set us up.
You ready? 1, 2, shoot.
Oh, okay. 1-0 to us.
So the problem is, Quickshot said he's not allowed to lose, so this is now a best of 5.
It's a best of 5 now.
Yeah, just as a heads up, I've been told I'm not allowed, so yeah. Okay, so here we go. 1, 2, go.
Okay, wait. Yeah, on go, we throw.
Yeah.
Okay.
1, 2, shoot.
Oh,
he's smoking you. He's destroying you. All right, reverse sweep. Reverse sweep.
This is the reverse sweep.
I do think he's in your head, though. I'm just going to say it. So, 1, 2, shoot. Oh. 1, 2, shoot.
Oh.
1, 2, shoot.
Yes. Okay.
Oh, okay.
2-1. The reverse sweep is
the reverse sweep is coming. Okay. 1, 2, shoot.
Yes!
Oh!
2-2.
What?
Also, we did not script this. Okay. Final one. This is for Mad
Take your
Lions
time. Take a breather.
Okay.
Take a breather.
Right.
You got this.
You're not in my head. You're not in my head. You suck, bro. Okay, let's go. Let's go.
Poor lad just wanted to come to the studio today.
Okay.
1, 2, shoot.
I formally
got destroyed.
I formally apologize to Johannes and to all Mad Lions fans. Congratulations, that was really
Give him
well
a round
done.
of applause. That was brilliant.
I will say as well, the whole time we were in pause, I was just yelling at this crowd and just trying to egg them up and specifically picking on him. So thanks for being a great sport.
Yeah, we did also practice something else during the
What did we
pause,
practice?
though. We had our wave.
The wave.
So we have to wave. So I want to see, because I'm going to pick someone out here.
Okay, wait.
There's a person with an I love Yumi sign in the crowd. I don't know if we can get onto her on the left-hand side.
Oh, just hold
this person here on the left is going to be my person that as soon as I start this wave, you have to follow. You're the point lead on this, all right?
Also, just before we start, Berlin, what do we think of Yumi? Okay, that's a bit of a mixed response. I do need to warn production. We're now going to do a wave across the entire audience. So I think we might need to get a high wide. So we're going to go for the wave here, all right? We'll see if we can get the camera ready. I think it's just been set up. So Dagda, the floor's yours.
All right, you ready? All right, I love Yumi. Are you ready? Give me a thumbs up. All right, 3, 2, 1, yeah! Can we get it back? Can we get it back? Can we get it back?
Backwards, go backwards! Okay.
That was actually pretty good.
Okay, wait. I am just hearing. Hold on. Okay, play another game. Vote for who's favorite.
All right. So I want to hear who thinks that Excel will win. Oh my! Sorry, let me try that again. Sorry, I think my mic cut out there for a second. Let me try that one more time. Who thinks Excel will win? There we go. Great.
But what about the other side?
Yeah. All right. Who thinks Vitality will win?
Okay, that's pretty favorite. That's pretty favorite.
More, yeah.
I do have some good news. Fortunately, I can tell you that not only is the game lobby up, myself and all 10 players are in the lobby. I am hopeful that this will start and will work. So in the event that it
so you
does,
don't have to lose again?
Dagda and I will now reset and we'll get into like pre-match mode. If we have any more problems, we've got a few more games lined up our sleeves. Before I do though, Berlin, I just want to say thank you so much. You guys have been amazing. To everybody watching at home, thank you for your patience. We truly apologize about the technical issues that we are encountering. As mentioned, both our server and client, we're having some problems, which we're hoping are resolved. We're going into drafts! Nailed it! Welcome to Picks and Bans for our second game of the day. XL taking on Team Vitality. Both of these teams picking up wins yesterday, and Perks' Aurelion Sol is the first champion on the chopping block, not allowing that through. What is still up? Ash and Annie are screaming out to me.
Yeah, and in a meta where rock beats paper beats scissors, you really need to try and get these off the table. I imagine that you're going to get probably the Annie ban, by XL here, but actually going to go for the Bar. So guaranteeing essentially that one of these power picks is going to be open. So now the big question for Vitality is, do you still ban Ash? Do you still ban the Annie? And just kind of make sure that you're at least only giving one through, or guarantee one for yourself. But it looks like it should be probably the Annie selected here, but Patrick actually going to go over towards the Caitlyn.
Okay, so Patrick playing Caitlyn is a denial from Upset for yesterday, who I might go bold and say that Upset's Caitlyn was the first good Caitlyn that I've seen all year in Europe.
Yeah, I agree.
And Patrick is throwing the gauntlet down.
He clapped folks on that. Absolutely looking fantastic. And one of the big things as well is, because you're giving this Annie over, Annie doesn't like compositions that have a lot of long range in it, because she's very flash reliant and trying to get the CC down. She also doesn't have a huge amount of range in her kit. So if you're going to put her down into this bot lane, it actually becomes a little bit of an issue where you don't actually have the range to try and match the Caitlyn. So chances are this could be going towards Perks in the mid lane, but we'll have to see exactly what the game plan is.
So two interesting things about this. Zion Annie locked in. I want to highlight that for Patrick, with his over 220 games, he has only ever played 8 professional games on Caitlyn, of which he has won 3 of them. Okay, so that's already a risky start. For Kaiser, as far as I can tell, this is his first ever Annie, if that goes to his hands, because Perks could run in the middle lane, which is what we're seeing predominantly from the LCK.
Yeah, and now we're going to have to see exactly what the rest of the plan is, because as you were saying, look, Annie could go mid, but I think you've also got the opportunity to go for something like the Elise in the jungle. The problem is you don't really want a Annie and an Elise trying to set up through that mid jungle. It's a lot of AP, makes it very easy for the runes to come through where you can defend that. So I'm curious now if you actually do get to see the Annie go into the bot lane. The Elise comes out and goes, okay, well, I'm just stronger in a 3v3 that we can set up on bot side against something like a Maokai, and then we can actually play in to deny the push from the Caitlyn and make her useless in these early laning phases, if Vitality are thinking that.
What do you make of the Annie into Caitlyn Heimer? Oh, there we go, now it's confirmed. Perks Annie in the middle lane, Zaya Rakan in the bottom lane, so jungle pool could get hit, as well as potentially mid lane pool, as you can see Victor already banned away.
Yeah, I think if I'm XL though, I'm targeting the jungle pool, right? You've already got the Vi gone, Maokai's taken. I think you do ban the Elise, just to talking about that potential to set up for the play on the bot side. Also maybe looking towards something like a Wukong as well that could be quite strong, especially with that setup with the Rakan. But I'm curious to see exactly what the game plan is. Jarvan as well, actually incredibly strong at the moment, probably going to be one of the higher bans here.
Now, one of the things you do have to keep in mind for Xerxes Maokai, that huge AoE engage, as well as disengage, is going to be very, very impactful. Obviously, Upset on that Xayah will have that Featherstorm to be able to jump up and away, but Annie, Rakan, champions that really need to run at you, get into your face, that is a lot of tools they have to find ways around. We do see the Lee Sin banned away, and now Vitality, do they pick another mid laner?
But I think that's the big one here. Vitality, yes, go towards the mid lane again, but I really like what XL have as an opportunity right now, because if you look, everything that is on Vitality, you already said, wants to run into them. Well, you know, Caitlyn, great long range. Heimer loves when you run into turrets. Maokai loves when you run into his ultimate. He's able to provide CC. And I even like the Orianna ban here from Vitality. I think that was going to be the next big point that I was going to say, is like, Orianna, fantastic into Annie in the mid lane, and also just plays into, hey, if you're going to run into me, this is so much zone control coming through. So nice job by Vitality to identify that. But things like the Victor are still going to be there for video. Things that can still do relatively well, outranging Annie and keeping that that zone control.
I mean, that Victor was banned away just a second ago. I think crucially the Elise was still open, and instead right now Bo's hovering that Sejuani. Range is something I'm already starting to see as being a potential problem. However, if Vitality get in range, the amount of CC, AoE, and burst is gigantic. And this is a fairly squishy roster that's been put together from XL so far. But again, it's going to be a battle of who can control the area and who can ensure that their crowd control or their range is used to their advantage. Either Jace or Cassio will fulfill both of those respective talking points and it'll be locked in the Cassio.
Yeah, I think the Cassio is great for that disengage still, but he's going to struggle a little bit just because she's relatively shorter range compared to something like the Jace. And already you had a lot of magic damage, so I thought they might go for the Jace, but not actually going to be the case. Right now, though, you already can see the setup that XL have. They're like, cool, we're going to play from range. We're going to absorb all this engage that you have in Vitality and make sure that then we can kind of kite backwards. So I think something like a Renekton here that is also enabled as players or teams are jumping into him is going to be fantastic.
I mean, Renekton will round out the composition here for XL. Odo had a fantastic game yesterday, and just before we get this last pick, let's play a round of quick stats. When was the last time we saw a mid-lane Annie in the LEC? And this is not fair for a bro who's been here for like 7 weeks.
I mean, I'm going to 5 years.
3,000 days ago. It was played in 2013 by Alex Ish. Wow. That was the last time we saw a mid-lane Annie, and Perks will be running it today. The final champion locked in, and we quickly double-check on my client. This may potentially be a problem. It was a Tryndamere, which I do not believe is correct. I can see the players have just dropped out of the lobby, and while I wait for league officials to confirm to me what is happening.
Back to rock, paper, scissors.
Hold on. Let's not go off the rails immediately, because I still am reeling from my defeat to Johannes. But there will need to be one last champion locked in. I can see the players have dropped out for now. I will give you an update as soon as I can. But yeah, mid lane Annie for Perks.
Yeah, I think I like the flexibility that the Annie can give you, but I think what we've seen so far is that teams are able to kind of go look at it and go, okay, well, as long as we can play range and we're able to disengage, we should be in a relatively good spot against it. We've seen two very different styles from the Annie. I think Limit actually was one of the players that we saw playing far more aggressive on it, which I think is the way you should do. And if you look across the players like Knight and all this in the LPL, it's much more about, hey, I'm going to take whatever threat is on the enemy team and make sure I'm instantly throwing all my damage onto that target, whether it's a mid laner or an AD carry, to make sure they can have fun. But it becomes very difficult when that's a Cassiopeia or a Caitlyn.
Now, I have just heard that the final pick there from Vitality was a Jace. So my assumption being that Photon will be running the Jace in the top lane, Perks will be running the Annie in the mid lane, and both of these team compositions have got like insane AoE CC abilities. They've also got a fair amount of range in slightly different ways. Obviously, I think I lean more towards XL's composition in terms of overall team comp range. You cannot deny the power of those feathers as well as the accelerated shock blast from Jace.
Also just gives a huge amount of burst to this composition. If Annie gets in on top of you, a full combo with Jace accelerated shock blast over the top, even just the Xayah burst that can come through when she has some feathers down, there's a huge amount that can come through very, very quickly here. So I think we're already kind of seeing the way that Vitality want to try and play this. It's, hey, we'll set up early round objectives, make sure that we're playing around our vision, denying access from XL into these choke points, and if you can catch them as they're trying to enter things like River, that's where you can make your stand. Whereas on the opposite side, I think trying to play through the fact you have these strong lanes like the Caitlyn, like your opportunity for a Renekton, if you can land that CC in the top side, find those early leads, and then start to snowball the game to the point where it's so difficult for Vitality to actually deal with the range that you have.
All right, thank you so much, Dagda. I will admit I missed the last 40 seconds. I was speaking to production. I have heard that the players will be quickly dropping out of the existing lobby, redoing the picks and bans off camera. And as mentioned, the final lock-in was Jace. With a little bit of luck, if we have the manpower, I'd love to get the draft graphic on screen. Throwing production on the bus here, they are working through a lot of things. I have just heard it might be difficult. So I think we'll zoom out a little bit and maybe just focus on a few of the other elements. Let's talk about the fact both of these teams won their games yesterday. I think they won them in different ways, right? And I think specifically, Vitality just individually popped off, right? We had great performances from the bottom lane, Upset really showing off in their Caitlyn. He went 7-0-7. Perks and Asol, he just had a bunch of free Goomba stomps with that Comet drop down, and there was no answer from Mad Lions. Conversely, I think XL had to work for their win against Fnatic. It was a slower game. It was a little bit more even matched in the early game. So this is going to be another big test both for XL and also for Vitality to step up and show that winning ways.
Yeah, I think it was kind of hero performances on opposite sides of the map. I mean, Odo yesterday, phenomenal performance on the Cassante. He really did step up and was the carry for XL in getting these fights into position where they could bring it back against Fnatic. But as you rightly said, for Upset, he had a great performance against Vitality. And one of the things we saw from Perks was, if this ASOL is given time to farm up against something like a Shogat, where they're not really able to interact on side lanes, that's where you can start to have this ASOL become a big threat later on.
Yeah.
But I think a huge part of that discussion is the fact that Upset had control in bot lane. The fact that Photon had gone for the Darius in the top lane to control that. Now we have to see if a lot of these resources are going down at the bot lane to Upset, how does that affect Perks? How does that affect Photon, who are getting a lot more of those resources when we look back at Winter Split?
Dagda, I need more bold statements. We've had a best of one. You didn't make a decision. I can let everybody know at home that the draft has been started. We're several picks in already. It is taking place off screen. I didn't make it into the lobby this time, unfortunately, so I'm not watching it. I can't give you a progress update on that. What I will say, though, is let's briefly set some expectations for early game. My hope is, once this draft concludes, we'll load up onto the Rift. When I look at Bo playing on Sejuani, when I look at Annie, when I look at the Xayah Rakan on the bottom, I see a lot of options. I want to know from you, who do you think there'll be more pressure on to maybe get that ball rolling first?
Definitely Vitality. If you're playing a composition that has to basically bulldoze their way through XL, you need to be the ones that are getting off the bat early. Otherwise, XL are like, cool, you're running into Cassia ult, Heimerdinger turrets, the big ultimate from the Maokai. It's so difficult to actually try and play at this game. So I think a huge amount of this pressure is going to be, Bo, see if you can get in towards Perks in the mid lane. Great point to click CC, set you up onto this Cassiopeia if you can burn some of those early summoner spells, and then see if you can transition that pressure down into dives on bot lane towards Upset. You got great setup with this Rakan, and essentially just leave Photon to do his thing. He's against our Renekton, should be fine to just continuously push in that wave as long as the attention's elsewhere.
As long as the attention's elsewhere. Can Bo find the dive? Oh yes, we know that he can. Will he find the opportunities this game? That is what we're going to find out. Ladies, gentlemen, and everybody else, I can see Summoner's Rift loading on one of my screens behind the scenes. I want to once again apologize and thank you for your patience. Those technical issues that relates to the server and the player clients, the team is aware of them. They are working on them, and we are so sorry about the delay to game. I want to say thank you to everybody watching at home. I want to say to Berlin, huge shout out. Thank you for playing. Thank you for having some fun with me. And Johannes, you still suck, bro. We're going to hit the Rift in just a moment, as XL will be taking on Vitality. And I love the setup there, Dagda. We talked about it from Bo. We're hitting Summoner's Rift at last.
And pause.
No, don't say that.
All right, Vitality trying to get into the bot side here. Heimer wants to try and get this deep vision so then he can actually set up for his turrets, and Vitality trying to read this, but Limit playing it very safe. So we'll have at least some turret set up in that second bush, but going to be playing a little bit more defensive in the lane to set things off.
I know Kadril likes to talk about the skins quite a lot, and Limit, all I can say to you is you people are all too young to know the movie Mars Attacks, but for the 5 people who've seen that film, you will appreciate it.
There was one laugh that I distinctly heard in the crowd. It was like, all right, you're that crew. You got it.
I genuinely think nobody's seen the film Mars. Have you seen Mars Attacks? No. Oh my God. Yes. Thank you. There's literally 2 people. All right. Before I get too sidetracked, you can already see Patrick and Limit stepping forward, trying to set up those turrets. And as they trade back and forth, Patrick's a player that I'd love to talk a little bit about. He's playing the Caitlyn. He's challenging Upset, stealing that pick away. First pick. And when you look at his performances from winter to spring, there is an improvement.
But the big thing is, yesterday it felt like they were still getting a huge amount of pressure towards them, right? They were getting dove in the early stages, and despite the fact that they still did fall behind in gold and also in their CS, I think the big talking point is more so that this was a case of them being forced out of the equation by the opposition, but also being dragged up towards things like Rift Herald, where they were losing out on CS and trying to play for the good of the team. So I think we still have a lot to see from Patrick and Limit, how this new duo is going to face up. And now when they've got a very strong duo lane to try and play through, this is where I want to see that tested.
And of course, it's up against 2 players who definitely impressed yesterday. Upset and Kaiser, they're playing the Lovers duo as well. Bo just being spotted by that ward. Something to keep note of. A little bit of information to XL, allowing Patrick and Lim to continue stepping forward while Perks is threatening. And Incinerate, he's got that stun, got that Molten Shield as well. got the ability to press forward, and I really like this pushing lanes. Pressure being applied, allowing XL to get a little bit of vision set up, and Bo should make his way down to this portion of the jungle or the rift. And this is exactly what you talked about, looking at Bo's potential decisions.
Look at this, though. Managing to move in towards the spot side on towards Xerxes. So trying to get in behind the wards that he's now set up. Limit has spotted that there is no jungler. It's been pinged out, so they know this is going to be a bit of a weird one. They should be ready for this, but I don't know if they are.
I don't know if they are. Oh, no! Here comes Bo! Waiting for the Arctic Assault, and Limit is the first target. Don't run! We are your friends, say Vitality. And first blood to Bo. Patrick's got some damage going back. The turret's helping as well. Below 100, but he can't step into 3. And Bo should be able to escape with his life.
He didn't have a ward to set over the wall either, so Bo was able to escape. And again, Bo has been so good at finding these moments to work around enemy vision, knowing that you already had Limit moving in to get that vision down. So nice job from Bo.
And exactly like you said, can Bo find the gank? Can he find the dive? Extremely easily, Dagda. That will set up first blood to Vitality, a small gold advantage, a small CS advantage in that lane. We also caught a glimpse of Odo being jumped on. Kaiser and Upset now threatening damage onto Xerxes. Bramble Bash comes out, forces the flash, and Kaiser flies to safety. In what was a 2v3 eventually, Vitality get another summoner spell. Bo will not get vision from that ward.
And the problem here is that Perkz has had complete push in mid as well. So now there's an opportunity where if Bo wants to, you just try and set up for another play on towards the spot side with Perkz in tow. So River now starting to belong to Vitality. They just need to wait for that sweeper to come up on Bo to actually clear out some of the remaining vision that is there for XL.
I mean, Vitality going to be happy with that bottom play. Bo still sticking around in the bottom lane. Perkz is taking a lot of damage from minions. Using the QW combo, he's running a little low. While that's going on, Bro has now started to step back and continuing to chase out Odo below 50. Yesterday, he got the solo kill. Cold the Meek brings him back alive. Photon bringing the hammer out, but not bringing it down because here comes the tree. Xerxes looking for a counter. Odo gets a level up. Mercurial hammer, the stun, the tower, the trade of 1 for 1.
The problem for Odo, though, is look at the size of that wave. You will be able to TP back in a couple seconds, but you're still going to lose out on a good amount of that wave, whereas Photon now can just walk his way back up, hold on to that TP as well. So really good job from Photon to get the trade.
Very nicely done. Small CS advantage, as you mentioned, +7 for now. Both teleports being expended, and Limit already roaming with that Heimer. Actually, you can see Kaiser going to be moving too. Stepping forward as Vizio spits out those fangs, and it's another game starting out high intensity, lots of action.
Yeah, at the moment, I think Vito's doing a good job of trying to get control back of this lane. One of the big things about Anani is that she uses, as you can see, her Q to get that reset. Every time she kills a minion, you get the mana reset as well. So that's how she tends to push the wave. But if you can actually get her to trade very heavily and then heal up afterwards, her mana costs are surprisingly high and she'll burn through her mana pool. But now TPing back into lane, we'll have to see if Vito can once more keep that control with that level advantage as well.
He's down 6 CS for now. As early stuns working out, Patrick 90 caliber nets beautifully to safety. And Kaiser and Upset have got a pretty big wave that they're pushing forward. Just as we have a brief moment, I want to highlight Odo, as he will be the recipient of another gank. 8 KDAS, a 72% kill participation. I think crucially, those solo kills in the 1300 gold early game were crucial for XL in their match against Fnatic. Right now, under threat. You can see the 2v2, the slice, the dice. Dominus buys some time, manages to find the stun, but here comes the little sapling. It'll pop on Bo, and Xerxes, only level 4, cannot commit. Odo, sorry bro, that was a caster curse, gets taken out.
Poe's just been everywhere. Ban and bot now up towards the top side as well. And Patrick!
Oh, that was beautiful from Kaiser. The feathers flying. Kaiser gets dropped by the spanner. It's a 1 for 1, but the kill goes to Upset. And Perkz is level 6. Where's Tibbers? Holding on to it for now. Not going to go underneath the tower.
Yeah, still, you can see the Perkz wants to try and get these roams off, trying to play down towards Upset like we talked about, and it's so unfortunate for Patrick getting caught out just in the edge. Perkz is walking back, though. Limit doesn't know.
Oh, where's Summon Tibbers? Where's Tibbers? Drop down, the feathers out, and Limit will be taken down by Upset. Beautifully done. 5 kills to Vitality, 2 for Photon, and 2 for Upset.
And you can see Bo had even moved in towards mid lane to try and cover the push that Video might have gone for. But Video had actually left to try and cover that bot lane play, so you don't actually get a response where maybe you can try and push in, move towards topside or anything like that. So nice job thus far from Vitality, just outpacing XL on the map.
And of course, what we have seen from a few games this spring, once the teams begin to accelerate their pace, and take control, you have to find a way to stem the bleeding. It's going to be another fight, 2v2 in the top lane. Hammer will knock Odo away. The flail comes out. Both junglers level 5. Arctic Assault into the accelerated shock blast, and this is just beautiful. Boton taking 2.
That's a lot of bleeding. That's a significant amount of bleeding that is now happening for Excel. I think they might have done the exact opposite of trying to bandage that. Even look, again, Video trying to roam up towards topside. He'll be able to catch the wave, but Photon already firmly in control. Bot lane firmly in control. There is just winning across the board for Vitality.
I mean, if Jack Nicholson were watching this game, he'd say that Vitality have 2 out of 3 branches of government working for them, and that's not bad. I won't keep doing Mars Attacks quotes, I promise, but it was a great film. Vitality right now are shutting down the aliens. The opposite of what happened in that film. They're up 3k gold, they've got the Herald, they got 5 kills, and this is starting to look very scary because if that damage is continuing to accelerate ahead, this relatively squishy roster from XL will just get blown up before they can start any fights.
And I mean, this is so good for Vitality fans as well. If you think about it, you bring in Upset, suddenly you absolutely smash your game yesterday. Now you're coming in again today and looking absolutely fantastic. This feels like a newly revitalized Vitality, and you're going to have to see if they can try and keep this up now for the remainder of the split, because we got to see this at the start of winter, but they couldn't quite bring it the full way through spring.
They couldn't, and Vitality were unable to secure that dragon. I think a cheeky play from those Heimer turrets will be at least one of the objectives going the way of XL. And that will be a small saving grace, delaying at least one of those win conditions from Vitality. But I think take a look at Upset. He's got the Herald in his back pocket. 4 members of Vitality were making their way towards that bottom lane. So, Dagd, if I were a betting man, I think they're going to look at that bottom tower. But once again, Photon is just dunking on Odo. He's plus 20 CS. He's got a 300 gold bounty already.
And the problem now is that you actually can't move in here to the bot side as XL just yet. You still don't have control over mid. You're now being pushed away because Bo are in your the second push here. So Vitality get the easy charge. You won't take the tower, but it's still now more gold going over towards Upset.
Yeah, small CS advantage. 1,000 gold lead. It's the 2 kills as well as those plates. And Upset again, having a very strong early match. I mean, yesterday, plus 700 at 14, plus 7 CSD on that Caitlyn. And with the help of Bo, let's not forget that fact, he and Kaiser have been doing a great job of controlling this bottom lane.
And it feels bad for Patrick and Limus. These guys where you're saying, hey, look, you've got a great matchup here. Should be able to push. Anytime they jump in, you should be fine. But the fact that you get Bo in early completely changes the dynamic. And now you can't quite step up because Upset does have so much damage that can pop out.
The thing is, in my head, I almost hold Patrick and Limit a little bit accountable because during the draft day, you talked about some of the options, how Bo could, maybe wants to look down bottom, and they still got caught out once again. And this means that VTO stepping forward, he's still got that flash available to him, waiting for the prison, not gonna need it just yet, and VTO actually held on to his flash, so he survives that gank. Here comes Xerxes. Nature's Grasp is available, but not used, and this will at least hold the wave. It'll force Upset and Kaiser back. And Bo, with that ultimate available, there could be a fight.
You have to see if you can get perks down here as well. Bo has been separated, waiting for his mid laner to try to come down. Now, pushing forward.
Oh, that's the stun onto Xerxes. The trap, and all of a sudden, Nature's Grasp buys some time. Look at the sapling going forward. Patrick sidesteps the feathers, and those traps not going to be enough for Bo there. These 3 members of Vitality winged a lot of damage, and they escape with their lives. Teleport. Okay, Photon was going top lane, so Vitality get away with their lives.
The trap from Patrick was so important there, though, preventing Kaiser from following up. That could have been a disaster. Now Bo will move back in towards River. You have Perks who could try and move down if Xerxes overextends here.
Well, Xerxes is going to use that advance. Bramble Smash comes out, and Bo will back away. Xerxes steals the scuttle from under the nose of Bo. Another small win. It is still a significant advantage. 3,500 gold. Odo continues to be bullied. 2 plates already down. 30 CS down. And we're 2 minutes away from this next dragon. So I wonder whether or not XL will try sneak it or if Vitality want to contest.
Just a really interesting point. It's actually Gore Drinker Jace in the top lane, which is traditionally not what we actually see, but we usually go towards Eclipse. You want to look for the poke, you want to look for the plays, but it says to me that Photon is worried about having Odo and Xerxes just immediately dive in on top of him. So once that extra healings, which is going to be a bit of a weird one. I haven't seen this a huge amount, but I'm looking forward to seeing how it actually pans out against a front line where, in theory, Photon's going to get a lot of damage thrown his direction.
I mean, in terms of Photon as well, the fact he's got 3 kills, the fact he's this accelerated, 1,400 gold over his lane opponent. Similar stories pretty much across the board, 1,000 for Bo, just a minus 300 there for Perks. This top and bottom lane has run away with the game. One thing that you do have to keep in mind, VTO is still relatively even. If he can find that Petrifying Gaze, if he can avoid those shock blasts, which will be a challenge, bearing in mind, VTO may be called upon to claw back some of these fights for Vitality, as we are 45 seconds from Drake, another potential 2v2 in the top lane.
XL need to find a way to disrupt the vision control from Vitality and getting towards objectives first, because if you have to try and find that win, it becomes very difficult with the control Vitality have.
Well, right now, Xerxes is going to take a shock blast. Minion wave is chipping away at the tower, and Bo's just there threatening. Look at the bottom lane. Look at the bottom lane. Oh man, Limit, no flash available to him, and as Jack Black said in the film, die you alien shithead, taken down, as Perks will assist another kill for Upset. And unfortunately for XL, they have no information, they have no answers, and they keep getting caught from flanks.
And now you have the top side pushing in as well. Photon and Bo going to make sure they get that one too. So Perks helping out his bot lane, helping out the top. And yes, Video will be fairly strong. The fact he's getting the CS and he's getting some of these turret plates, but it's just so small compared to the rest of Vitality.
And this is probably going to open up a dragon here. If Vitality stick around, do they concede it? Tibbers will finally get taken out. Patrick's got that Bloodthirster. Here comes Video as well as Xerxes. Nature's Grasp is available to them. Instead, they're going to try sneak the dragon. Vitality have to know this. They have to have a feeling. All of a sudden, Patrick is in trouble. 90 caliber is going to get interrupted. Forced to cleanse. Forced to flash. Stays alive just long enough. Kaiser's going to be the target as the dragon secured there by Xerxes, the second of the game. Bo and Xerxes fighting in the river, and Kaiser's the first target as Vitio. Twin Fang off the Twin Fang. Knocked up into the air, but he will be taken down as Kaiser is dropped. Now XL running for their lives. They get the dragon. They get the kill, and that is crucial for their hopes in this game.
The fact they managed to sneak that is massive. Vitality want to try and play around Vision at objectives. You know, 2 dragons, so you can essentially ignore 2 dragons that Vitality go for in the next 15 minutes, and you can actually start to make plays elsewhere on the map. Even if you're trying to look at things like Rift Herald as well, the fact you get that kill, you can get the quicker reset, but Video even TPing into the mid lane to help secure that. This should be at least objective control still going the way of XL, and it's a nice start here coming through for Vitality, where Kaiser gets the knock-up, but they don't really have the follow-up. Patrick with a good cleanse, and then the ultimate over the wall from the Maokai, slowing Vitality's advancement. And from that point forward, there's very little that they can do. Even you can look, Perks just doesn't really have the damage right now because his Rod of Ages hasn't stacked up.
And 2 thoughts about this one. Number 1, if that Flash and Cleanse is available for Patrick, you can see Caitlyn's kit can be problematic. They are not for the next few minutes. Secondly, Vitio has been sidestepping a lot. He's been under pressure from Upset. There's been some pressure from ganks in the middle lane, and he has spat out the damage. So yes, it is a 5,000 gold deficit. Yes, it is a gigantic challenge to claw that back, considering the mid-game power of Vitality's composition. But if you believe in XL, you need to see Patrick staying alive in the fights and Vitio dishing out that poison.
Right now, though, they need to try and cross-map for this. You really don't want them actually trying to trade. You need them to be moving down towards this side to look towards this tower on the bottom side. So then you're not actually playing towards the fight, playing around the vision that's already been set up for Vitality. Not really seeing that at the moment, though. They're still playing up towards this top side. Vitality get the objective. XL can't really contest, and they don't have the push in mid to lean into that bot side.
No, right now, Vitality with 2 towers to their name opened up the map. A level advantage for Photon. That gold lead continuing to spiral. The rest of Vitality in the middle lane, applying pressure. They're going to drop the Rift Herald. Perks has got the flash available to him. He's got Summon Tibbers as well, and Bo also has the ability to just lock someone down with that prison, which he does. Photon shoots the shock blast over the wall, and it's literally shooting Excel spreadsheets in a barrel.
And that's the great example of what you need to be worried about as Excel if you're trying to enter in towards any of these river or objective areas blind. The amount of CC Vitality has is insane, and we might get a take two.
Oh, the quickness! The two-man knockup! The third-person charm! Excel are excellently eliminated in the middle lane. 3 kills for Vitality, and they just step back away. That was gorgeous.
They are slamming Control Z, hoping they can redo that, because that was not the way you want to play this. Vitality, that was so well executed. And again, if you are giving them the opportunity to set up like this, it's so hard for Excel.
I mean, look at upset. 404, opponent not found. Absolutely dominating once again. 2,000 gold is the bounty, but frankly, the entire team is coordinating well.
And Perk 006, 1 assist away from you making another terrible joke. But Vitality, great setup here. Kaiser going underneath the tower. Limit the only one that gets to flash away. They're going to get mid-tower as well. And again, Excel, the trying to limit how much you lose versus trying to play the map state better and trying to say, hey, look, we can at least trade even and find our ways into a better position isn't really there. And I think that's why Vitality have been able to snowball this so effectively.
I mean, hey, well done on that one. Limit how much you lose. But Vitality have just had a fantastic showing. And I think when we were preparing for this game, I was talking yesterday about how individual players impressed me, and I want to see how the team coordinates. I think they ran away with gigantic leads. The way that you've seen Bo punishing Excel's lane positions, lane management, has been fantastic. The roams from Perks, the roams from Photon. We're only 18 minutes in, and it has felt as though the mobility of Vitality as a team has punished every positional decision that Excel have made.
And it's actually why I've really enjoyed Upset coming into the team, because it feels like now as Vitality, you have 2 side lanes to play around. Perks has traditionally started to tend more towards these supportive roles as he's continued on his career. So something like an Annie going to be fantastic. We see a very similar story from Caps on G2, right, with Malphites and Zax and all these weird kind of fancy picks. But it is the same idea. I am going to play for sides. I'm going to play smart on the map and make sure I'm covering so my side lanes can't carry. And we're seeing Perks pick up a very similar role in this new Vitality as well.
And of course, when you look at the itemization that all of Vitality picked up because of the advantages they've accrued, they are just dominating. I mean, Limit is taken down for the 5th time this game. The Dragon is... I mean, we literally have golf claps in Berlin from just how easy that was to pull off. But look at the itemization differences. 1, 2 across the board. Photon just got that Mirror Mana completed. He's level 13 right now. 3,000 gold of Vitality's 8,000 gold lead is in Photon's hands. And now they're playing for Infernal Soul. So add a potential 4 Infernal Drakes to this high damage composition, and Excel will not be able to stay alive long enough.
What do you mean? It sounds so easy.
I mean,
it's great, you know?
Exactly.
Yeah, you've got everything you could want, but Excel gonna try. This is a Hail Mary of all Hail Marys.
Do you know what a burger flip is?
Yeah.
This is a burger flip. Excel are inside, but do they have the time? Teleport's available for Perks. Teleport's available for Photon.
Yeah.
Do they have the wards? They're making it. Oh no! Is it happening?
They did it.
They did it. Excel have snuck the Baron. Can they get away with their lives? Accelerated shock blast damage can come down. They do it. They've got out alive. That is a fantastic sneak. Vitality slow to the play, didn't have the vision, didn't react quickly enough. And look, let's not overblow this. Excel's still significantly behind, but this will be a great ability to pause or slow down the next few minutes.
And great understanding of the composition from Excel. Cassiopeia, Heimer, all this massive amount of damage that can be churned out immediately is going to take down that Baron so quick. And Vitality caught with their pants down. It was only like 30 seconds after it spawned, so really nice job from Excel. This will help them defend a lot of these outer turrets and buy them time in this game.
I mean, Excel were in the pit before Baron spawned, so they knew that was the play. Patrick's cleanse already used. That is very important. All of a sudden, Vitality start to apply deeper pressure. 3 towers secured. Now, I still think the odds are incredibly low as Odo is going to be the target of 3 members of Vitality. Quickness has been used. Dominus thrown down. The feathers out. The root is secured. The stun, and that's a new pair of blue suede dragon boots. Or crocodile boots, rather, for Vitality. If Excel want to claw this game back, they cannot keep giving up these kills. Patrick, no cleanse available to him. Photon's coming around. His Nature's Grasp will at least delay and slow down a little. Patrick's still got the flash available to him, and Vitality, frankly, don't care about Baron buff.
Great stun from Limus. Uses the Heimer ult to stop the rest of Vitality from coming through the jungle, but still have to be careful because Perkz was hovering over the wall. That flash Tibbers could be very scary. Does buy the time to take top tower though, so at least XL are getting something back on the map.
Okay, so 2 questions here. How do XL claw this deficit back, and how much do you hold them responsible / accountable for being flanked from behind so many times this game?
Yeah, I mean, definitely that was not the call from Odo on that bot side. You don't have much vision in that bot side to make sure that you're spotting out where Vitality are coming from, or at least how quickly Vitality can make it down to that bot side. And even with the TP from Perkz, he's just completely caught out. The rest of XL, though, I think you just need to slow it down and trade smartly around the map. Next Dragon, 2 minutes. I don't care. If I'm on XL's side, I want to use that time to get mid-turret, to potentially set up a top tier, or tier 2 top take as well after that push. So try and get your wave set up now in the next minute, so then you're looking going, okay, we can start to slow build these waves. Like, even look at how Photon's going to be pushing in this top side, right? As this wave pushes in, if you can freeze underneath the tower, start to create this small push, so then as this starts to come back out, you've already got these waves that are set up nicely for you to follow the push from up into these, and then immediately follow, so you can follow up towards the tier 2.
Try to keep an eye for me on the vision as well. If XL step forward, if they manage to get towards the river or even towards one of those outer turrets, I want to make sure they've got the defensive wards to avoid being flanked. Luckily for XL, both teleports are on cooldown for Photon and Perkz. Odo has his up, Vito will have his available sooner. And with the fact they got 2 early dragons, that actually is a crucial stall, timer, pause, in terms of how quickly Vitality can continue to accelerate towards a win. As right now, Bo is going to use that Arctic Assault, pulls Xerxes far away. There's no support really from either squad. And with 50 seconds to Dragon, I think it would be a bold call if XL wanted to contest it. I don't suspect that they will.
No, you just don't have the setup right now. Cassiopeia is quite strong at the moment. She does have her 2 items fully completed and fully stacked, so that could be something. The BT and the Infinity Edge also pretty nice, but look at where Video is. This is what we're talking about. They want to try and trade this for pressure on towards the tier 2, but without having fought for mid-prio first, they can't help Video on the top side.
I mean, Vito's got a 30 CS advantage over Perkz. He currently 0-1-0 level 16 as well, a 2-level advantage because he's just been left alone in the side lanes. This slithering snake is going to be crucial, maybe the only determining factor, as well as Patrick's Caitlyn. Kaiser was looking for the flank. While this is going on, the tower is defended. XL buy more time. Tower is under threat in the top lane. So the wave is now cleared out, and Vitality can step backwards for Dragon. Exceptional vision toggle from our observers to show that XL simply cannot risk stepping into the darkness. As expected, they don't contest the Dragon, concede this one, and Vito may be able to pick up that tower.
I don't know if he will be. He actually didn't build up the wave enough, and Perkz is now up here. This is, well, actually just about be able to take it, but Perkz, whoa, just wide in the ultimate. Look at Kaiser, though, on his way up, and it looks like the rest of Vitality might be coming as well.
Teleport's available for Vito. Petrifying Gaze is available for him. Continuing to run for his life. Kaiser's only level 9. He cannot afford to get hit by those twin fangs. The quickness is dropped. The blue ward is dropped. The thumbs up is thrown. The knockup is there at Vito. Not going to be able to find the target just yet. He's holding on to the ulti. I'm waiting for how many members to get any stun, if at all. And Bo's just going to face tank this one. Finally will be taken out as Vito doesn't even use the ultimate. What else can XL do? They're catching some waves. They're putting some pressure. It is a 45-second death timer. Teleport is on cooldown, and Baron's up in 30.
Tried the TP out of there, so now that TP gone, this is where Vitality can reset and look to set up for the Baron. Odo trying to see if he can now make a cross-map play, get something on the bottom side, but Vitality starting to group around the mid lane, trying to see if they can push mid to get vision on this top side. TP from Perkz.
If you are XL, you cannot be in a position where Baron-empowered minions are pushing into your inhibitor turrets and Photon is taking pot shots. 6 1-1, 3 completed items, 700 gold bounty. And right now, XL, they're conceding Baron. They can't challenge it. Great split screen is that at least get in a turret. And I think they'll be forced to back away. Those enhanced recalls will put them under threat. While that's going on, Perkz is applying pressure to the top inner turrets.
And they should be able to get this. So essentially you're trading tip for tap when it comes to towers, but you now have the Baron in tow for Vitality. So this reset, Also going to give them the opportunity to start sieging up towards the mid lane as well. You're going to have Photon, who can also siege up on bot side. He's incredibly strong at the moment, so there's a lot of issues now for Excel in trying to keep this Baroned up Vitality at bay.
Man, they've got to be so careful. XL are still significantly behind. 2 Dragons apiece, 3 minutes until the next one. I think crucially, at least as far as Odo and Patrick are concerned, they're starting to claw back that deficit, but Upset's got a full item advantage. Actually, that's just been balanced out. Patrick now, Mythic as well as IE and Bloodthirster. Quick Blades, Gale Force and Bloodthirster for Upset. 5 members of Vitality are grouping up. Okay, team fights here. For XL, they've got a lot of AoE. If they can survive the burst from Photon, maybe the Nature's Cross can turn around, but they're down in levels and they are still down in items.
XL are trying to get mid-prio, but Vitality are like, cool, we can still match with perks, and we're just buying space for Photon on the bot side, so they're not even looking to try and fight right now. It's just Vitality playing this map very well, drawing their line of scrimmage and saying, hey, look, now we've got bot turret, we can easily take over this jungle and then start to put pressure onto mid.
Perks has got flash available to him. Bo is once again engaged upon. Patrick drops the trap. Tibbers comes down, cleanse 90 caliber, and Patrick is running for his life. Xerxes is cut down in the jungle, and the hammer almost kills Limit. Odo's running for his life. The accelerated shock blast will not find its mark, but it is an easy kill. Now Kaiser gets chunked at least a little. Bedfire Gaze is huge. The shutdown for Patrick is so pivotal. Can XL continue the hold? The Petrifying Gaze comes out, the feathers fly. Upset gets away with his life and holds on to the flash. Upset's godlike gets yet another. And Vito and Patrick are hurt, and they are running for their lives.
There's many runs that you can go for, but it feels like Vitality are just going to run you over anyway. Inhibitor in the bot side, they're going to go for the reset. I wasn't sure how risky they wanted to go, if they wanted to just try and go for a quick end, but they will respect it. And at this stage, XL, that bleeding is completely out of control.
I mean, the fact that they were even able to pick up some of those kills is really important, but they are consistently behind. This fight started out, I was very scared Patrick was just going to get blown up.
I mean, I like the idea from XL going for the pick, trying to see if they can contest Vitality as they go for Vision, but Vitality are already here. Then you're going on to the tankiest member, so it becomes very easy for Bo to tank up any of that damage and immediately escape, only to set up for Vitality who are collapsing from both bot and mid. This is the power of having that control with both the bot tower gone and that mid tower under pressure.
And of course, during the draft, that Zyrakan lock-in, the Featherstorm being used to perfection. Upset still has his flash available to him. And for anybody that's watched yesterday's game, Upset went 7-0-7 on the Caitlyn. Today he's 7-0-5. In these 2 games back on the LEC stage, 14-0-12 is phenomenal. And exactly what Vitality were looking for, I think, during the course of Winter Split. As a team, didn't necessarily look on the same page fairly frequently, and Neon, unfortunately, didn't really deliver similar impactful performances as did last year. I'm a lot more impressed with what I've seen from Vitality today, and they are once again looking to set up the flank. Flash is available. Tibbers is available. Patrick is in trouble. He's got no flash, no cleanse. Nature's Cross is out. Here comes the teddy bear. Let the feathers fly and destroy XL. 2, 3, 4 kills already, and the ace for Vitality. At 30 minutes in, it is done. XL have been beaten this entire time, and Vitality will look to close it out.
The wave is coming in bot side. They're just going to go and collect it. Bo tanking up the tower so everyone can get through, and they're going to be able to finish this one off. Vitality, a fantastic time here.
Unkilled Bo in the jungle. Unkilled Perks in the melee. Unkilled Upset in the bot lane, and undefeated in the spring split. Vitality go 2-0.
Vitality look ruthless in spring. Having Upset coming into that bot side, adding another threat to already what was a stellar team, is now proving very, very difficult to deal with.
I just can't get the voice out the back of my head. So many of the advantages accrued in the early game came from a member of Vitality walking behind members of XL, and I didn't look close enough at the wards, didn't look close enough at whether or not I give all the praise to Vitality or I blame XL.
The big thing for me is this is a team that feels like, look, I only knew here, it feels like top esports to me. It's a triple threat team. You can basically win through any three of these lanes, and the fact you now have Bo, who also is a fairly stellar carry jungler himself when the time fits. It feels like you have so many avenues to attack his Vitality, but you've also got people who are willing to take the back foot.
Yeah.
People who are saying, hey, look, I don't have to be the carry this time, and that becomes such a big win for this squad when you have so many ways that you can actually play the game, so many avenues to find a victory.
Yeah, very, very interesting, very impressive performance to start out the day for XL. On the other hand, Slippy didn't get away with it, didn't run away. That first pick, Caitlyn, didn't deliver today. If you're watching at home, Player of the Game nominees at LEC on Twitter. Photon, Bo, and Upset are your nominees. And if you have been sticking with us for the entirety of that delay, I will once again just apologize for the delays. As mentioned, those clients and server issues caused a big pause right at the beginning. That does get into players' heads. It does impact some of the decision-making, but Vitality handled it like champs.
Yeah, I agree. The fact that they came out looking as strong as they did is fantastic. I mean, Photon, Bo, Upset. It's very hard to choose who's going to be your MVP for this one. They have been absolutely incredible, and I think a real joy to see if you are a Vitality fan, because this is what everyone was hyping this squad up to be.
Yeah, definitely the case. Dagda, that does it for us today. We'll be back tomorrow. For now, though, we're going to head to the analyst desk to carry on with the show.
Thank you so much. Quick shot back here on this side of the studio, and we will have Perks joining us in a few minutes. But GB, we were talking before things got out of hands, before the game, we were talking about overreacting, rather, about Vitality and how strong they were looking coming into the spring split, and they showed it again here today against XL.
Yeah, really. I think yesterday was an absolute domination from Vitality, but I think I paced myself a little bit because I saw the draft and I said, wow, you guys were so intelligent in the draft that would really make it easy for you to play the game. And while it really was a stomp-in game as well, it was day one, right? So you never really know how much you can go for an overreaction. On this day, though, once again, they continue with it, and in a complete different style than what we saw yesterday. They talked about a triple threat team on the desk. Yes, come in.
Come on, join us.
Hey. Sit down, have a good one.
That was quite a stomp once again, Perks.
Yeah.
Amazing game.
It was a good game. I mean, the only thing was we lost Baron.
Yeah.
They snicked Baron, so the game...
It was on spawn.
The game essentially lasted 7 minutes longer because we couldn't get this objective. So they made us stall a bit longer, but I think our comp was also probably just stronger in late game, so we were not really scared. Like, I mean, I wasn't worried,
I would agree on that, and especially, GB, we were talking about Vitality and how proactive they can be. I want to hit on the draft quickly here, and especially how smart the Jace R5 was here on the side of Vitality.
Well, in general, it's just super nice to have this long range into the range that you already see from the side of XL, and it also just creates a different, lane you could play for, as we saw. I thought that Bo did a phenomenal job. He was always answering Malrang in the exact same position they were in. No, Malrang, sorry. I saw Maokai, and I thought Malrang, you know? Cersei on the map in that regard. So yeah, really well played by Bo.
Perks, any comments on the jungle top here this game and how hard they smashed the jungle top from XL?
I mean, my teammates were all kind of smurfing.
Yeah.
So it was good. I was just there to be the support, the engage that we need, you know. So yeah, I'm really happy with how my teammates played. Photon with the solo dive.
Oh god.
And I think it's so great in this instance as well, because Odo loses the entire wave while he's getting ganked at the same time. So you trade 1 for 1, but it's just more beneficial. You can see it again. While Cersei is up here, Bo is just in the right space every single time. And while Odo misses the E here, who makes the play even easier for them, I mean, it's so nice.
And that's the thing, playing reactive in this situation is not enough, I believe. Top jungle
Asian
diff.
top jungle better than Romanian top jungle, confirmed here on stream.
God damn.
Yeah, confirmed here on stream. We've been talking, of course, about the return of Upset. Perks, I wanted to have your take on this. Having him join as a teammate, bringing in the team because he was very vocal in Euphoria about the fact that he didn't have enough or much time maybe to scrim with you guys, given how fast he was running with the team. But yeah, tell me about working with Upset so far and what he brings to the team in terms of leadership.
I mean, we only had like a few days of scrims with him in the office before we started playing him, which is normal because this is usually like a spring split that lasts the whole time. So we basically made the change between the spring split, which is all right. And I think he's fitting in really well. Like he's kind of what we needed in terms of bringing like leadership from the bot lane. Like he knows exactly what he wants, what he needs in the game, and not only what he needs to be strong, but also like I was pleasantly surprised with like his general knowledge of the macro, for the whole team, like what the rest of the team needs to be doing. If someone is doing like a wrong move or lane assignment, I think he's super smart. Yeah, he's better than what I thought he would be, honestly. Yeah. So I'm really happy with the addition.
And this is something we've been discussing, GB, as well. The fact that bringing Upset in on the bot lane is going to give a bit more room to the rest of the map. And that's what we saw on top lane.
Yeah, actually, when I said that earlier, I thought it was going to be in a totally different context. Because, it's a new team. You already said it. You didn't have too much practice. So I didn't see that. In my head, I was thinking, maybe, okay, we just play fully bot side every single time. And the top lane matchup will just be individually 1 versus 1. And that's where Photon can excel because he can be better than the other top laners. But that's not the case. We're already seeing the way this can be a triple threat team due to the fact that we saw yesterday how heavy bot side it was played. We saw here how much it's being given in the early game. But it's not just so much about the fact that, we're only bot side, we're only top side. It's the fact that the pieces are actually being rotated around. And I think in this game specifically, a lot of credit has to go to you because you are very selfless on the Annie as well. The fact that you were willing to drop waves, go down towards that bot side, making sure that you get multiple sides of the lanes ahead was it was beautiful to watch.
And that's something I wanted to ask you first, of course. I know it's Leader who was talking about mid lane being not as useful as it used to, but more being a pivot towards other lanes. What's your guess on the state of the mid lane right now, and how do you see your role, especially when it comes to the different individualities you have within Vitality?
Yeah, I mean, usually the champions that are picked like earlier are like the strongest in the meta, and usually you see like the same couple of champions being played. Like for example, when it was like Azir, Corki meta and stuff like that. Like when it's like heavily farm meta, like there is some metas where mid lane is like really strong, or like Sylas, Kali when they're like really OP, right? But I think as of right now, and it's been for a longer time now, I think like last year and even last split, kind of I was playing a lot to just win lane, and I was focusing a lot on like giving pressure to my team by negating enemy mid laner from the game. But instead now I'm kind of changing up my playstyle to try to be more helpful to my teammates and less about me winning my lane, and kind of like me using my windows to get advantage from my team rather than getting advantage from myself. I think now I have the teammates to really do so as well. I think everyone is playing really well, and I feel like this is kind of my time to put my lane aside and kind of like help the whole map. I think this is the way to play. And sure, there are some cases where maybe I'll be farming a bit more and maybe I'll be playing for my lane. But as of right now, I just, I kind of want to do what is the best for the actual draft. Yeah.
So, LEC question here. Can I get your temperature check on it? Is this the best team you've had since 2019 then?
Yeah, for sure. I think for sure. Like, honestly, we are like doing also, this is not just like a fluke. We are doing like super well in scrims. And I haven't been doing this well in scrims in like a long time as well, right? And I think everyone is like kind of putting the extra effort now as well that Upset came in. It's also a honeymoon phase, so we will see how we do once we, start actually losing games, because we're not going to be winning the whole split or the whole year, like...
The split is short, maybe the honeymoon phase can last.
The honeymoon phase can last probably the split, right? But it can last the whole year or even longer, right? So we're for sure going to come onto our problems very soon, sooner or later, right? So it's just about knowing kind of that what we have is like, can make us a good team, right? So as you mentioned, we are doing well now, but we just started playing as a team. So we just have to keep going and not get complacent or not think we are good because we're not actually good yet, Like we are just having these wins where, we're not bad, I guess. Yeah. I'll stop talking now.
That's fine.
You're really, really good, actually, which makes me really excited about the G2 Vitality game coming next week. But that's the story for week 2. Perks, thank you so much for joining us today. Congrats.
Thank you guys for having me.
My pleasure. On taking down Excel. And that's all for us here on this side of the studio. We'll be right back for Game 3 in just a couple minutes. Fnatic versus SK Gaming. Stay tuned.
Alistar?
Yeah, Alistar.
He is good Alistar.
He's actually good Alistar, yeah.
Well, what the champion is Alistar?
The cow. Alistar.
Oh,
ding ding.
Beep, beep, beep,
Ding, 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 ding.
beep, beep, beep.
Yeah, beef, yeah.
Yeah, beep.
Jose looking for a counter. Odo gets a level up. Mercurial Hammer, the stun, the tower, the trade of 1 for 1.
I'm gonna flank. I'm gonna flank. Dave, can you come?
Yeah, I can come.
Come.
Yeah, I can no TV.
No vision on me. Go. Go. Oh, the bugs.
Nice, good job.
Vitality look ruthless in Spring.
Moving. When did we stop doing it? When did we settle for technology that keeps us still?
So move me, baby, like you've nothing left to prove.
The Kia electric range. Technology that moves you. Kia. Movement that inspires.
Where legends have walked, and even bigger legends will continue to make their name.
Welcome back to the LEC studio. We're coming to you tonight with an LEC report, the struggles of Fnatic. From the frontrunners of the LEC, the past years to now missing out on group stage, it's been a tough 2023 so far for the former LEC champions. It started back in the winter split, ending in a dramatic way in week 3. Our reporter has the full story for you.
Hello, this is Christy Frierson reporting to you live from Berlin, Germany. Now, I want to take you all back in time. The date was February 6th, 2023. A dark, dreary winter night that will forever live in the memory of Fnatic fans. Now, I'm right here at the crime scene live. The LEC stage now empty, not a player, fan, caster, thank God, in sight. But this day, back then, week 3, day 3 of the LEC Winter Split, this was Fnatic's last shot at making it into the group stage. Fnatic, the old kings of the LEC, they'd arrived at the studio not knowing that this was the day that would change their lives and roster forever. SK, once small-time thieves, now turned into criminal masterminds, were about to complete the perfect heist, to take Fnatic out of the picture and send us all straight to the moon. The battle, it started out as a civilized affair, but then disaster struck for Fnatic, as the artist, known as Irrelevant, set the dirtiest trick in the book, the bait, and they ran Wonder straight to his death. Humanoid soon followed, and from there, Fnatic, they lost everything. SK took their base, their lives, their turret, their soul. They left them with absolutely nothing. A devastated, dejected Fnatic finished 9th place. For the first time in their history, they would miss the bracket stage, which is impressive considering they only had to not be one of the 2 worst teams to move on.
It was horrible. I don't know what to do. My life is ruined. I don't know what to do from here. I have a jersey and I don't know what to do anymore.
But SK, to their credit, had committed the perfect crime, and they would go on to even finish top 4 in the LEC, a feat they hadn't managed since the old days, when we called SK versus Fnatic El Clasico. Now, El Catastrophe. But Fnatic are looking to rise from the ashes of their devastating defeat with 2 new members in the top lane, Askarnumglurganen, and in the support position, Ad Viennese Sausage. And yesterday versus Excel, they lost to the only team that finished behind them in winter. Tonight, the Fnatic faithful are rowdy. They're looking for something, a heartbeat, a breath of sweet revenge versus SK. They need it. They want it badly. But will they get it? We'll have to see. This was Christy Frierson reporting live from Berlin on Fnatic's dramatic fall. Grace.
And it seems trying to get into the Oscars this weekend, or the Streamer Awards at least.
Wow.
Over-dramaticizing everything.
Incredible performance.
Beautiful.
From Ender.
What would you call him? Sherlock Enderius?
No, I mean, did he really solve anything? There was no.
No, true.
He was literally just reporting on a crime. He was literally like, a thing happened.
And it wasn't even recent. It was like months ago.
No, he was live from Berlin, Germany.
No, but like the thing that happened wasn't recent. It's like one of those Netflix true crime documentaries that you watch.
Yeah.
My girlfriend is obsessed with those. I don't understand the fascination. It's like, I don't want to know that this guy, murdered 3 people and buried them in his backyard.
I love the dramatic retelling, where it's just like, you have those, it's the BBC thing where they always cut to those shots of, this just looks like a harmless street in London.
But it wasn't. Last Tuesday, someone stole all the gummy bears.
Every time. Anyway, we're about getting ready for SK versus Fnatic. The players are currently setting up on stage, and we are moments away from Champion Select. Hopefully, we of course have experienced some delays today, but hopefully we can get ready and jump into our 3rd game very, very soon. SK and Fnatic yesterday both struggled in the early game.
Betty, they played 1 game yesterday.
Yeah.
We can talk about this in the game. We're going to play Loldum right now, okay? Give me a champion name. I'm going to type it in.
A champion
We're going to guess the champion that the computer has predicted for today.
Okay.
Okay, give me the champion name.
Cassidon.
Cassidon, okay.
Do I have any clues?
You will now. Okay. The character is male.
Okay.
Might be mid lane.
Okay.
Not a human or a void being. Uses mana. is ranged, not from Shurima or the Void, and was released after 2009.
I only need the positives. Male,
okay,
has
male
mana.
Let's go.
And
maybe mid
can be middle.
Yeah.
Well, then Rise.
Rise, okay. We're going to type Rise in. Okay, here we go. Male, middle, top, maybe. Mana ranged is all you have.
Mana, male, ranged, and can be flexed.
This doesn't translate to a broadcast setting as well as I hoped it would.
This is a terrible game.
Someone at home knows it already.
Yeah.
Someone at home knows it already. A mana ranged mid laner, male.
Do you have any suggestions, perhaps?
Well, it also cannot be played mid. And male. Vigar?
It could be anywhere.
Well, no, it has to be mid and something. That's how the orange thing works.
You know when they're like...
It's not Vigar. It's a Yordle, though. Corki. It's got to be Corki. It's a fatty Corki right there, right? It's not Corki.
It's
a male Yordle mana range. Anyone in the crowd know? Male Yordle.
Wait, but you had a release year. Does that mean before or after 2009?
Someone said Teemo in the crowd. We're going to chuck in a Teemo here. It's not Teemo.
No, because that's... Trundle. No, it's not range.
Rumble.
Also doesn't have
Rumble
mana.
Is melee.
Doesn't have mana.
Yeah, okay. This is awful.
The crowd sucks.
The crowd does suck. Hi, how you doing? Any other Yordles? Corki we put in.
I'm sure we're getting
Corki
into game
work.
any second, guys.
I really hope so. Oh wait, actually we can show the. Oh no, actually maybe we can't because maybe it's a copyright thing. We're showing it now, guys. Here's Lodal, by the way. You can do this at home.
The
Great
players
game.
are in champ select.
Highly recommend playing it. Yeah, let's move away from this.
Move away from that.
Anyone else? Any other guesses? Yordles. Anyway, SK versus Fnatic. Up next, let's go. Any other Yordles? It was Ziggs. I'm a genius. I got it in the break.
Right.
Congratulations, everyone at home that guessed Ziggs. We'll see if Ziggs is picked in this game. It won't be.
It won't be, but we'll see.
We had a nice
classic
little
caster saying.
as we waited to get into
We
the game.
will see.
So, SK on the blue side, Fnatic on the red. Varus, Caitlyn bans immediately. No real surprises here. Annie is the key talking point of this weekend of the LEC alongside perhaps Aurelion Sol. We'll see if SK want to save first pick for that Annie or whether Fnatic will ban it away.
Aurelion Sol will in fact be removed by SK. They don't want to run the risk of Humanoid getting his hands on that. Fnatic looking to continue the trend that we often see on red side, the removal of Caitlyn and Ashe. Of course, Maokai has dramatically dropped off in terms of priority ever since the recent patches, so no real surprise to see that falling away from the ban table. The Xayah, though, trying to take that out of the hands of Reckless, does suggest that SK is looking for perhaps a jungle first pick. Of course, the Annie is up and available, and that's going to be banned away by Fnatic. So let's have a look and see what their priority is. Irrelevant did play an incredible amount of Jax last split. It was SK's go-to blind pick. It was something that teams later caught on and started banning a lot more against Irrelevant specifically, but the Vi is going to be locked in. Yesterday we did see the Vi plus Rakan combo come out from Marcoon and DOS to great effect, but it was really Certus and Irrelevant, that Akali and Gnar in the team fights that came up clutch for SK versus BDS that allowed them to bounce back.
And Fnatic obviously yesterday struggled a lot against XL. Oscar in his debut had a poor performance into Odoane, getting beaten out by that Cassante quite often. Zeri and Sejuani already locked in for Fnatic, so very much looking like a draft that could have taken place in winter season so far. Now SK will look down towards their bot lane, likely AD carry support here. Aphelios Thresh still open, and Exakick, a very well-known Aphelios player. Only played it once in winter, but last year, all his time in the LFL, he has been an absolute fiend on this champion.
For sure. Something that he's very comfortable on. Of course, Exakick didn't have the funnest time in the early game yesterday. Yeah. He was attacked a lot, but he was able to bounce back in the mid to late game team fights. His team did a good job of setting him up for success. We will see DOS now lock in his Thresh, and the tried and true Aphelios Thresh combo will be secured. I wonder if we will see the Lulu come out from the side of Fnatic, or if we will see something a little bit more unique here from AdVN. Does have the option to, well, often we'll see things like Heimerdinger, maybe even a Nautilus, but when paired up with the Zeri, you want to have a little bit more priority in that laning phase. So unsurprisingly, we'll see the Heimerdinger paired up alongside it. Now, something we keep seeing from Fnatic, Razork on Sejuani, and then no follow-up.
Yep.
I want to see some type of follow-up. Something that, if he's going to start a fight, there's something that can reliably follow up on his engage.
So what are you thinking? Azir jumps into my mind for Humanoid, if you can get
maybe.
it. Gragas as well would have been able to do that, but Fnatic have banned out Gragas themselves. Even a top laner like a Sion or an Ornn gives you some engagement
I mean,
potential.
here's my problem. What I think Fnatic is about to do is they're going to they're going to lock in Cassante
as
a safe blind. And then they're going to lock in something like an Azir.
Yeah.
And I think that that gives you a lot of range and it's like a fairly well-rounded, safe composition. But I think that when it comes to these 5v5s, Fnatic, one of their biggest issues has been their coordination when it comes to the team fights, setting up for objectives, playing around objectives, and overall anything really past the laning phase. So I have my concerns around the direction that they'll take with the draft. Of course, I could be wrong. We'll see. Nah is actually going to be banned away by Fnatic. I wonder if this does open up Oscarinin for something a little bit more carry-orientated. Yep. Maybe they want to play through topside for a change. Maybe we'll see something a little bit more creative from the Fnatic squad.
I mean, the problem with playing through topside against SK is how good Exakick and DOS are if SK give them any attention in the early game. So if you're playing topside and then Exakick has 1,000 gold lead on Reckless, it becomes a bit more difficult. There is the Azir that we talked about.
Yep.
But it does mean they picked a safe blindable mid laner, which gives them the option to be a bit more flexible up towards the top side. So maybe Oscarinin isn't just going to look to something like the Cassante. Maybe he'll look to try and win that 1v1 or the 2v2 that may erupt up towards the top side of the map.
I wonder if SK will go for the Akali once more for Certus. He could, of course, pick, well, something a little bit safer like the Talia. The pair up alongside the Vi can be very effective, of course. You throw out the ultimate and then you're pretty much guaranteed that knockback with the E into the W combo. And also Talia can match Azir's early push ability and look for those early roams. So potentially SK looking to play through bot. But maybe they even want to lock in something like a carry top on the top side of the map for Irrelevant. With Gnar gone, something that he did play a huge amount of last split, he's instead going to go for the Renekton. This can be a very strong top-sided focus for SK. Talia Renekton used to be a very prominent mid-jungle duo. Top jungle duo that we would often see.
Yeah, Talia jungle for a little while as well.
That's what I'm saying, Talia jungle, Renekton top.
Oh yeah, but you could also play Renekton mid. We saw that for a bit as well.
True, yeah. Main point stands, chain CC, or point and click CC paired up with Talia, very effective.
Very powerful. And Gangplank will be locked in for Oscarinin in that top lane. It is a carry. It does give you potential to scale as the game goes on. There's a huge amount of scaling on Fnatic.
It is just a heavy scaling team fight composition from Fnatic. Yesterday, I think we saw them struggle a lot. I think that Fnatic have a lot of range to play with. They have a lot of tools to make life difficult for something like an Aphelios. Gangplank ultimate against low mobility champions is incredibly effective. And I think that you put a lot of responsibility on SK to find early game advantages, especially when we look at this Gangplank. One of the things that you used to say about the champion is as long as you can survive to 6, usually you're doing pretty well, but teams would often stack a wave and look to dive the GP very early. And with the composition that SK have, it's very likely that they'll try and do that with their ability to get the early prio in mid, their dive threat they have on the top side of the map. A lot of threat can be posed towards Oscarinin. And remember, yesterday, he didn't have the best showing. He did end up dying in the 1v1 against Odoamne. You were talking about it earlier. So pressure may be on him once again to try and weather the storm of the early game. We'll see how they do. SK's early game has not really been the strongest for a while, and perhaps something that Fnatic can look to exploit as they try to match them in the 5v5, which really has been SK's homegrown advantage and place where they found a lot of success.
A lot on the line you have to feel for Fnatic. Like, there's a degree of coming out of the gate swinging. They failed yesterday against Excel. Today we'll see if they can start their comeback, start their fight back against SK. Even something just a little bit more positive this game, even if they do end up losing it, would be a good sign for the rest of the split. But let's get on to the Rift against Lights Out, and away we go once again as SK and Fnatic walk out here.
And they're off.
In Lodal, you can also do quotes, by the way. The chicken or the egg? Actually, I came first. Which League of Legends champion says that?
Oh, I've heard that before.
Anyone there know? It's a Nivea.
Is it a Nivea?
Yeah, crowd knows it. Crowd knows it. Crowd's smart.
I thought that was too easy. I was thinking that it wasn't a Nivea.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, you're too smart for the quiz.
Yeah, I am.
He's just, you're giga-braining out here. It's like, oh, it's definitely a Nivea, but that's too easy for
The quote that's stuck in my head right now is that a short joke?
Yeah.
I'm playing a lot of Vigar, or as I like to call
Vigar.
him, Farm Simulator. The rest of the map is in chaos, and I'm having a great time stacking my passive.
That's all you got to do.
It's a lot of fun.
Rabbit on second, get that AP up there. Now, we did see Fnatic pushing towards the bottom lane in the early game. As expected, Advienne and Reckless just want the prio in that lane to make sure they can keep Thresh and Aphelios on the back foot.
Yeah, a bit of information, but also a bit of information gained by SK as well to figure out where exactly that starting position will be for Razork, as both junglers look to start on the bot side of the map. Again, this could be something that we'll keep our eyes on. Will SK look to actually attack this gangplank early on the top side of the map? As Markoon will start on his Raptors, may very well do a full clear up bot side into potential bot side gank. We'll keep our eyes on what the junglers are up to. Early Vision invested actually a lot in the river here from Fnatic. They're concerned about a potential early invade, as our observers are highlighting it for us right now. Thank you very much, observers. But basically just providing that extra bit of security and safety. You can see that ward placed much earlier as well for that potential. Well, we saw it before, right? Where you move into the Tri-Burst at level 1, and then you move into potentially collapse on the teams that always try to then get that early prio in the bot lane. So, makes a lot of sense. As Razork now pathing up towards topside, Markoon doing his full clear bot. I wonder if he will in fact look for a gank, or maybe try and burn some summoner spells from Reckless and Advienne. Cleanse on both sides for the AD carries. Does make a lot of sense based on what they're playing up against.
Yesterday, Reckless went the heal on the Xayah, and I think perhaps sees the error of his ways into the amount of CC that's coming out of the side of SK. Cleanse very good into the Gravitum, even through the hook as well. You can cleanse that away, and the Ruthless Predator stun as well from the Renekton later on. So it has a bunch of utility. Markoon looking to sneak around here, but will be spotted on one of those wards that you already mentioned, Vedi. So Fnatic keeping their eyes open for the enemy jungler early on here. Razork is a camp ahead now. It's almost going to be 2 camps ahead, as he spent no time just zooming up towards his topside jungle.
Yeah, you can see Fnatic also placed another ward in that bot side river as well to make sure that they were extra safe. And so Fnatic right now, they have that very early push in mids. They have the push in bot. And it's only really the top side where Oscarinin has to be careful of the early power of this Renekton, which does make a lot of sense. But it's that dive that they have to be very cautious of. Humanoid doing what he can to make sure that he can control this early wave. Markoon, though, hovering around mid once again.
He's got the Poro. He's got the Ghost Poro, so that will spot out Markoon once again, even though the ward has expired. Markoon is seen working his way down towards the bottom lane, which means the Fnatic bot lane can just back away, make sure that they're safe, and Markoon now 2 camps down, 3 camps down, 2 camps down in the jungle, and Razork's going to clean out some vision up towards this top side. Also means that they know Oscarinin isn't going to be ganked on this crashing wave. Means that he can farm up safely. Irrelevant trying to come down to meet up with Razork. It's going to be a 3v2. Humanoid caught up in the seismic shove there. It's going to try and dash away. Does still have the flash. Markoon going forward. Humanoid holding the flash for as long as he can. In the end, does have to burn it to escape the clutches of SK.
Very close call there for Humanoid. Very patient play, but he wasn't able to sidestep the knockback from Certus, which meant that with that stun, it bought enough time for Markoon to come into the lane and threaten a kill. No kill will come down, though. Humanoid just forced a base. We'll pick up some boots and the Dark Seal, and he's just going to catch all of this wave as well. So Certus going to have a slightly healthier and happier back with a little bit more money to spend, but nothing too dramatic. So far in this early game, Fnatic looking comfortable, looking safe. Yesterday, we saw them make some very positive, proactive plays towards the bot side of the map, but they weren't really able to convert it into anything significant. And then against XL, as they entered the mid-game teamfights around the Dragons, that's where they fell short.
Early flash from Oscarinin in there. I think he needed to use it. Make sure that you get away from that vibe, but the wave's in a really bad spot for him. Doesn't have vision either. Well, actually, he may have placed... Yeah, he's got that one ward in the river as Razork looks down towards the bottom lane. Execute going onto Reckless here. Dos going to flash away, puts the Lantern back, and that's the power of Aphelios Thresh. The get-out-of-jail-free card with that flash Lantern. Oscarinin trading with Irrelevant up towards this top lane. Slice and dice forward. Markoon worked his way around here, and Oscarinin got nowhere to go. Dos stunned up, though, with the Electro Grenade, and Dos will fall for first blood. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Oscarinin still surviving. In the end, he will fall here. Delayed it for long enough to make sure he doesn't die for first blood, but will be killed by Irrelevant.
Okay, so kills happen across the board. Not entirely sure what happened to the positioning of Dos there, where he found himself face-to-face with Razork. Felt like the SK bot lane was pretty safe, and they had to recognize that their jungler was on the top side of the map, but Markoon did a jungle classic.
Yep.
Gank top lane, just when the wave is bouncing back, which means that Oscarinin is forced to overextend to try and clear out the wave, and that ends up with him losing his life. Dos I guess he's looking for a hook onto Advien to try and catch him out of position, but Advien has full information as Razork is making his way into the tri-bush. And with no flash available on DOS, it makes it easy as Rekkles flashed in to try and secure the kill for himself. Unfortunately for him, Razork ended up securing it. Now, Razork once again hovering around the bot side, knows DOS doesn't have that flash, and is looking for another opportunity.
X-Kick has flash cleanse. DOS could just play pocket here, works his way back. Now realizes with Advien and Rekkles pushing forward that his team is not in the best of shapes. There's the Lantern once again. X-Kick will take it. DOS should fall. Dies to Rekkles. The Cannon Rush helping out as well. X-Kick has to burn the flash to escape. Oscar in now, though, not in the best of shapes as Marcoon goes in. And Irrelevant gets his second kill on the board.
So SK, they aren't finding a number of dives, but they are doing what we expected, which was play heavily through the top side of the map, and they are punishing the new guy once again. Yesterday, Oscar Rinen was falling short in the isolated 1v1 against Odoamne. Today, SK have just decided to bully him. Repeated ganks and flashless gangplank means that there's very little he can do against the Renekton, who is now so much stronger than him in the 1v1. Of course, the downside for SK is their bot lane is being attacked. DOS finds himself with 2 deaths, and Rekkles building a small lead as he was able to pick up that single kill. And now, with the Herald spawning in about a minute's time, this will likely be the next big point of contention. The problem for Fnatic is that with this Renekton being so strong at this point in the game, it won't be an easy objective to contest, and perhaps they'll just look to trade it for more plates to try and funnel that immediate gold into Rekkles instead.
We'll see if Fnatic decide that plates are their target or whether or not they want to go for this dragon as well. Razork is on the bottom side of his jungle right now. Rekkles and Advien with the wave slowly pushing in towards them. Can just spend a little bit of time clearing out any vision. Actually, deep wards coming out from Fnatic as well. You can see one behind where Marcoon is, meaning that he's been spotted on this red buff as he goes for the clear. It's strong vision control from Fnatic on the bottom side of the map early on in this game. It's led to them getting those 2 early kills, and Irrelevant and Marcoon obviously have been answering on the top side. And the question always becomes, like, we kind of asked this question yesterday as well, because Rekkles got quite far ahead.
Hang on, Humanoid doesn't have the flash available. Marcoon has the ulti. I think they're just waiting.
There he goes. Oh, flashes! Season assist will go through the Emperor's Divide. Marcoon failed the flash there. House was expecting Humanoid to sidestep. In the end, he does burn the summoner, but he gets his kill as the reward.
Yeah, the execution was a little bit iffy there for Marcoon, but you know what? They make it work. The timing of the ultimate was good enough so that he didn't get knocked back. Now Razork looking for DOS.
DOS has no flash, nowhere to go. Rekkles, second kill of the game for him. And Fnatic continue just to answer kill for kill.
Yep, Fnatic and SK both playing kind of as we expected. I expected Certus to be able to get out on the map a little bit more, but Humanoid doing a good job of just exerting constant pressure onto Certus, trying to leverage his range to just chip away at him, make it hard for him to get that push. But that comes at the consequence of his life. Rekkles will now secure another plate in exchange for Marcoon securing the Herald. And Fnatic should be able to convert this into a Drake as well. So even though SK find themselves with a small gold lead, largely because of the top side of the map, Fnatic
do we have to watch this again?
Yeah. The timing was a little bit off there by Marcoon, but hey, gank still works.
True.
If it gets the job done, it gets the job done.
That
Still counts.
Does mean that Marcoon doesn't have his flash, nor does Irrelevant, and Oscar Rinen has his, so maybe he feels a little bit safer in this top lane after he has been a bit of a punching bag for SK so far in this matchup. Razork on his way towards his topside camps as well, but doesn't really need to gank the gangplank as Irrelevant just pushes in the lane and leaves once again. But the talking point I wanted to have a little look at, Betty, was the debate about who carries the game, right? Because yesterday Rekkles got relatively far ahead of his lane opponent and then wasn't really able to enact a game plan where he could carry through late game teamfights. Part of that was composition, part of that was how the team played, part of that was perhaps Rekkles not always pressing his buttons the best way that he could press his buttons. And here we see Irrelevant and Rekkles, the two fed carries on these teams. Now we have to see how the teams utilize them to snowball the game away from their opponents.
I think yesterday it was very difficult for Rekkles to play the fights, especially with the way in which Fnatic was starting a lot of their fights. I think that with a comp like this, which leverages its range and kind of wants the opposition to come into them, which with a Renekton, a lot of the gold sitting on you, is going to be much easier for Fnatic to play into. I think that they do have a heavy scaling advantage, and especially a team that is struggling, sometimes this is one of the best approaches to have, especially when you think of a team like SK who don't have the strongest early game, right? If you can just find a way to draft stronger late game and know that the game will largely be decided by team fighting, then why not just team fight them with a composition that's stronger?
Pretty sure he's just dead here. Pops the Dominus. He's seen Razork walking over a ward as well. Markoon's on his way up.
He can still kill Oscar Rinnin, though.
Yeah, Oscar Rinnin doesn't want to step up.
Yep. So Irrelevant, it looked like he was playing on the edge there, but with his ultimate, the full Fury built up, he has more than enough damage to secure that kill onto the gangplank.
Certus is working his way up here as well, as is DOS. Markoon going in, trying to keep Razork and Oscar Rinnin around. It's going to be a 4v2 for a moment. The TP coming in. Razork underneath the tower, flashes away. Glitch Prison connects. DOS with the lantern, gets Markoon out. And the Cannon Barrage, not quite enough damage to kill off the SK jungler. Humanoid going forward. Certus flashes away. The hook connects from DOS, and now they're going on to Humanoid. But he still has his flash from earlier on. Oscar Rinnin eats some oranges in his cave, but the rest of his team is not. 2-4 reckless diving Exekick in the bot lane. Exekick gets a 1, but not in a 1v2 in the Rift Tower. Now charging forward. Oscar Rinnin left for dust. Irrelevant dashing in, flashing forward. It's another one. SK get 4 kills for 1.
And just like that, SK have blown the early game open. I was just criticizing their ability to build early game leads, but they just danced around Fnatic in the top lane.
Wait, they didn't even lose a play. It was 4 for naught in the trade.
They lost absolutely nothing. Fnatic tried to dive Exekick in the bot lane. He was able to survive. Fnatic TP to the top lane to protect their top laner, and they fell short there as well. All across the board, Fnatic are faltering. Avian tries to land the grenade, tries to land the ultimate. Exekick sidesteps it all, and he's able to land the ultimate and the Graviton to lock Avian underneath the tower so that he had tower aggro, and he almost gets the kill into Reckless, forcing him to flash as well. He burnt 3 summoner spells while only using his cleanse, making a mockery of the Fnatic bot lane.
Scar and Aphelios is a sight to behold, and obviously Fnatic looking to try and continue extending their lead down towards that bottom lane, but all for naught it seems. SK now 3,000 gold ahead. They use the Rift Tower to charge in top lane, which means another tower, 4 tower plates have fallen up there. And now Certus getting the push in the mid lane can start moving around the map as well. Has that Weaver's Wall. Unsealed Spellbook on him means it's Ghost Teleport right now, which is an okay combination for the Taliyah. Obviously the Flash does help you out a little bit, but won't mind trying to join up a fight with that combination of summoner spells. And all in all, the last couple of minutes are really just taking this game out of Fnatic's hands. Irrelevant 4-0. He had a great winter split, and the start of his spring split has been absolutely phenomenal as well. The guy is on fire. Humanoid trying to get away from SK in this mid lane. You can see Markoon just channeling up the Vault Breaker there. Was just in range to steal half the plate gold, which I'm sure his mid laner thanks him for. It's like, you're just hanging there, taking my gold. I'm the one doing all the pushing of the lane.
Well, he's just making it easier to secure the plate. But you can see how SK just have full control of the map right now. It's always Exekick isolated that's actually able to get this priority control in the bot lane. Then you have the support right here offering assistance with the jungle by moving in and threatening the potential dive, making it easy for Certus to then push that wave in. Meanwhile, on the top lane, you also have that repeated push, largely just because of the massive advantage that he has as well. So it's just push everywhere, which sets up SK for the Drake. They then chose to give a lot of this space up, though. And now they're going to have to fight their way back into the river. Of course, Fnatic in no real state to contest them right now. Irrelevant going to go back to base, has the TP.
No flash on him, flash hook from DOS. The Weaver's Wall coming out from Certus as well, just to make sure this Heimerdinger is a Heimerdunner. As he does die, Cannon Barrage in the top lane. Cold the Meek going to heal up Irrelevant just a little bit. That Dominus still proccing, will fall off in a second. Oscar Rinnin with the parlay, just needs an auto. Dodges to the side, but Irrelevant going back in. Irrelevant! Drinker slice and dice him up and have him for breakfast. Irrelevant gets another. Humanoid and Razork on the chase, trying to stop this hungry crocodile as he manages to walk away. Wait, has he just got out of here? He finds Advienne again. I mean, do you just try and kill off the support once again? Coldamik gonna execute.
He's gonna dive Advienne, yeah.
Gets the shutdown. 800 gold going to the support. That's not what you want to see if you're a Fnatic fan.
Yeah. I think that was the best play that he could have made in that situation. He was very close to dying in the 1v1 against Oscar Rinnin, and you can feel the frustration of a top laner when you've been shut down so much to come so close to getting a solo kill and then still get solo killed. Definitely going to be a frustrating feeling to have to manage. Oscar Rinnin has not had a great debut to the LEC. He has been focused here against SK, and SK have shown us something that we don't often get to see from them, which is a very convincing early game start.
Yep.
A lot of it, though, just outplaying Fnatic. The dive around the top side, we didn't get to see a replay because we were watching what happened in bot lane, but the way in which SK just patiently danced in and out of the top lane dive, the fact that they were just chipping away, DOS landing a good hook onto Humanoids, they were just straight up outplaying. Now, Irrelevant and Oscarinin both level 10. Irrelevant commits his E. Oh, big crit comes out for Oscarinin. Of course, Irrelevant takes a lot of damage from the ultimate of the GP as well that he was just standing in while taking the fight. You'll notice here that Irrelevant's going to miss the Gore Drinker, thinking he can get a bit of a heal. Doesn't quite connect it, so this then gives Oscarinin the confidence, but the E comes back up, allows him to close the gap. And without the Q available, he's not able to get that kill. Good stuff there from Irrelevant as SK continue to build their gold lead.
3,000 gold ahead right now. Certus is going to be able to claim the second tower of the game for them as well. The bot lane fell first in favor of SK. Still Fnatic not yet taking a tower. They are looking down towards this bottom lane, and Oscarinin will be left alone with it, so it should be razed to the ground relatively fast. Irrelevant knows that he's not on the strong side of the map, so he's like, okay, Krugs are mine. That's fine. I'm happy enough to farm this up. I've already farmed Oscarinin 4 times this game, so a couple of Krugs will do me a little bit of good. Vary your diet, you know, you have to get your vitamins, you get your oranges from the Gangplank. Maybe, and what else could you eat on a bit of roast boar if you kill off Sejuani?
What is Gangplank's W called?
Remove scurvy.
Remove scurvy.
Yeah, it's not give scurvy.
Right.
Because
I was going to say that if Irrelevant is consuming Gangplank and his skill is called remove scurvy, it would suggest that he in fact had scurvy in the first place.
Well, Pirates notoriously had scurvy because they didn't have any fresh fruit, which is where you get most of your vitamin C from.
Often like gamers, you know.
Yes, true.
Sailing their high seas.
There was actually a very good House episode about someone that had scurvy because she was on a fad diet. And they didn't work out it was scurvy until the end. Obviously, with all House episodes, they don't tend to work out what it is until the end. That's kind of the premise of the show.
That is the premise, yeah. Yeah. Always a puzzle trying to solve it. But just like, this is a good reminder, if you are sitting in front of your computer right now, vitamin D, just look at the sun. You know, make sure you get a little bit in you. It's healthy.
Like 3/4 of northeastern Europeans are vitamin D deficient. And I take supplements, very, very highly recommended.
Going outside, it's scary.
Why has this gone all medical right now?
Just, we're giving healthful life advice, Medic. You know what I mean? Like, the next dragon spawning in about a minute and a half. Herald isn't on the map. There's no objectives to play for, so you got both teams just playing for vision.
I mean, I guess there's worse things we could do with our time.
Yeah, exactly. I'm giving helpful advice to gamers as they sail the high seas.
Do you want a pun while we're waiting?
I love puns. That's not true. I hate puns.
I actually had a really weird dream last night. I dreamt that I was swimming in an ocean of orange soda.
Orange soda?
Yeah, it turns out it was just a fantasy. Thank you.
People that don't know what Fanta is won't get that pun.
Fanta's like huge, man. There's no way.
Is it?
If you don't know what Fanta is, tweet at Vedius. He will supply you photos as SK look to push in the top lane here. Relevant takes a chunk, but so does the tower. And Dragon up in a minute's time means that SK really just trying to get some vision control deep into the enemy jungle.
So basically, what SK is doing is they know that the dragon's spawning soon. The idea is that you push in mid, you push in bot, and then you move into the enemy jungle. You set up these wards, exactly what they have done. Well, now they're looking for a collapse on the top side. Now the vision has been invested bot.
So I don't think SK knew that Razork was here. The Rift Herald goes down. Irrelevant was looking for the flank, and now he's going to find Razork. Glacial Prism going out as well. TP away from you, but he's getting the hell out of there. It's like, you're on your own, son. Razork buried 6 feet under the river.
They have completely abandoned the dragon, but of course still 20 seconds away, so they should be able to still make it in time, given that Razork dead for another 20 seconds. And SK basically just punishing Fnatic. Fnatic in their minds are like, we can make the cross map. Clearly, SK is investing in bot so that we can actually, so they can secure the Drake, and we'll just secure a top tower while they take the Drake. That's not a problem. We're happy to make that trade. And then SK said no. They ran from bot to top, ganked, found a kill, and then walked away back to Drake.
That's what good teams do. Don't give you an opportunity. Don't give you an inch in games like this, and that's exactly what SK are doing against Fnatic. 4,000 gold up will be their second dragon of the game as well. Mountain stacking always a benefit. One of the better dragon souls if you can acquire it. There's a Baron up in 20 seconds time, but neither team really, well, SK don't have to force it, and Fnatic aren't in a position to force it, even if they wanted to. Don't think we'll see something sneaky like we saw from XL.
Yep. I mean, right now, SK are in firm control of the game. There are ways in which Fnatic can actually come back into this game. We talked a lot about the scaling options that Fnatic do have at their disposal. It's just about being able to get to that point. A single mistake from SK can be a massive swing, being able to find a big shutdown perhaps, or being able to reclaim some of the gold bounties. I say that, they're not even up yet. Maybe a Baron steal. Like, I think that with Fnatic's composition, they have ways in which they can get back, but right now with the amount of control that SK have, the patience that they're playing with, especially with the fact that they keep finding picks onto Fnatic, it feels like that this game is very much a done deal for SK, and just like last split, they're looking to get that big edge over Fnatic.
obviously these early wins help you out a lot.
Well, I mean, it was also SK that knocked Fnatic out last split.
Ender told us well enough. We don't need to recount that tale. But yeah, 2 wins is great, you know? We've only got 9 games. 9 games? That's entirely... That's right, 9 games in the regular season, yeah. Just feels like a very small number. And 2 wins is over 20% of that, right?
It's the beauty of numbers, Medic.
It's true.
9 donuts.
Is 9 a lot?
It's a lot of donuts. 9 grapes. Not that many grapes.
Not that many grapes, it's true. 9 planets in the solar system. We were lied to.
We were lied to.
Bring back Pluto, that's what I say. Glacial Prism goes wide here. Razork was hooked. Execute taking a bit of damage as well. The Lantern there for him, but doesn't really want to go over to DOS because Fnatic could close that gap pretty quickly. Oscarinin does have the Cannon Barrage here, and he's split pushing up towards that top side. Also has the Teleport. SK investing a lot into trying to secure this bot tier 2. Meanwhile, there's a mid-wave pushing in as well, which Certus and Markoon can just turn over towards. The Weaver's Wall separates SK, but Fnatic looking for the fight here. Cannon Barrage coming out. Execute's going to take the Lantern to safety, and there's no Glacial Prison. They try and turn it back around onto Razork. Hook just a millimeter wide, and in the end, Fnatic's advances are met with a brick wall. SK take the tower in the mid lane, don't lose anything off towards the bot side, and Fnatic can't find purchase in this game.
Well, Fnatic are able to at least secure 1 tower top.
Oh, true.
But Certus was able to TP and stop Oscarinin from getting anything else. But look at Markoon once again, making his way towards another pick, another member of Fnatic.
So Certus is on the way, but Oscarinin does have 2 items. Season Desist coming out as well. Certus with the oranges, Oscarin's able to remove some scurvy. Reckless diving in the 1v2. Lightning Crash immediately stunned though because he dashed through the Unraveled Earth. And that's the power of Talia. You cannot dash through those little pebbles on the ground. You will get CC'd. And Reckless finds that out the hard way.
Now, there's no real way for SK to start the Baron hit, so they'll likely just reset. They'll be happy with the fact that they've pushed in mid and bot. They have enough vision control that, well, they don't really have many wards that they need to go back, pick some up and actually spend some of that gold. You can see Locket actually secured for Markoon. Radiant Virtue was the go-to jungle item for a very long time, but Riot did make some changes to that. So now we are still seeing that supportive utility provided by the Vi, but in a slightly different form. As the damage overall this game been relatively low. Gangplank been largely farming the damage by spamming Q. Obviously the Gangplank ultimate can also help to bolster those DPS numbers. But it's all
passive as well.
It's fake damage, Medic.
It's fake damage. Isn't it?
Yep, that's what it means. It's like, you know, when it's like if you're like playing Ezreal and you're just queuing onto a Maokai all game, yeah. Like it's just fake damage.
You're just hitting
He doesn't care. If he's gonna Warmogs that, you know what I mean? Like it's just fake.
So
that's why you can't trust those screenshots where they say I've done 100,000 damage. It's not real.
I mean, they have done the 100,000 damage though.
Yeah,
it's not effective damage.
That's what we need. Effective.
We need an effective damage.
Useful damage measure. Yeah.
Any damage I do, useful. Any damage my teammates do, what you do? Come
exactly.
On. Bunch of plebs. Fnatic looking for something here. Once again, the Glacial Prison just wide. Certus getting into that slow zone. DOS the first target, and Razork will take him. SK unable to really find an answer to that. A little bit too far pushed up, it feels. They are going to get mid lane prio, and actually, because Fnatic are all on the top side of the map, Markoon and Execute can come down. Shadow irrelevant if they want to look for this tower. Tier 2 will be forfeit, and SK will have their 5th turret of the game.
Looking for a dive onto Oscarinin.
Oscarinin trying to get out of this one, but underneath the tower, there's just no escape for him. He flashes and is immediately met with a Vault Breaker from Markoon. SK get an answering kill. Oscarinin just a little bit too greedy staying around his tower.
Well, I mean, in his defense, he thinks that he's pretty safe under there. Oh. He was not expecting that dive to happen.
Exekick is really mad they didn't give him the kill. Hey,
so
Markoon,
mad.
what are you doing, mate? I had him. I need these kills.
He literally wrote FF left.
He's been involved in 1 kill of 11 for his team.
I'm kidding, by the way. He didn't write that. Just to clarify, that was a joke.
So, Lodel
no, please, no. Stop it, no.
Oh, it's an ability icon, Betty.
Yeah.
Ooh, it looks like Evelyn's Q, I think. It might not be.
I see what you're saying with the Evelyn. I don't know if it's her Q.
It's not Evelyn. Well, that's a shame. We're going to ignore that because no one can see the picture.
No one can see the picture.
Tweet at Vedius.
Stop.
What do you think the answer to the
Stop
Lodel?
tweeting at Vedius. It's fine. I don't need any tweets. My Twitter's fine.
Yeah.
In a corner. Just chilling.
Yeah, is it like a real life?
Yeah, it doesn't want to be talked to, okay?
You wouldn't get so many bot Twitter accounts if you had to look after a bird to have a Twitter account. It's called Twitter, right? Like, you have to have fed your bird before you're allowed to make a tweet.
You're saying that we got combined Twitter with Neopets?
Yes. Oh, Tamagotchi. Twittergotchi. Sounds a little bit like the Illuminati. I'm going to be honest with you. Some sort of ethereal...
What are you cooking right now, my friend?
I'm not, man.
You just see a pause and you're just like, right,
Look,
I need to dig.
We need to find something to be entertaining right now, because we've had a day and a half.
Well, it's a good
of
thing
League
that
of
I've
Legends.
practiced my juggling. Oh, we're getting back into game, though, so it seems that no one's going to be able to see it.
I'm sorry,
what
guys.
a shame.
The juggling was so close.
What a shame.
So close.
I had my juggling ready. And you think I'm kidding, but
No,
I'm not.
I know you know juggling.
I can
We've had
juggle.
this story before.
Have we?
Yeah.
When? That other pause?
Yeah, so you learned juggling to impress a woman. And it did impress her, but you didn't go out on a date. And I said, well, the
No shot did I do that. No.
I said, well, the true message, the real reason that you learned juggling, you learned that it's more important to be satisfied with yourself. But I used a different word. I said...
We have had this conversation before.
I said it's more important to please yourself to be satisfied with yourself.
I remember that, yeah.
Have we got to the point in our casting career where we just have the same anecdotes happening?
I mean,
this is like 2 weeks ago.
I've been casting now for 7 years.
And this game has been going on for the same duration.
Medic, I'm 30 and you're like 38, right?
I'm 31, but thanks.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's because I'm so wise, right? You're like, how is someone that
you know
wise?
so much,
that young?
actually, that's true.
Anyway,
Much
we did get back into the game after the pause. SK are still winning. They should still win. They're one dragon away from having a Mountain Soul. They're now setting up around the Baron. Razork's being hooked. Surt's going to knock him back as well. Marcoon's going in, and now the deep TP as well from Irrelevant as SK look to go a little bit deeper on this play. Season to sit onto Humanoid, pops the stopwatch. Glacial Prism coming out as well. Humanoid able to flash away. Reckless with the Lightning Crash, doing some damage across the board. Irrelevant and Oscar Vin trading off towards the top side. Irrelevant, though, still has the GA. The Immortal Shield propped on the gangplank, and he won't be immortal for very much longer as Marcoon finds him once again. Irrelevant takes the kill. Exakick now stepping forward. That's a big Moonlight Vigil. Humanoid forced away. Exakick not with the best of guns for this fight, but still able to force the rest of Fnatic back to base.
Well, it was an extended fight that initially looked quite good for SK, but Humanoid with a great stopwatch and a flash provided him with enough time to be able to disengage. It was really only Oscar Rinin that was caught out as he found himself in an isolated 1v1 with no flash against Irrelevant, and we've seen how that fight has gone pretty much throughout this game. Fnatic now looking to try and contest this Baron, which has not quite been started yet.
Zerdas with a knockback onto Reckless, cleanses away, looking for the damage onto him. Humanoid coming in from the side as well, but Reckless already low. Immortal Shield propped onto him. Humanoid could slide and glide onto the backline here. It's a perfect opportunity, but he just can't get close enough. Marcoon's ultimate back in 4 seconds, doesn't even need it, flashes forward, and the shot down onto the Zeri. Reckless is down, and Razork short to follow. You've got to feel Certus with a double. And once again, SK's team fighting is just that much better.
Kill after kill, SK just have the gold lead to consistently bully Fnatic, and there's very little that they can do about it. Now they have their eyes on the Baron, and what a one-sided affair this game has been. It felt like that the early game was going pretty well for Fnatic. The game plan was go neutral in the early, scale to team fight, and get the better of SK, but then SK, they did the trick that Fnatic wasn't expecting. They won the early game, and now they're looking to win the game.
They've been looking to win the game the entire game.
True, that actually,
in this week,
that's
they
a fair
may
point.
have been looking to win the
That's
game
a fair point. That is a fair point, Medic.
Have another look at this, because Razork is hooked originally, is able to escape SK's clutches, but the follow-up from SK is just a little bit too much for Fnatic to handle.
I mean, Razork, incredibly tanky, able to buy himself a lot of time. This stopwatch right here from Humanoid also does just that, and he creates space and forces SK into this choke point with which Fnatic can then disengage from. Oscar Rinin, as we mentioned, finds himself isolated as Irrelevant, and the rest of SK are able to get that pick and force Fnatic to disengage.
And it's just a struggle for Fnatic. They never really got into a position where their team fight is working effectively. Here, again, Certus with a good seismic shove onto Reckless, and Reckless tries to turn it around, but even here, you can see Humanoid's trying to get in from the side, could put some damage down, but does he really want to dive into 4 members of SK? And then the chase from SK is just too difficult for Fnatic to escape the chase potential from this SK lineup. Very hard to maneuver around.
Really good punish, really clean game overall from SK. Arguably a couple blunders here or there, but when you look at the scoreboard at the bottom, 4 out of the 5 deaths sitting on top of DOS. Remember that Fnatic invested all of their early kills towards the bot side of the map, and SK they can walk away pretty satisfied with this performance. Fnatic, though, may look for something desperate here onto Exakick.
And you've got to look for something, haven't you? Moonlight Vigilante for Exakick! Okay, Exakick looking for a little bit too much there. That was it. That was it.
Yeah, that was...
Like, hey guys, I got my hands on Aphelios. I'm really good at this champ. Let me go in.
So, I've been casting for 7 years, Medic.
Yep.
And throughout my years, I've seen a number of plays which I've criticized a professional player for, and then it turned out that I was in the wrong.
Sure.
I didn't see what the pro player was trying to do.
You don't see the end.
And so, for years, I tried to give the players the benefit of the doubt. I tried to look at things from the pro player's perspective, and I tried to sit there and think, what was the pro thinking in this moment? And I can tell you without a shadow of a doubt, Exakick was inting. He very clearly had no idea.
He knows it too. Yeah. He knows, because yesterday we had a similar play from SK where Marcoon jumped over a bush in the bottom lane and tried to engage alongside a DOS, and we were like, oh, maybe Marcoon could see an angle, maybe he could see something. And you talked to him, and what did Marcoon say about that?
He said, no, I just inted. I wanted to kill the ward. Yeah. It happens. Pro players, they're humans too. And sometimes the greed can get the better of them. And, you know, I think Exakick, he thought that he was safe with DOS right behind him. He wasn't expecting to be chain CC'd. But now, as a result of that, SK did lose a lot of control around this Baron area, and now Fnatic are in position. Let's see if they can find a fight.
There's a pincer from SK, though, Irrelevant coming in from the bottom side of this fight. Humanoid shuffles him in, but he just delivers the crocodile to his backline. Humanoid slides, Irrelevant inserts is unstoppable. Oscar Winning dies once again. Said that a lot so far this weekend, but it's been a struggle for him, and it's been a struggle for Fnatic. Advian down as well. Certus flashing forward, looking for Reckless. A side flick shove will lock him down. A triple for Certus. Once again, a weekend to remember for the SK mid laner. He's going to weave his wall forward, trying to catch out Razork, not allowing Fnatic to get out alive. No one survives. The stun will land a threaded volley over the wall into one more. And that's enough for SK to take the ace and to look to close out this game.
A quadra kill for Certus to round out the game. A disjointed fight once again from Fnatic, but with the deficit that they found themselves in, there was little they could do. A commanding game from start to finish from SK, and they will look to go 2-0 up in week 1 of Spring.
SK's trying to do it again! There's no one to save Advian, has to flash away from the long-range auto there. In the end, SK will claim the win, as you say, 2-0 for them, as they continue their winning ways from the winter split.
Incredible game once again from SK, showcasing some good topside focus. Often when they get leads in the early game, a lot of it is by playing largely to the bot side of the map, but it was Fnatic once again showcasing that they're trying to attack the bot side. They're able to find these early kills, and I think the Fnatic did do a good job of setting up Reckless for success, but that top side of the map just collapsed so hard. And it was that moment when Fnatic tried to dive Exakick and failed, while also trying to protect the top lane and failing as well. SK just gained advantages all across the board and snowballed heavily through that early game lead. Great stuff from SK, as Fnatic still trying to solve the issues that have plagued them from winter.
We'll see what they can do. Obviously, very short turnaround time, 2 new players on that team. It can be a struggle to get everything on the same page, and we've seen a few moments of light, a few moments of success for them. They just haven't been able to solidify that into anything more meaningful. SK looks like they're going to take a bow in the middle of the stage. Obviously, usually they would do some high fives, but with all of them wearing masks, I assume they're just keeping precautions around everyone's health, very important for all of us still. But yeah, SK continues to look good, continues to look strong, and continue. At this game, I think their early game looked better. How much we can take away from that is questionable. You know, no offense to Fnatic, but it was only Fnatic that they were able to beat in the early game. We'll see how they continue to develop across the course of Spring. Your player of the game votes at LEC on Twitter are Irrelevant, Marcoon, and Certus. Betty, I have a quick pun for you if you want.
Oh no.
How do you know that Alistair can't spell?
How Alistair can't spell? I don't know.
He always goes That's a good one.
Because of the moo.
Because it's moo, yeah. Thank you. I'm getting one man in crowded. One man.
Spell, because
Why do chefs love Echo?
No, stop.
Why do chefs love Echo?
Why do chefs love Echo?
He always goes back 4 seconds.
You know, when Freak retired, we thought that...
I was in his stream this morning asking him, Freak, you got any good puns for me, mate?
He was just like, hereby bequeath
the pun,
the pun to Medic.
Sure.
Guys, you should have seen them when they were in the same room together. It was
awful.
a travesty.
It was. But something that's not a travesty is interview that's about to happen with Exakick and Dostal. Shots, in fact, take it away.
Thank you. Maybe it is, actually. Exakick and DOS, another win on the books. You were just chatting about something. What was it, if you can share?
I think it's the ganks on bot.
The ganks on what specifically?
Yeah, like how we died. It was...
Basically, I didn't see that the Sejuani was running behind me. I was like focused on the Heimer, like doing random movements. I was like, oh, I'm gonna hook this guy, but apparently there's just a jungler behind me, so...
But it happened a couple of times. Did it happen every single time, or...?
Not the same way, but... yeah, I mean, they really wanted to kill me this game, that's for sure.
Yeah.
They
Once
did.
he has no flash, it's just... They use like 3 different flash to kill him, so it's just giga easy. But I think it doesn't matter once they died 1v2 on the turret, so...
Yeah, the game did flip from that point. Overall, I was talking to your coach during the pause earlier, and he was talking about how you needed to be, or you were focusing on the early game, I should say, rather. So, Exakick, what do you think the things are you need to work on in that department?
I think it's not inting, honestly. And I think we inted a bit on bot. Like, we died... I mean, I say we, because I think it's probably like my fault as well. I should like play better the waves and stuff. But I think it doesn't matter because we had the better draft and my mid was smurfing as well.
So it's crazy, right? He was smurfing really hard.
And their top laner was getting like LEC check, I would say, like yesterday. But I can relate, honestly. My first games were bad as well, so.
Oh, I like it, like the shared experience.
It's just rookie, you know, you have to...
You got to play a couple of games to get used to it. Dos, when did you think, or when did you feel like the game flipped in your favor? And was it all because you just looked at the mid lane scoreline, or because of the scaling of your comp?
I mean, honestly, I never really felt too behind this game. Like, even though like I was like 0-3 or something, I still felt like we were gonna win this game because they were like spending a lot of resources on just getting like a kill on Thresh, and they were not really getting plates or anything. And obviously, like when I was roaming top and we got like 4 kills on top and extra 1v2 them on bot lane, then I knew it was over. So yeah, not too much sweat.
How different was it playing versus the duo now that it's Advienne and Reckless?
Actually, I mean, we only played like 1 game versus Reckless and Rocks, right? So can't really judge too much, but against Rocks, they played melee champ and they like kind of forced playing melee champ into a bad matchup just because they wanted to play melee champ, I guess. And Advienne obviously plays a bit more champions, and like this game I was inting, so I won't really comment too much. So.
That's fair. Exakick, I heard that Reckless was streaming and you popped in and he said hello or something. Was that today?
Yeah, that was today.
Okay.
I said good luck. That's it. And yeah, that was a nice game, but I think I feel like they have the same issues as they had on bot lane from last split. But
which are?
I think he could play way more crazy with his champ, probably. I mean, maybe it's hard actually because you have Vitalia, you know, like you just get ulted, this giga unskilled, this combo. But for my game, was fine till I tried something. I would say, I would say on mid because I was bored and I was like 1 KP and my team was like 14 kills. So I was like, yeah, I want to play as well. And then I just mega hinted. But yeah, I'm happy with the win. We start 2-0. It's better than last split for sure.
Yeah, it's...
But I think we need to prove ourselves against Vitality and G2.
Okay. That's what kind of the goals are for you. But of course, you made it all the way to playoffs. It was against the Mad Lions that you fell.
Yeah.
Ultimately, what are your goals personally and what are the goals as a team? I don't want to say, of course, you want to do better than last split, right? But in terms of what you really need to improve on to make sure that this time you can make it all the way to the final.
I think we need to be as good as we were on the range matchup in this meta. Like the support meta kind of shifted. Now it's like Rakan, Thresh, all those kind of stuff. I mean, DOS is very good on it, so we just need to be like giga good together. And then I think second goal for me individually would be like to match Hans and Upset, which are probably like the 2 best giga good ADs in the league. And then as a team, I think it would be to do better than top 4.
Yeah. Anything to add, DOS? Do you have anything to add?
No, I think Exa summed it up pretty well.
Okay, final question then for you in terms of Thresh, who's had some changes and now you can like hook a little bit more, but you were saying that maybe it was baiting yourself in at times. How do you find playing him and how high do you rank him in the meta?
I mean, honestly, like again, it's really hard to judge people from just one game, right? And like we didn't scrim them at all. Like we took 1 week break in the off
Did you listen to my question?
Huh?
I asked about Thresh.
Oh, Thresh. I thought you said at the end. Oh my god.
That's okay.
Okay. Well, Thresh. I mean, Thresh. Thresh was like my main champion for years, and I think it's actually the most banned champion against me in competitive. But obviously, like coming from only playing like the Yumi, Lulu, all that stuff is like completely different, like play style as a team as well, right? So not only mechanically for me or like individual players, like we need to play it different as a team as well, right? But at least in scrims we're doing well with it. So I think today was just a little whoopsie, but yeah, happens.
Okay.
I think I had my oopsie yesterday.
Yeah.
And now he had his oopsie today.
You also had a little oopsie today.
Nah.
No, it doesn't count.
In lane. And I think like tomorrow it will be better.
Okay.
I don't even know who we play, but.
Oh, I'm sure your coaching staff knows. I hope. I don't either.
I hope so too.
But thank you very much. Congratulations, you
Thank
two.
you.
Oh, you're playing Astralis. And they're playing right now versus G2 after the break.
Kill off the SK jungler. Humanoid going forward. Xerxes splashes away. The hook connects from DOS, and now they're going on to Humanoid. But he still has his flash from earlier on. Oscar Winin eats some oranges in his cave, but the rest of his team is not. Just a little bit of that dominance still proccing will fall off him. A second Oscar Winin with the parlay. Just needs an auto. Dodges to the side, but Irrelevant going back in. Irrelevant!
Wait, look, he will walk up, he will walk up. Can you look up, Elias? They don't know that you guys are there. Wait, you have ult. We can just dive him, no?
Yeah.
He has special.
Ready to go.
Okay, guys, Asia's TP.
You will flash.
If you get the specials in up, they're coming. It's fine, we can still fight.
I think just space and go Drake, by the way. Wanna look for next time?
He's running it, by the way.
Running it. Mid.
Okay, completely running it.
Okay.
I just gave us a bonus.
Keep it as well.
In the end, SK will claim the win, as you say, 2-0 for them as they continue their winning ways from the winter split.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
I won! I did it! I won the LEC! Finally, after all of these years! If it wasn't for my Malzahar in Game 5, I wouldn't be here! But I am! And I won! So screw you to all the haters!
Just a scar somewhere down inside of me. Something I never be alright. I try to keep this pain inside, but I will never be alright. I try to keep this pain inside, but I will never be alright. I try to keep this pain inside, but I will never be alright. I'm lost in these memories, living behind my own illusion. Lost all my
Welcome back to the desk as Astralis vs G2 Esport is our next game, and especially Astralis surprised us with a clean victory over Koi yesterday in Leaders Comeback game in the LEC. This game is going to be really exciting, and I especially want to talk about the fact that Astralis as a whole was a big surprise in winter, and they came yesterday with a really good planning, excuse me, and it showed once again that they're here to dominate in the LEC and prove that they're just not the underdogs.
Yeah, I really just think that the game plan was super simple for them as well. 113 was just running around in the early game, creating leads for his lanes, and these leads that they got just allowed themselves to snowball these Drakes. At one point in time, then there is some messy Heralds, there are some messy Barons, but in the end, they still find an incredible good amount of fights to the point in time where Koi gets so pressured around the last Soul fight, Astralis just says, well, you know what, we'll take Baron then, and then they just have the biggest lead that they need.
I feel like the key thing that Leader provides is that he's actually in the same rhythm of gameplay that his bot lane is and that his jungle is. 113 was trying to invade all split long. I think that was fantastic. And just the continuation that Leader can interject himself in that gameplay is super, super good.
Yeah, even on
he's
that.
just all the way in the early game.
Remember the Rise ultimate on the turret where 113 is invading, it looks like he's dying, well, Leader's bailing him out, so yeah, some really fun plays to watch.
Yeah, props to 113, honestly, to get the action going, especially in the early game, but eyes focused here on the bot lane. Kobe versus Hansama, two players who've been playing in the league for ages now, and who are still at the peak of their game.
Yeah, in my mind, it's just been incredible to see Kobe's growth. I worked with him such a long time ago, and he's been through such a journey in his career, and I feel like he's really found his soulmate here with Young-hoon. They've been so dominant, even in the beginning of Winter Split, when they were struggling. Each game, they were finding 2v2 kills. The fact that they are getting leads, and they have a team now that looks like they can convert those leads, it seems like you can finally become very hopeful for the future of Astralis.
Yeah, last year, it kind of felt lost, but coming into winter, it felt like this was the Kobe we saw before he went to North America, and now going up against Hansama today, who's now been the reckless force in the league for the entirety of winter. The Astralis bot lane really does have their work cut out for them, but they did get a 2v2 kill against the Koi bot lane yesterday. Does that mean that they can rival Hansama and Mickey? I don't really think so, but it's definitely the key point of today's matchup.
I'm really excited to see if they're just going to hopefully ban Draven. And then with the dynamic of what we've seen in draft, if G2 on red side, are they going to blind pick one part bot or just counter pick on 3? And in that case, if, of course, Astralis can show up a Caitlyn with a Heimerdinger 2-3, or if they're going to slam the Zyra Khan, I feel like they've shown a lot of diversity. The only thing that hasn't been shown in Kobe's pocket yet is the Draven. So I hope it's just removed off the table, and that I'm excited for what happens with Heimerdinger, because I'm also kind of hoping that it gets banned.
Talking to Hansama yesterday, he was telling me that his goal when he joined the league again was to prove that he could be one of the best AD carries there is in the league and prove that he could come back to the level we knew from him. On the side of Kobe, I want to give him the same praise in the sense that we were talking about All-Pro and the fact that there could be an argument for Kobe to be in that list. And for someone who's been playing for so long, to reinvent himself also and find himself again after a difficult year within the LCS that he spent, I think it's amazing to see how hard he can shine, and especially with Jonathan on the bot lane.
No, I remember the days when I was working with him. He was working together with Mickey. They were a very, very strong bot lane. But I think with time, all the journey that Kobe's been on, he went over to TSM and he worked with many different teams. The story was always Kobe is the AD carry is going to be very serviceable later on in the game. For him to, as you said, reinvent himself and truly, be a very, very dangerous bot lane that is so bot lane centric in terms of how you generate leads. Being ahead as an AD carry is so important because the enemy AD carry can no longer trade auto attacks with you. It's such a big deal in games, and I think that Kobe manages to also convert that same idea of him being very serviceable in the later parts of the game. He still has that element. I rarely see Kobe make mistakes.
Especially because, you know, he used to be called Mr. Consistent, but when we called him Mr. Consistent as well, it wasn't necessarily because he was consistently aggressive in lane or anything like that. He was just always that reliable person to have. But he is aggressive now, and he's looking to get the 2v2 kills, and I think that's the big difference from the former copy and the copy we see now.
What do we make of this upgraded version of Astralis here, replacing Dayor with Leader in the mid lane? I didn't really know what to expect on the side of Leader, and I saw his hover in the draft yesterday. The champions that we know from him, the Akali, the Yasuo, the Yon, going for the Rise in the end. He was telling me during the interview that he's taking agency in this team when it comes to shot calling and leading the team as well. I think it's a successful return for the player so far.
100%. I think it comes to the meme about Leader that he doesn't play mages, but mages, they have a very certain thing that they like to do, is just to stay mid, farm, and then be a menace late game. But Leader's idea of the game is to connect himself with whatever's going on and convert volatile situations into winning situations. We could maybe see him play Viego, we saw him play Rise, he could play Irelia. He makes sure that he has a strong 2v2, and I think that he's very good at putting himself in tune with what happens in the games. And this is what I saw from him in Champions Queue all year long, actually.
Yeah.
And, you know, yesterday, once again, they had that victory against Koi. He was going up against Larsen, one of the best mid laners we also have in the league, and he was going even against him. It wasn't necessarily solo kills in the action, but it was the fact you had priority going into it. Now, you're going to have to elevate yourself even further, because you're going up against Caps instead. And that's not only just a champion pool discussion, it's also just the best mid laner we have in the league. So, you know, Leader, if you really want to make your return to the scene and make a name for yourself, it's against that guy.
Yeah, it's not just Caps, it's Caps with capital C, and Caps who's been cooking for a few weeks now. Let's talk about the draft maybe that G2 pulled yesterday to see what we can expect from them. It's hard to expect things on the side of G2, honestly. You never know what they're going to throw at us. Any take on what they've been playing yesterday? I'm talking about the Malphite, especially on the mid lane.
Well, I think a lot of it came from the Gragas flex that we've already talked about quite a bit, and it opens up so much for you, as we've already talked about, and we probably will continue to talk about on this patch as well. But I also think it's just very intelligent with the fact that Caps can just bust out almost whatever he is. We started seeing it with the Sack, now we see it with the Malphite as well. And the thing is, what can we expect from G2? Expect the unexpected. That is legit the only thing that there is to say about it.
How do you prep against a team like this, Yamato?
I think that you don't open their solo queue accounts, because you're going to just be more confused if you do. I think the key thing is the fact that Astralis is red side today. I think that is helpful. You know, are they red side?
No, they're blue side.
Oh, they're blue side. Oh, damn. That's going to be rough then, because looking back at yesterday, they opened up Gragas and they dealt with the Gragas well. But in a situation where they open that up and give that again, and G2 is allowed to react to what you're showing, I think that Astralis won't be able to leverage their counter pick so well, because Finn and also, of course, Leader, they have very, very niche picks, but, you know, maybe they can flex those too. Maybe they're going to pick Irelia and flex it. Both of them play Irelia, maybe Sejuani, Irelia. Maybe we're going to see some craziness from them, because this is the game to put everything on the line to maybe squeeze a point.
I suppose in a series like this, all you really can rely on is just the fact that you have your own fundamentals as players as well going into it against a team like G2.
Let's see what we're going to eat today, this side of G2, as we are heading into picks and bets. As we said, Astralis is going to be playing on the blue side, G2 on the red side. Any bans that we can expect or should see on the side of Astralis playing this blue?
Draven, please.
Yeah.
Let's remove
That's
Draven.
the opening.
That's a good opening. I'm curious what happens with Heimerdinger, because I think Heimerdinger got nerfed, but it also got buffed with Yuumi and Lulu being less prio. So I'm hoping that Heimerdinger either is heavily contested or we see it removed from the pool, so we see more Zyra Khan. Yeah!
I think it's important to highlight that with Heimerdinger as well, that the thing that was nerfed about him was his AP scalings, and that meant that was mostly the laning phase that was nerfed, but he does build full AP in his build pattern, so he is buffed in the late game as well. So even when you see champions like the Thresh come through, you will still have your value, because you just stop the hook coming through, you get a free laning phase, and you get the free scaling.
Removing the Elise also on the side of G2, we know that Leader likes these AD picks, and 113 priors this champion. What are we going to see on the last bans here on the side of Astralis, and how do you want to open the draft?
I'm curious if they're just going to slam the Sejuani. I think that opens up a lot of synergies together with Leader. Now it's Elise and Gragas out of the picture. I'm hoping to see that. I think one edge that Astralis have in the draft is the fact that they are willing to play the Caitlyn and they can slam that 2-3. And they might put G2 in a position where they have to pick Varus.
Yeah, I was going to say, so far as well, we usually see Annie as the red side ban, but this time around, that's not going to be the case. I didn't think that the Sejuani would be first pick because we've already seen what G2 does with this. We've seen the Lilia multiple times from Yike. We've seen him absolutely dumpster the Sejuani whenever they did come out. So I was a bit surprised not to see the Caitlyn there.
A bit of trolling on the side of BB here. Love
well,
it.
that is on brand for him after all.
I think the key thing is just that G2 haven't shown any prior Kate at all. So I'm curious if they're going to leave full counter pick to third and maybe pick mid and jungle. Oh, there it is.
There it is.
They've hit it. They're busting it out. I shouldn't be surprised. They play everything.
Yeah, so let's see if they just want to pair it up with a jungler now. Once again, usually, if you go for an AP jungler here, then you still want to secure really good support on 3 here before you move into solo laners because you want something that has good value with the Caitlyn as well. So that would mean that some of the AD junglers, or AD solo laners rather, when we got into the second ban phase, will take a halter. But for now, they're just going to secure the support immediately, and it is going to be that Heimerdinger.
Yeah, the tricky thing is so hard to find champions to pick into this. It's like Ashe is out, and maybe you can play like Varus X, but everything into Heimerdinger and Kate. You know, it's so hard to pick Engage into it, so hard to pick Poke into it. It's just a very difficult lane to break.
Yeah, we could still see the likes of Karma as well if you want to go for that kind of utility to deal with the turrets as well. You have the range and some of the wave clear as well to assist your AD carry with the wave coming through. Xayah would be good self-field. The thing with Xayah into the, what is it again, the Heimerdinger specifically is that if you have to use your ultimate to dodge the nade, well then that's very conditional and Heimerdinger can just get out of the way for free.
Yeah, the tricky thing, even though Xayah is very strong on the patch, already G2 is showing a composition that doesn't really want to go in. The fact that they have the range advantage is going to put G2 in a position where they can really poke out Xayah before the fights even start.
Okay, with this Leona pick, that kind of tells me, there comes Kled. But with the Leona pick as well from Astralis, that kind of tells me that we want to flip this in the early game. We want to just be aggressive. And yeah, you're going to try and set up the turrets, so it wouldn't surprise me if we also went into the early game and saw a lot of fighting just before the minions even spawn for the bushes here. Now, as Astralis, you don't know where this Kled is going. We've seen it both mid lane, we've seen it top lanes. You kind of have flip your bans a little bit. You can go for some of the junglers. Maybe they even think the likes of a Lilia now would be really good bans since they already know there's an AD here that could be flexed into the mid lane with the Kled.
I'm kind of thinking that Astralis is going to slam something like the Irelia and just pick another AD champion top and just roll with it, because already the fact that they locked in Leona Sejuani makes the Merc's value super, super high. So I'm hoping they're going to just lock double AD F45 with like Renekton, Irelia and just try to brawl the game out with the Sejuani.
And they saw the Lilia threat here, of course, with the ban coming to be.
Yeah, I think it was quite telling from what we've just seen so far. What I'm really wondering is that how far down the rabbit hole of AP junglers would Yike be willing to go as well? Because you don't necessarily have to go that route. Like, we still see the Bellwether is something he wants to play, and then all of a sudden, Caps can just play something more supportive in the mid lane that can still has that AP threat itself. So the damage composition of G2, like, it's the flexibility of them once again. It's the fact that you don't really know what to expect from them.
Oh, it's very tricky. I'm just gonna wait until G2 pick the fourth champion.
See, that's the thing, right? Because you're gonna try and predict it. It's like, it's hard for us and it's hard for the coach and it's hard for anyone that plays against G2 because of this specifically.
They're gonna lock a Trundle because it's good into Sejuani and Leona. Something like this. It's hard to predict. I'm trying to think AP jungles, but I'm just gonna sit here, quiet
Viable
moment for
ones?
fourth pick.
Yeah, no, there's not many options. But I mean, who knows? Who knows? They usually try a lot of stuff during scrims. So. And the Jarvan here. Oh, okay, this one is a surprise though.
Now, Jarvan could be flexed into solo lane as well, just for the record. I do believe we have seen some. Yes, I do believe we have seen some of that on solo queue accounts as well with Jarvan, but also just with the AD buffs that kind of benefits your W. And there's the Irelia. You were actually just talking about it. It has that potency with the Sejuani in the jungle.
Yeah, the main thing for me with picking Jarvan is that these melee bruisers are coming 4-5, and Jarvan is terrible into them. Irelia Sejuani is going to win everywhere Jarvan shows up. Same thing with the Renekton Sejuani, so Jarvan's going to struggle. He's going to have to gank bot. All right. The brother matchup. Jon versus Yasuo.
It's the classic.
I like we just are quiet when G2 are picking because...
It's like, what do you want, right? And actually, Malphite as well is a genius pick here on 5 as well, because you know you're playing into 2 bruisers anyway. You can just itemize into that armor immediately. You want early Bramble, you want early armor, you want plated steel caps. You know, you got it coming. So it's a great front line to have in that regard.
I have to say, I think the top side of Astralis here is looking super, super strong, and I think they can really fight back. But if something goes wrong, champions like Kled and Malphite definitely have good itemization to counter this. I think the main entry point for G2 is the fact that Caitlyn Heimerdinger is going to be able to have Prio always, and Heimerdinger should be first to any of the engagements that happen around mid. And this is something that Mickey has converted so brilliantly in all of the games we've seen so far.
What are we looking at here in the early game, GB? With high lane Prio on the side of G2.
Yeah, I'm mainly looking at the fact that Astralis needs to leverage the fact that if either you just say we sack the bot lane and you guys just gonna have to survive, we play topside, or you try and attack the same thing with a Leona and Sejuani, who's also just a CC bot in itself if you want to come down there. I think with the engage that we see from the side of G2, that's going to be super beneficial against the solo laners. But for Kobe specifically, if he gets ahead, he's got a lot of self-peel, he's got a lot of good kiting back. So there's still an opportunity for Astralis, but I think with the champions that there is on G2 right now, I think they're happy with some of the solo lanes they're playing into.
It doesn't just come to the draft when you play against G2, unfortunately, Yamato.
100%. I do like what Astralis brought to the table, but this game will be bloody and will be fast. We will have a game decided in very, very fast fashion, but it will be bloody and delicious.
That's what I'm waiting for, especially in this game opposing G2 to Astralis. But without further ado, let's get into the game. Medividi, take it away.
Thank you very much, Law. Already a great breakdown of the teams and how these drafts are going to interact. As you can see, Astralis already got a 5.6 thousand gold lead in the mid lane, Betty.
Wow.
That's humongous.
That's massive.
No one has any summoners either.
Again, perspective,
I promise, guys.
5.6 thousand gold advantage, very big. 5,600 ants, very small. A lot of ants, though.
It is a lot of ants. If the ants were coordinated, we would be in trouble.
With danger.
We'd be in a
It's
lot
that
of
whole
trouble.
argument of duck-sized horse or 100 horse-sized ducks. Yeah.
No, other way around.
No, it's not. Duck-sized horse.
I will take one duck-sized horse. I'll be honest, that's a much easier battle. Anyway, as usual, we see both the teams going down towards the bottom lane to try and get Prio. Heimerdinger, Caitlyn.
Wait, so there is one thing I wanted to say, because I loved how you said the analyst says there's great insight into the comps. I wasn't listening because we were too busy talking about Malphite builds.
Yes.
And then we looked up Showmaker, who built what?
He built Frozen Fist, or Iceborne Gauntlet, Wits End Manamune mid.
Nice, right.
With lethal tempo, and it's grasped this time, so I don't think Caps is going that direction.
Yeah, we were looking at some of the Caps builds. Yesterday he went pretty tanky, but Caps has been cooking. His solo queue, like history, it's an adventure.
Rakan mid.
So I'm really excited to see what he does today. Now, one of the things I love about Malphite into Aurelia is E, the attack speed slow, really effective flash
forward from Jonghoon. Mickey's been ignited here. Ticking down, the heal coming out as well. Jonghoon will have the second Q up in just a second, gets the stun. Kobe misses the Featherstone and has to flash into it. Now, 113 coming in to join the party. Kobe, low, gets taken out by Hansama. Hansama has cleanse, has flash, isn't going to use either of them. He knows he's dead. 113 will claim the kill. Astralis 2-1 to the good.
Now, the wave is in a fantastic spot for Astralis as well, because G2 tried to get that early push, which means that both jungle and support can look to go immediately back to base, and Kobe can catch all of this farm as well. The bad news for Kobe is he wasn't able to secure any of the kills, but overall still a great advantage gained very early on in the 2 versus 2.
That play actually reminded me a little bit. Remember Misfits? Ignar Hansama?
Oh, yeah.
With the Fervor of Battle Leona level 1?
I do.
Well, Hansama on the receiving end of it this time. No Fervor of Battle, obviously, on the Leona. Glacial much stronger, and Fervor of Battle no longer exists, so it'll be quite hard to build it. There is a lot of physical damage on this Astralis team. We'll talk a little bit more about that after we see this, because this is Jonghoon just being like, Mickey's overstepped, let's go.
Yeah, and you can see they were like, I mean, this is only the first wave, so it's not even a matter of like being close to level 2. Astralis just all in with the power of the level 1. I think it's the best play that you can make in this situation. The headshot does come through from Hansama, and there was a world where he was thinking to himself, maybe I can get out, but without the E, And with 113 still having the Q up and flash up, he decided that it wasn't worth spending the summoner spells.
And also, if he spends those summoner spells, Zhonghun has Hex Splash. So he can always just Hex Splash, try and engage with the Zenith Blade. The Q level 1, I love, only has a 6-second cooldown. It was 1 point wonder there on the Leona, so Zhonghun using that very well in the early game. Yikes cleared his entire jungle apart from the Krugs, now working his way towards this mid lane as leader, and 113 will try and answer the push that comes out from Caps and his jungler.
Now, this was the duo that Yamato was talking about on the desk, with Aurelia plus Sejuani being a very powerful 2v2. Zhonghun has made his way up, and the flash will be forced from Caps. As the all-in from Astralis is looking good. Zhonghun is being very proactive in this early game. Kobe stunned.
Huge stun. There's the root as well with the snap trap, and Kobe doesn't have an opportunity to breathe. Taken out by Mickey and Hansama underneath the tower.
It's a very clean play from the bot lane of G2. They punished the roaming of Zhonghun, and Kobe, with no summoners himself, was, well, he really had very few options in terms of how to get out of there. And I was just about to praise Kobe as well. Last split, this bot lane had an incredible performance, and already this split, the bot lane of Astralis is continuing to look good. Let's not forget that they 2v2 killed the bot lane of Koi. They just successfully 2v2 killed Hansama and Mickey. Like, this bot lane making a very fair argument already as one of the best bot lanes that Europe has to offer.
And even though they were able to make some plays early on in this game, they are 600 gold down in that bot lane. The plate, Hansama having 2 kills as well. Kobe not picking up either of the kills in that bot lane was a little bit of a struggle for Astralis, and so even though they have played well, they are a little bit behind.
Now, hang on, I was just about to talk about this mid lane matchup. You can see Astralis threatening a dive onto Hansama. Mickey is looking for a roam. This is a very common Mickey play, and Astralis is looking to punish it.
113 can step forward, only 2 minions here for them. Hansama able to dodge to the side, still has the claim, still has the flash, uses it underneath the tower, stunned up, CC. Kobe takes the kill, 113 will fall in response.
Wow, props to Hansama. Is forced to use all of his summoners, but is actually able to trade 1-for-1 in that dive. But Mickey's roam effectively punished. Now G2 looking to get something back.
Kobe wanted the plate there, wanted that little bit of extra gold. Stunned up though, and Kobe has nowhere to go once again. The turrets will do their work, and Kobe will fall to Yike. Tried to get some damage back with the blade caller, but it just was not enough.
Every single play that Astralis makes, G2 is quick to respond. A very bloodthirsty early game between the two teams as top lane just continues to farm. But what an action-packed bot side of the map. Kobe Zhonghun working very well with 113 in terms of trying to find these early game advantages. We saw glimmers of this early game last split from Astralis, and it's great to see them continue this level of early game aggression and investment in the bot side of the map. The play is pretty straightforward, but let's keep track of what Hansama does here. He sidesteps the Q, he places down a trap, uses the E to dodge the W, flashes over to try and escape the feathers, does get rooted up, pops the cleanse, but the CC is still too strong, which means that he ends up losing his life. But able to keep 113 underneath the tower long enough and do enough damage that he's able to trade back. And then Mickey puts the turret down, lands the stun, gets more than enough damage to assist with the icon securing that kill. Kobe doing what damage he can, but it's not quite enough. And ends up being a 1-for-1 overall.
Does even out that gold a little bit down towards the bottom lane, though. You can see only 100 gold, the lead for Hansama and Mickey apiece now. So now Astralis able to fight back a little bit as G2 take the first dragon of the game. Leader in the mid lane has a sizable CS advantage over Caps, who was forced back earlier on. 20 CS at only the 7-minute mark. Leader very well known for his Aurelia. 73% win rate on it as his second most played champ throughout his professional career.
The man, well, in the past was always criticized for his limited champion pool. It was interesting hearing in an interview from him yesterday where he talked about how, like, he wants to work with his team to better enable these picks, and so far he's being well enabled. But G2 level 6 is Zhonghun here to cover though.
Camp's relatively low on mana, should have enough for the ultimate. 113 covering, as you say. Vanguard's edge going out as well. The Flawless Duet for the double stun. It's beautiful from Astralis. Camps goes back in with an ultimate of his own. Leader dodging around as much as he can, rallying the hell out of that fight. A double for Leader. In the end, they trade it for 1 on 113.
Ends up being a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Astralis, and both kills go on to Leader though. Really great awareness from Astralis, and their proactivity in this early game is incredible to watch. I feel like that we're seeing so many dramatic changes from teams here in LEC. A single player change, and so often the rosters can look so different, and Leader working so well with his jungle support to find those early game leads. Kobe though needs to be careful. Very low, doesn't quite have the level 6. Now secured it. Good trade onto Hansama there, forced to burn the pot. Let's see if anything else can come off the back of this as we get a replay. So, again, Zhonghun and 113 are here to protect. 113 doesn't have the ultimate yet, but they see an opportunity to engage. They know that they win in the damage department here. They lock up Mickey. They get the follow-up CC from Leader as well from his E. The ultimate comes out from Caps, but it's too late when Broken Blade does finally join the fight. He's able to get that kill onto 113, but Leader, after securing that kill onto Caps, just chooses to disengage. And the fact that they're able to walk away with a numbers disadvantage, with 2 kills for 1, was just very well played fight from Leader and the jungle support duo.
There's now 1,000 gold ahead. Broken Blade's going to be stunned up here. Finn looking for an engage as well. Broken Blade flashing away. Good flag and drag from Yike, but Leader's still on the chase. The Cataclysm coming down. Leader having to dash back. And G2 find a kill in the 3v3. Mickey doing some damage down towards the bottom side as well. Kobe had to burn the heal here. Acing the hole available for Hansama means that Kobe has to walk all the way back to his tier 2. 113 caught out by Yike. Dashes across the wall. Ooh, Jonghoon was looking for it there. Flashes forward. Mickey flashes away, but it's going to be more plates lost for the Astralis bot lane.
Just aggression across the board from G2 and Astralis. The problem now for Astralis is that while they are willing to match G2 in these skirmishes and in these fights, you can see it is G2 that is the overall winner. Now Astralis trying to get something back.
Caps has the flash. They're looking for the CC chain here though. Landic, Glacial Prison, not available for 113. Leader still trading in. Caps has a hell of a lot of armor already. Pretty healthy as well. Finn gonna join the party. Flag and drag away from Yike. They turn back towards Caps, who's just built up a rock-solid shield. Astralis continue this chase in. Get the slow. Caps, unstoppable force across the wall to escape.
So big overcommitment there from Astralis. Really with not much gained off the back of it. And you look at that bot lane tower. 1 plate left for Kobe, who's largely been isolated against Hansama. And Hansama, leveraging his range on the Caitlyn, has just been bullying out and has built a 1k gold lead. And while there is that same 1k difference in the mid lane, Caps' role and responsibility is not necessarily to be the carry in this game. It is to just be a frontline and someone that can't be shut down by the likes of Astralis' composition. So while the gold difference isn't dramatic right now, it still feels like the G2 have the primary control over this game, given that Kobe continues to fall behind. And remember, you mentioned it, a lot of AD on the side of Astralis, and it's going to be harder and harder to be able to win out on these fights as Caps, Yike, and Broken Blade just continue to stack that armor.
I will say G2, a lot of physical damage on their side as well. Caps will put out some magic damage, obviously, on the Malphite, but he's unlikely to go for a full AP build, just using the base scaling from the Malphite. And Heimerdinger can provide you a little bit of AP as well, but not the traditional sort of mid-lane mage comps that we have come to see across the course of League of Legends history.
Now look at what's happening on the minimap, because Astralis are trying to cross-map and threaten to dive onto Broken Blade, but Caps is making his way there as well to try and protect.
But how do you dive Broken Blade? He just gets off Scarl. They're looking for the CC afterwards. They hold the stun forward, and they do exactly that. Caps is here, though. No unstoppable force for him. They might try and turn and burn back onto him. Jonghoon coming in, looking for those melee auto attacks for the Icebreaker. The CC chain onto Caps is good. Ignite ticking on him now as the stun comes in once again, and Caps trying to walk away. Not allowed to. Leader turns back straight onto Mickey, dives in the first duet. That was gorgeous from Leader. He takes him out in the 1v2, just lying in wait in the darkness. And Astralis coming online across the board. They get all 5 plates in the top lane as well.
That is some nice Aurelia-ing from Leader. The combo was flawless, and he finds a quick execute onto Mickey, sending him back to the fountain as Astralis also find 2 kills in top. A nice dive onto Broken Blade. I thought that he was going to buy enough time for Caps to arrive and prevent the dive from really working out, but they play it patiently, they play it clean, and then Caps shows up, he uses QE, realizes I've got nothing left because I don't have ult, and then it's an easy kill for Astralis as Jonghoon continues this roaming style. He's been involved in 6 of the 8 early game kills so far, and yes, he has completely abandoned Kobe pretty consistently throughout the early game, which has kind of sucked for him, but the advantages that Astralis have gained elsewhere on the map have been significant.
Ever since Jonghoon came over from Korea, I think this roaming style has suited him well. Remember his Pike games in the first split that he played. He was always everywhere on the map, and it's something Mickey loves to do on the Heimerdinger as well, but he consistently is caught out. Hansama solo. Leader takes a Kobe in the end, gets the kill. Leader tanking the tower, will be shut down, but that's a shutdown over to the Donger. And it's probably the priority target if you're Astralis. Give the gold to the support.
That was really cool.
It was really nice.
That was just cool. You know, like, I know a lot of people don't like Aurelia when they see her in solo queue, but man, seeing some high-level play on that Aurelia, the confidence and the understanding of your limits there by Leader was just incredible to watch. These are the champions that this player is known for, assassins. And getting his hands on Irelia. Obviously, I had my concerns. We looked at this draft. Okay, where's your AP damage? But right now, he's making it work. As G2, though, will be the ones to secure a dragon, losing your mid laner and coming back out onto the map. G2 is still in a very good position.
And the second dragon of the game will be secured for them. They had some deep vision in the Astralis jungle as well, making it hard for Astralis ever to step up towards this. But across the board, Astralis in an okay spot. You know, 1,000 gold ahead at this portion of the game. We'll have another look at this from Leader. Dashes, gets the Q resets from killing the minions, lands the flawless duet.
It's the fact that as he Qs that caster minion, he started his E, and he kind of covered it with his own body. So then when the second E actually comes out, it's a lot quicker and harder to react to, which caught Hans Summer completely off guard. And then he's able to set up for the extra Q. That is some just really clean Irelia play. Great stuff from Leader. Of course, does lose his life, but giving that kill over to Mickey, not the end of the world. We'll secure that Rhyalize, though, to provide that extra bit of utility. But I was not expecting this amount of violence between Astralis and G2. As we mentioned, a single roster change with the addition of Leader. There were questions like how much of a dramatic difference is this really going to make to Astralis, but I feel like that we can already see that difference, level of aggression that they're willing to bring out. And yesterday, Leader did get bullied. He made a couple position mistakes here and there, but here on day 2, getting used to being back on the stage, he's looking confident and he's looking clean on a champion he's very comfortable on.
But even yesterday against Koi, it's actually quite a disparity between the two Astralises we're seeing. Yesterday was really slow, really methodical at times, very willing just to wait out the objectives, fight around these big goals on the map, and then suffocate Koi out of the game. Here, they're taking the fight to G2, trying to get Irelia ahead, trying to get Kobe ahead. Have struggled, obviously, in that bot lane, but mid lane, Leader is in a very strong spot.
And let's not forget, Astralis were fighting to secure playoffs last split. They were at the bottom of the barrel, finding themselves in, what was it, 8th place? Just short of Fnatic and XL. They had to make sure that they got those crucial wins, and they got a big one against Fnatic, securing them a comfortable spot in the best of 3s. But they did actually look pretty good, taking down BDS in the best of 3 as well. And but already, if they are able to get a win over G2, this will be the only time that they meet in terms of the best of 1s, and it'll be massive. Zhonghun finding the flank, the TP coming in.
Double TPs have been invested. They're going for Hans Summer. Does still have the cleanse, uses it to get away from the solar flare, but the dive in is beautiful. Astralis already taken one. Hans Summer's fallen. Leader dodging onto Mickey, trying to get rid of the support, and it's another 2 for 2 so far. Yike chased underneath the tower. Caps trying to put the damage down as well, but no ultimate for him. Means that he just has to back away. 2 for 2 traded in the mid lane.
It's impressive that G2 was actually able to get 2 kills off the back of that, because that fight just looked completely in control of Astralis at the start. They were able to lock down Hans Summer, who only had the cleanse available incredibly quickly, and the TPs were coming in from multiple angles. So you can see this incredible collapse from the top, from the right, and it looked like the G2 just getting funneled in as they all dive on top of Hans Summer. He creates a bit of space with his E, but then you can see the damage onto Zhonghun with the AoE damage that's coming out from Mickey, from Caps. And they're able to get that additional kill onto 113 as well. It means that it ends up being a 2 for 2 trade overall.
It took Kobe a little while to really be able to get involved in that fight as well. So a bit, maybe just a tiny bit miscoordinated from Astralis. Didn't have all 5 members firing at the same time, but still 2 for 2 trade is what they'll take.
I mean, it's something that you have to bear in mind as well. You know, you think about it. Oh, hang on. Ultimate in from the Kleds.
It's charging down here. Finn, isolated. Gonna try and recall, but that B's not gonna help you too much. It's just locked in place, not really much the Renekton can do. It's a very sad Crocodilian as he goes 1-2-2.
The punish is good from G2. They find another kill and keep the gold very even. Renekton, though, still has a slight gold advantage over his lane counterpart. As Astralis now threaten this mid. You can see Irelia pushed in the top wave, now moving down towards mid. The Herald now dropped. They've secured a bit of vision in the top side jungle, as G2 did just commit to 2 members bot, but now they want to make sure they walk this Herald in. I'd be surprised if they commit to another push, but they're going to do just that. Renekton's going to be up in 3 seconds, doesn't have the TP available. They should be able to get that additional knock, and Astralis can walk away happy. Renekton can go catch that bot wave, and now Astralis need to reset. What can G2 do with this window that they now have to reclaim some vision? It looks like not a lot.
I like the fact that in our split break, you know, the 1 week we had off, we decided that buying Shirley a GoPro was one of our priorities. Just strap it on her, see her go down the slopes.
Sometimes those accidents are not your fault, and you need to be able to catch that on camera.
True, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Dash cam.
It's really important for the insurance.
Do you think Shirley has insurance? Do you think Reptile has insurance?
I mean, you know, when she knocks someone back, like Shirley's job is to break towers. You know, Handsome is going to be like, well, I got whiplash. You know, it's a very common. It's very common. Yeah. And now she's got proof that she was only going to the tower,
she was just doing her duty.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
True. For king and country.
Exactly.
Just charging.
I don't, well, didn't know that Shelley was British, but all right.
You've got Jarvan. He's Prince at least.
True,
right? Like,
very
doing
true.
it for Jarvan.
Who is on the other team. In any case, Kled engages onto Zhonghoon.
Only onto Zhonghoon, though. He does have the Eclipse for a bit of extra tankiness, but that tankiness is just not enough. But G2 shred through him. They find a kill as they were setting up around this third dragon of the game, and Astralis caught a little bit unaware there.
Felt like for the first time, it was Astralis who, as you rightly said, were caught unawares. A lot of these fights, they've been the initiators. They've been the ones starting off with Zhonghoon, finding good flanks, finding ways to come in, especially that mid-tower dive that G2 tried to set up that Astralis responded with. But this time around, G2 found the advantage. The stun onto Kobe.
Ultimate grenade there. Kobe pops a Featherstorm. Yike holding onto the EQ combo. Gale Force enough to get him out of range.
Kobe able to walk away to safety. Will be forced to go back to base after losing that HP. But now the game returns to a net neutral. G2, though, even after all the chaos, have been securing these neutral objectives. 3 dragons, and it will be Soul Point up next. Irelia now at 2 items, and she's going to be that much stronger as she looks for a fight against Broken Blade.
Does she beat Broken Blade? Hits the stun. Flawless duet there, dodging Broken Blade. Vanguard's Edge coming out as well. Broken Blade flashes. Leader flashes forward, straight into the waiting arms of Yike. Now can Leader win the 1v2? He's done it before, but the remount onto Skull is too much. Leader almost takes down Broken Blade in the 1v2, but just can't do enough.
Junglers, man, they always ruin Aurelia's fun. Leader overcommitted a little bit there to try and secure that kill onto Broken Blade. After he'd secured the flash, he should have been happy with it, but he was not expecting the jungle. Now engaged from 113.
Finn coming in from the side as well. Mickey doesn't have the flash, has a stopwatch, but that's only going to buy you a couple of seconds. The Solar Flare on a control ward there, perhaps thinking Mickey might flash the wall. They haven't quite timed that one properly. Cap's now caught up in the CC. The charge from Broken Blade as they look for a little bit more. Yike coming in, no Cataclysm on him, but already Finn's down. G2 on the advance as they continue to chase.
And another overcommitment from Astralis as they lose another member. Ends up being a 1-for-1 trade, but Finn losing his life in exchange for Mickey's. He really has been the punching bag this game for G2. But now they've secured the kill lead and the gold pretty much remains even. This entire game has been a bloodbath. The tower leads in favor of Astralis. The gold lead ever so slightly in favor of Astralis, but G2 firmly in control of the dragons. And 113, he sees an opportunity here. He thinks he can catch Mickey out with Finn coming in from the flank and with the bot lane moving in through the mid lane. But this stopwatch just doing a great job of buying time. Zhonghoon does ult, as you suspect, predicting the flash from Mickey, as that's really the only direction he can go. Of course, doesn't have his flash available. Means that there's nothing to burn. And then Finn, well, he didn't have any tools to escape, so he ends up losing his life on the back end.
And the difficulty for Astralis now is you're facing up against a lot of armor on the side of G2. You're facing up against Soul Point for the next 4 dragons or so. A single misstep gives G2 Soul, or gives them a Baron. Unless, obviously, they're not up at that time. But Astralis are fighting from a deficit in terms of neutral objectives. Yike looking for a flank here, Cataclysm in. Zhonghoon's going to look for the Solar Flare as well, and Yike's just gone a little bit too deep. He's shut down already. Broken Blade dashing away, the tower will fall. Cap's going in as well, but he's rooted with the Blade Caller. Stun's going out. Caps looking for the ult, but Kobe flashes it. 113 will fall, though. Another route onto Caps. Zhonghoon going back in, and Leader has not been here for this entire fight. Hunt Summer with a double. Kobe gets one in response. Another's going to follow up as Broken Blade will fall. And Astralis, as G2 dived, all they could see was blood. They take 3, and they might even turn towards the Baron.
Kobe is just so damn good, man. The react flash onto Caps in the midst of that whole fight, positioning perfectly to set up for the feathers to deal as much damage as possible, landing 2 separate routes throughout the fight. Looks good, but now they commit to the Baron, and Hansummer and Mickey are still alive.
Finn flashes in. He was looking for someone, but Hansummer and Mickey backed away in perfect unison. Hansummer gets another ace in the hole. Gonna chunk out Kobe. Leader and Kobe now all hailing the retreat, trying to get back to the safety of their tower.
And now look,
helping out.
He is back on the map, but so is Zhonghoon and 113. The junglers return as Kobe needs to reset. But Hansummer, he hears us praise Kobe, and he immediately answers back with a play of his own. But the AD carries are on form today. And it is fun to watch these two duke it out. The gold continues to stay even. The dragon spawns in a minute's time, and this has to be the objective that both teams have their eyes on. The last fight did not have Leader in it.
And you can see G2 trying to punish the fact that the Aurelia is top lane and has no way to join the exchange. Yike far too deep though. It's way too difficult for the rest of G2 to really follow up with 113 and Jonghoon. And look at that, Kobe uses his ultimate to dodge Mickey X's ultimate, which means he doesn't get CC'd initially. Look at the positioning of the Feathers, roots up Caps to make sure that they can continue. The flash immediately, the second that he sees another route onto Caps, sets up for Jonghoon to follow up to secure that kill. And then they get another one onto Broken Blade. Now another engage.
Jonghoon onto Mickey. Solar Flare going down as well. 113 looking for it, but Mickey has time to flash away. Has Merc Tread so we can get out of it. Leader going onto Unsummer. Stop with the Unstoppable Force. Unsummer cleanses away and Leader still takes him. 1-for-1 so far. As Broken Blade will take the counter kill. Yike in a good flank position here. No Cataclysm on him, but an EQ could spell doom for Astralis. Dragging up in 18 seconds, as you say, Betty. Leader will be back up in 35. Unsummer in 30.
But it is crucial that Kobe is still alive. Right now, Astralis have control over the objective. G2 is looking at their options, and there's a world where they could have potentially traded for something like a Baron, threatened that as an alternative, but without their AD carry, they don't have the speed with which to take it down quick enough. So they're going to instead choose to push in mid, clear out some of this vision, and look to reset. That trade from Leader was crucial in preventing G2 from doing anything else as Astralis buy enough time to prevent the soul from falling.
I'm going to be honest, Freddy, it's been a while since we've seen G2 really pushed in a game. It definitely didn't happen yesterday. Didn't really happen even in the finals. A couple of games maybe in playoffs. Astralis putting them on the ropes here, making them...
I mean, we were wondering when G2's draft creativity would be challenged, right? And you look at the Malphite and on paper you sit there and think, oh, against this Aurelia, against a full AD composition, it makes a lot of sense. But so far, it's not proving to be as effective as I think that people were expecting. A lot of the damage from G2 rests on Broken Blade and Unsummer, whereas Astralis have damage dealers across the board, and their ease of execution when it comes, as long as they're starting the fights, Astralis have been able to find ways in which they can come out on top.
460 armor on Caps. About 200 to 300 on Yike as well. Only 460, man. There's a last whisper, though, for Kobe, though, so he's going to absolutely melt through that.
Starting this Baron off.
Baron has been started. Charge available for Broken Blade. Ultimates across the board for G2.
They have to be suspicious.
They're definitely suspicious. Astralis trying not to be.
They're flipping it.
They're going for the flip. Yike goes in with the EQ. It's secured by Kobe, and now Yike tries to flash away, but can't get over his own wall. He built it, and he pays for it. The Solar Flare short from Jonghoon. Mickey sidestepping the Zenith Blade as well. G2 could have lost a lot more out of that fight, but good sidestep from Mickey means that he stays alive, and G2 can back and defend their base.
But Astralis walk away with the Baron, and what a convincing call. Kobe stacking up the feathers behind the Baron to make sure that they had that additional bit of burst when going for the smite fight. They coordinated it well, and Yike wasn't able to secure the steal, meaning now that he's lost his life, that's one less member to help defend the gates, as Astralis have come a knocking. But for now, they'll take the tower, they'll look to reset, and they'll look to spend some of that gold that they have secured. Look at that big spike. Finally, one of these teams has secured a pretty big advantage, and I don't think anyone was expecting for it to be Astralis. We're going to get a slow-mo. The feathers at the back of the pit, you can see them stacking up. Goes in. I think that initial smite came out from Yike.
Yeah.
And then Kobe, actually, with his burst from the feathers, is actually what secured it in the end.
Yike caught out a little bit here. Glacial Prism slides in from 113. Yike's going to try and get across the wall. Cataclysm's in. Leader going on to Unsummer as well, but Leader's locked up and can't get the kill. Unsummer able to survive off the back of it. And the push delayed now for Astralis. They were able to take a top tier 2 out of this Baron. They'll look for a bot tier 2 as well.
I will admit, visually, very confused as to what happened
this
in
whole
that
fight is just everyone jumping on top of each other and someone dies,
sliding on top of each other. Leader did actually use his flash, so did Caps in that last exchange, but they kept Unsummer alive, which in the last few fights they've struggled to do. 5 deaths on the AD carry for G2, and that's not to say that he hasn't tried his damnedest to stay alive, but Leader has been creating a huge amount of pressure in these fights and making his life difficult in the 5v5s. But wow, what an incredible game between these two teams. Kobe, he had a strong split when we look back to Winter. Him and Jonghoon were able to find 2v2 kills in lane. Their team fighting was a large part of what made Astralis successful. And now it feels like that they've just been further enabled by Leader. 113 Leader and Jonghoon as a trio are just ready to fight at every opportunity. It feels like that every exchange we see is often started by these three in tandem. And G2, I don't think they were expecting this level of aggression from Astralis, but We heard the conversations, we heard the comments, we heard G2 yesterday saying they're excited to face Astralis because this team has been looking good behind the scenes. And we're seeing it come to fruition here on the stage today. Let's see if they can still win this game, though. The deficit isn't so large that G2 can't bounce back. And with a minute until the Dragon, G2 have a very clear win condition or a potential way back into this game should Astralis falter.
And that's where the battle lines will be drawn. The next Dragon will be Soul for G2. Hex Soul as well on a Caitlyn is just absolutely disgusting. Astralis trying to get some information behind enemy lines, placing wards into that G2 blue side. And G2 start to move Broken Blade down. Importantly, doesn't have the TP. So while this setup happens around the Dragon, while Astralis can lead Finn up towards the top side, Broken Blade has to decide either to come down or to chase onto Finn up towards the top side of the map. And it looked like they were trying to collapse here for a second. Finn could TP out. G2 realized that Finn is not being greedy, not pushing the extra wave. Will now back towards
But with
bot
such
side.
a large investment, they now know that they can push this wave in bot lane all the way in. But this could be a window for G2 to try and force a fight in mid.
TP's coming in, one behind Hans Summer here as well. Jeonhoon trying to get in, Copy's still alive. They've dived onto 113. Off towards the back, Leader has to pop the stopwatch. He's against 3 players right now. G2 just distracting Astralis. Finn and Leader doing everything they can. Onto Hans Summer, down to a 3rd HP. Finn almost gets Mickey, but Mickey flashes away. 1-for-1 trade so far. Broken Blade now in the stopwatch of his own. Jeonhoon stepping forward. Broken Blade will fall as well. 2-for-1 in favor of Astralis as they look to push down mid.
The fight was split thanks to the TPs committed by Astralis. Finn coming in from the river, Leader coming in from mid lane. Once G2 had committed with Broken Blade and Yike, they effectively got separated from the backline, from the damage of Hans Summer, thanks to Leader basically being a backline threat. He did lose his life in the exchange, but it was worth it as Astralis break into the base, find 2 kills.
Jeonhoon's going to die here. No way for him to get out. He looked for the Zenith Blade onto Hans
But the
Summer.
Dragon, remember, that is now going to be up and is something that with Yike spawning in 5 seconds, G2 will have their eyes on.
Leader 10 seconds away. Finn still with the team right now. Astralis trying to take some control over the top side, but as you say, Betty, the Dragon, the key focus.
Raptors right now.
I think they're looking for double inhib. I think Finn is going to try and push in top side. They give up the Hex Soul and they get double inhib instead. Broken Blade has backed to try and answer that. The Dragon now started. Astralis realizing with Jeonhoon dead, they cannot
to just
fight
sacrifice it, all right? Wow, okay, so at the end of the day, by going for that mid inhibitor, they sacrificed this Dragon. And we look back at the fight. So 3 members in mid lane right now with the 2 side laners from Astralis. They tried to tank the shot from Hans Summer, but you can see here when the TP's coming in, Caps immediately retreats to provide protection along with Mickey, which basically creates a 2 versus 3 situation on the front line. Yike is perma-CC'd. The stopwatch buys a little bit of time, but when Finn arrives to the fight, Leader, look at how much damage he's able to do with the assistance of Finn. Almost getting the kill onto Hans Summer, but doesn't quite have the tools needed to secure it. But it doesn't matter, because he bought enough time. He forced that backline away from the fight, allowing Astralis to come out the victors. And at this point, they probably should have gone for the Dragon. They probably should have denied that win condition, but instead they opened up the inhibitor, and now G2 have the Soul. And again, I would not count G2 out just yet. They still feel very strong, and one good team fight can turn the game. The Baron now back up. The battle line's drawn once more.
And Summer has both sums as well. Vision control for G2 around this Baron side. Astralis trying to shepherd in their super minions. 113 going onto camps, but not really the target that you're looking for right now. Broken Blade's going to catch the wave in mid. Astralis continue to push forward.
Look at these waves on the side, though. G2 have a massive stacked one on bot, and Astralis are just walking in the super minions in mid wave. Engage.
113 only gets onto camps. Once again, not the target you want. That's Glacial Prism burnt. Big ultimate for the next fight. As you say, the minion wave in the bot lane crashing.
But they have no TPs. They have no TPs, so they can't afford to go and catch it. As you rightly said, they're doing a lot of damage as well. But Astralis, they're in this awkward position where they don't know what to do. G2 are in a better position as they just waste Astralis' time. That tower is likely to fall. They have position around the Baron, that top lane wave in a good spot as well. And G2 are just passively gaining these advantages, leveraging the fact that Astralis do not have the TPs.
Broken Blade looking for it. Jeonhoon tries to get onto Hans Summer, but can't get close enough. Leader onto Yike, knocked up. Leader, Solar Flare on the backline, though. They're going for Mickey instead, and Mickey's already dead. Leader still surviving in the midst of it all as he continues to dish out the damage in the fight. Cobby doing it too. It's a double with the root, and now Hans Summer left alone. Yike flashes out, but there's nowhere for him to go. His base, his team, the win forfeited to Astralis.
G2 forced the fight, but Astralis walk away the victors. Once again, this top side for Astralis acting as a meat shield for Kobe to freely dish out the damage and tear G2 apart.
And we wondered what the change would do for Astralis. Was bringing Leader in the right choice? Well, right now, they're going all the way to the stars. Astralis 2-0.
A massive victory for Astralis. Last split, they struggled to make it into top 8. Last split, it felt like that Astralis was an afterthought, and while they did show some good stuff in the best of 3s, it felt like that the Astralis, they only got 3 wins, Headache. And now they're already at 2 within their first week, with one of those victories being over G2 and the other being over Koi.
Yeah.
2 top 3 teams in the league they have already been able to take down, and of course, best of 1s, a lot can happen, right?
But what a start.
At the end of the day, to start your split like this puts you in a prime position moving out through the rest of the season, as Astralis with a single change have only looked better and better.
Also playing a composition that in draft looked like it could struggle. All physical damage into a Malphite is not usually your cup of tea. It's not usually what you want to see, but played it well. Leader had a great performance, as did Kobe. Like everyone on that team actually just had a great day today.
I mean, what I will say is Kobe is looking incredible right now. This bot lane is doing nothing but succeed. Admittedly, in the laning phase, he was left alone as Yonghun was consistently finding roams on the map. But in the team fights, his positioning, his reactions, just the way that he's been playing is nothing but incredible to watch. And Leader on these carries, in the past, it was always a point of criticism. You can't make these carries work. There's no way that you're going to be able to find success only limiting yourself to these champions. But what do? Locked in Irelia Sejuani early, and he said, well, my team's happy to facilitate me, and that's exactly what they did.
And they did. We're going to hear from the star bot laner from Astralis, Kobe, who's standing by with Shocks.
Thank you so much. One of 2 star bot laners, I should say, because Junghoon also had an insane game. But congratulations, Kobe. What a win and what a week so far. But let's start with this one. Yeah, you were in the driving seat for a lot of that, but it became super dicey at the end of it. What was the key to the focus in terms of bringing this one home?
Well, coming into the game, we knew we had to fight a lot, like G2 Light's fighting, and we knew that we can't just sit back and hope to win. Like, we had to get it dirty, like, from the beginning. And I was not so happy in the beginning because I died like 3 times, but I think Leader did really good. He got a huge lead, and yeah, we just had to keep forcing fights, because eventually, if I get enough items and they need to dive in with Malphite, with Kled, then it's going to be good fights. So
I don't think you should downplay yourself, because I feel like you had a big job to do in those late game team fights and you did it perfectly. But I also think you're right in saying that Leader had a huge game. Talk to me about the first weekend overall playing with him and the fact that, you know, he's willing to play this Irelia versus Caps and just absolutely smurf.
it's been really fun with Leader coming into the team. I think he's a very social guy, and overall team spirit is really good right now. Compared to last split, where it went downhill towards the end. In-game as well, I think he's obviously very skilled on his champions, and I think he actually brings a lot. It's not like he only plays these few champions. He has a lot to bring, you know. So I enjoyed so far playing with him. I think he's doing really well.
Yeah, it seems so indeed. You were saying that you didn't shave and that it's a little bit of a theme in the team. What's going on?
Yeah, so what I mentioned, Leader, very social guy. He also came with this challenge, or just like I don't know the word for it. We have an agreement to not shave for the rest of the split. So yeah, that's gonna bring us power, I guess.
It's a good luck charm, almost.
Yeah, you can call it that.
Okay, who grows like the best beard, you think? So
well,
far?
it's not me for sure. I think it's probably Leader or AOD, our coach. One of those two I would give it to.
Now I see why he pitched it. Because he was like, well, I have a great beard, so yeah, okay, I see. But it worked. Good luck charm. Beat G2. Beat Koi also this week. Overall, this is a crazy good start for Astralis, and I think all things considered, you mentioned the atmosphere of the team, but results-wise, things were also very good. in winter, I would say. Maybe the season not as long as you would have hoped. But what are the main things that you're excited about that you're seeing in these early games in the team going forward?
I think we have. I mean, just playing this game against G2 is. I mean, this game was really fun. It was also stressful because it could kind of go both ways, but had a good feeling throughout most of the game. But yeah, I feel like we have really skilled individual players, and that is the most important thing in League. Like, we just need to get on the same page, and then we're able to play with the best teams.
Okay, lovely. Well, fantastic performance of you and Astralis. Congratulations, Kobe.
Thank you.
And we're going to kick it over to Goldberg for some Telestrator analysis.
Thank you very much, Sharks. I'm here with Leader to break down, well, his iconic Irelia play. But before I do so, yesterday you played against Koi. You beat Larsen, one of the best mid laners in the league. Today you played against Caps, the best mid laner in the league. How has this return for the LEC been for you?
Like I said before, or like yesterday, I think the game against Koi was our biggest challenge, just because of how methodical they were. And I've been playing against Larsen since like Nordic League days in 2018.
Good old days, Nordic League.
And right now, I think my track record against him is like 4-2, so it's going well. Against Caps, I mean, I was expecting something funny like that. I was thinking about the Mal fight. I mean, I don't think it's a good pick, personally. It just for fun. I think it was just for funning it a little bit.
Okay. With that, yesterday I was speaking to Finn. I was going over some of Australia's message plays. Today I have prepared some good plays from you instead. So I want you, Leader, when this situation is coming down, what's the thought process for you guys initially when you see this happening?
So basically here, like the way my champion works is holding waves, and what enemy can usually do is set up a dive on me by dropping a wave or like pushing in.
Right.
And we knew that Kled was coming up here, so I said, I got asked, can I get dove? I said no. If people are behind me, they cannot dive me. And they were looking for a dive, and they saw Leona here. So
yeah.
Kled probably said back off. They're defending, but I think the rest of them walked up too far. If we just the way my champion works is I can always just ignore them, the front line, and just go into the back line.
And we can cue the clip here as well.
Yeah, and Kled was too far away, and diving into Sejuani, Leona, Irelia is really, really hard for them, especially if all of them gets one shot, because now they're stuck in my ultimate, they're slowed, and if they go turn on us here, they're gonna get turret damage and they're just gonna die.
How fast is a call made here? Because this seems like something, did you know this like 20 seconds beforehand, or is it just when they step up, you just yell, go, go, go?
I mean, we knew that Kled was coming down. I looked at my wave and I knew something was going to happen.
Right.
So I said, defend, and the moment Kled saw Leona, I said just go, you know, on the front, just look at me, and I will ult, and then we killed them.
In this play, you've just had a good play on top side. You moved into the bush here, already anticipating the enemy support and jungler coming here. What's your thought process here as we roll out the clip?
I mean, this is just a normal macro play from enemies, I think. Just defend top after someone makes a play or make a play on the other side. So I knew that they were going to go as two-man into top side.
Yeah.
I mean, I've downloaded Mickey's brain, so I know that he was going to walk like this. I was thinking first to sit in the raptor bush.
Yeah.
But I was like, I read enemy name tags and enemy team name, and I just sat in that one instead.
Okay, you know they're gonna come there. Listen, I could go through all your highlights here. We could make an entire montage and talk about your plays today, but then we wouldn't be able to break down the rest of the game. So, Leader, thank you very much. I'm gonna send you over to the rest of the analysts.
Come and join us. Thank you, GV, for breaking all this down. Leader, congrats again.
What a game, dude.
What a game. What a comeback to the league. Again, Koi yesterday, G2 today. I want to know a bit more about the preparation coming into today, because we were talking about this during the draft. It's really hard prepping against G2 when you really don't know what they're going to throw at you. You were saying that Malphite is not particularly the best champ, you think? But tell me about coming into today and getting ready for this game.
I think the way G2 plays is they're just good, you know, they're good 5 individual players, they work well together. So they're like one mind, you know, so whatever they pick, it's going to work out against good teams, I would say. But if we just respect their timers and play to our strengths, our champion strengths, I think they're just going to lose because they're playing suboptimal champions.
And you have to stay proactive, I think, also when you
for sure.
face a team like this.
I have this kind of philosophical question to you, Leader, and I'm hoping that you can answer it the way I imagine you are as a player. In terms of League of Legends, what do you think is the most optimal way to play the game? If I ask you this philosophical question.
I think people overthink League of Legends. They think about waves, towers, gold, and whatsoever. But I think if you just keep it simple and think just ending the game, killing the enemy nexus, and the fastest way and the easiest way without letting enemy play. I think that's the best way of playing.
Okay. I like that a lot. I think it fits with your direction. I watched so much of your Champions League games. I saw the games against Caps, and I felt like your strength has always been connecting to where the action is. And I think there was always this meme, he doesn't play majors. I was like, come on. If he plays Irelia at this level, all these champions that are way harder than majors, it's more tied to the idea you have about the game. Because I think 1-1-3 was invading so much in the previous split. And I think that the bot lane having that backup in terms of what they want to achieve in the game, I think you just have been a perfect match. How do you feel in terms of how easy it is for you to be on the same page as the moving roles with support and jungle in the game so far?
I think both of my support and jungle are really good players, really good. They're super proactive, and I look at the game the same way as them. We always come to the same conclusion in reviews and whatsoever, and we agree on the way of playing. So, and I think one of my strengths, like even though people don't see that, is meshing well with different players. I think I can adapt to each personality and each kind of play style, and speak my mind as well in a way where we can connect as well and compromise if I have to compromise. But obviously, the way I want to play the game is, I think mid is, everything happens through mid. If you want to dive aside in, everything goes through mid. If you want to invade, everything goes through mid. So be on mid wave and go together.
I love that. Mid is the most central lane. The wave crashes first. If you control mid, you control the game. I love to hear that. I want to ask you, with everything, 2 games now, the expectations coming into the splits, are you surprised?
Honestly, I'm not that surprised, I would say. I think I think our scrims were actually really productive after me and Kobe came to the house. Just like, you know, the break is not long between winter and spring, so people took some breaks off at home, and I was new coming into the team as well. But after people were comfortable and confronting each other as well, so it was easy to talk to, and we easily solved the issues as well, all the problems. So it wasn't so surprising, I would say. I think we would have a better chance against G2 than any other team would have against them, because the way we play is reactive and proactive at the same time. So if they want to do stuff, we will do something as well back after that. We're just not going to sit there and scale and play on, like, obviously we play on our spikes and our tempo, but we use the small ones more.
No, I like that a lot. It's very important against G2 to not drown in the bullshit and remember what works, the fundamentals. That's super good. I'm so happy to hear that.
And keep the head high. I wanna hear your take on Kobe. He was praising you and speaking really highly of you during the interview, talking about how skilled you are, team spirit, the fact that you're a really social guy, something we touched on the interview we had yesterday. Your take on your AD carry, because we spent a lot of time talking about him in pregame and how he, even though he's a veteran, how he keeps on evolving as a player. But I want to have your take on this.
I think the most surprised player I was on the Astralis roster when I was watching last split was Kobe, actually. I didn't have a particularly high opinion of him before. But after how seeing after how he played the last split, I thought that guy is really good, actually.
Yeah.
So like surprisingly to me, you know, because I've known him since I started playing solo queue. He's been around forever, and seeing him play that good on these champions is like, I look forward to working with him because he's easy to work with. He listens, and overall, I like the guy.
It's amazing to see the whole spirit around Astralis. And I hope people stop sleeping on you. Fantastic start so far in LEC Spring. Leader, thank you so much for joining us today on the desk. And that's all for us here on this side of the studio. We'll be right back in a couple minutes for the match of the week, Spanish Clasico between Heretics and Koi. Stay tuned.
Longhorn is being very proactive in this early game. Kobe stunned.
Huge stun. There's the root as well with the snap trap, and Kobe doesn't have an opportunity to breathe. Not allowed to. Leader turns back straight onto Mickey, dives in the forest duet. That was gorgeous from Leader.
I want to queue on this wave. I want to queue on this wave.
I'm not getting the... We're looking. Help him.
Wait.
Good up.
I think I'm dead though.
Oh, I don't have heal.
It's fine.
It's fine.
Timer got it.
Press it.
Can you
Okay.
I can force.
Okay. Kite.
Look this guy. Look Jordan.
Press.
Hammer.
Yeah. I'm just mark. I'm block. Can't block. I'm block.
Glad.
Head front. Nice. Go mid and end. Go on this game. Okay, just make sure we end this game, okay? And then we celebrate.
was bringing Leader in the right choice. Well, right now, they're going all the way to the stars. Astralis 2-0.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The time has come once again. LEC is back.
Team Heretics will face off against Koi in our first match of the week.
Waiting for the body slam, sidesteps and it's clean. Gets away from the Scion as well. Wants a good jump out to safety, but he's not done. He wants more kills. He gets the double. He gets the reset.
Lockdown caps. They CC chain him to the turning tides in favor of Koi.
Eon hooked up. Team Heretics will not go quietly.
Jack Spectre tries to dash back across and does manage to make it to his team. He's somehow still alive. He cleanses. He dashes. He dances away. A penta for comp.
Although on paper both these teams did well, in the minds of the players, they know they had more to give.
In my head at least, I really think we were a bit trying too many random things.
We just didn't really perform / learn too much, and that's something that has to be addressed for us for sure.
Heretics fell apart after losing their first best of 3 to Vitality.
We had a week where Ruby got COVID and we were not able to practice that full roster. Partially this was the reason why we lost, but I think the other big reason is we focused so much on the early game and how to get leads in the early game that we kind of forgot how to play mid games.
Yanko's getting cut down slowly but surely. Envy on the backside, but he's not able to take out a single carry. Bo still alive, and that's gonna be the game.
Teams no longer have the luxury and safety of getting back on their feet slowly. We have seen what happens when teams stumble at the start of the split. Koi went from being champions to scraping their way out of elimination in the first round. An unacceptable start for a team that seemed so unstoppable last year. Koi would need to learn from their near miss in winter and enter spring in top form.
If we don't manage to be better of a team, then it will not be as fun as it was.
Just slaughtering everyone! Incredibly clutch! Master of the LJL, master of the LEC! You cannot give this man custom!
We've already seen what Heretics can do when they play through their top side. A new team that is already impressed with how quickly they came together as a roster.
Scooping up the last remaining hopes of Koi and throwing them into the grave!
Seeing Yanko step out from the shadow of his former team was so important for fans, and now it's time for them to grow.
I don't want stress to get to me as much so that people can rely behind me, and you know, when there's a big game on stage going on, so that they can have me to fall back on.
Some teams would settle for third place, but for Koi, they know they can dominate. The weight of those expectations will hang around their necks and be the force that drives them forward to claim what is rightfully theirs.
I want to make sure that I can secure the world spot and I can be in a good shape to fight all of the teams who can get at Worlds.
For both of these teams, this opening match of the week will set the pace for them.
When it comes to head-to-head, if our head-to-head is better than theirs and, you know, it's between us and them in playoffs, then that win could mean everything.
Well, guys, today's Heretics versus Koi, a very important match for them, for us, and for what it means to the Spanish community. This new Clásico that was born through the Spanish League when we both came in last year. Obviously, we had a pretty good year in Spain, and we have been able to trespass this new game, this new Clásico, to the LEC, and people are very interested in it. Last split, it was one of the most watched games, if not the most watched game from the regular split. And I think that's really special and really important for us. So yeah, that's all from our side. We hope we can win. We hope you can cheer for us. And let's go. Vamos Heretics.
The new El Clásico between Koi and Heretics. Do you know much Spanish, Freddy?
Yeah. Hola. Me llamo Andy.
¿Cómo estás?
Ça va bien, merci.
Switched out of Spanish there. I studied Spanish for a little bit in middle school, and it was a song, and I'm not gonna sing it, but it was like Vamos a la playa, a mí me gusta bailar, la ritmo de la noche, sounds of fiesta. Means I'm gonna go to the beach and dance, basically. Anyway, these two teams gonna dance it out on the riff. Let's go! As the clock ticks over to 10:50, what are these teams going to bring us, Freddy? What exciting things await us in the midnight hours here?
Hopefully some dancing on the beach.
I wonder what the priorities will be. I'm always excited about the jungle matchup, seeing these two teams play. Jankos, I think, continues to have strong performances, just like he did last split. And I think that Malrang, I think at the beginning of last split, he struggled, but I was quite surprised by community sentiment around him towards the end, throughout the best of threes and the best of fives, because I felt like that he was so important to their success in terms of the early game and how much that he was doing for Koi and kind of what helped them return to the top spots that we have in Europe, securing top 3 last split. So yeah, I'm always excited to watch these two junglers duke it out. It's always going to be a guaranteed banger, as both junglers have taken many games off of each other, as both teams right now very much in need of a win at the start of Spring.
Yeah, Koi losing to Astralis yesterday, Heretics losing to G2. Two teams we've seen battle it out in probably the best game of the split so far in the last game. Annie banned out here by Heretics means the Sejuani immediately locked for Koi. Heretics could go for something like Divide as an answer. It's kind of the handshake we've been seeing a lot across the course of Spring. And Jankos had a very good performance yesterday. Vi would suit him in terms of having an impact on the map once again. But instead, Xayah, it seems, or Zeri maybe, for Jack Spectra instead. So Zeri plus Vi here would be a good 1-2 from Heretics.
Seems that they're just...
Wukong,
okay, Wukong taking a bit of a different direction. Not that it's that strange, of course.
No.
Both champions still very present in the meta, but Heretics wanting a few team fight tools with an element of scaling. Of course, this composition can still go in a number of different directions. The Jace, though, going to be prioritized alongside the Sylas. Koi very confident in their top side of the map. They want to give Jigenda more agency, and this is exciting to see. Jigenda was brought in as someone who, in theory, could play more carries. He was supposed to be more versatile. He was supposed to be someone that they could look to play through more than compared to Odoamne, and then they did not do that at all last split. It was very much, as was often the case with Koi, a very bot-side focused team. But Sejuani plus Jace can be a very effective top jungle duo, so we'll see if they can play through Jigenda and enable him to be this carry top. Of course, their bot lane still yet to be locked in, as no support was secured for Heretics, as they wanted to make sure they could get a decent mid-matchup rise with decent push as an option against the Sylas. Can look to bully him out and potentially look for these roams in the early game to try and limit what Jigenda can do on the map.
And it's the struggle when people away or divert from the traditional draft style of jungle support AD carry on the first 3, right? As soon as someone says, okay, we're going to pick top side, you now only have one slot as Heretics to try and answer that top side of the map. They went with the Rise, and you can see Koi are starting to remove some of the top laners that would be a nuisance for Jace later on.
Sure. I like the Senna ban. They were expecting the Senna Cho from Koi. Something that they were known for in the past. I forget exactly when Senna was better. It was like 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago. But yeah, it makes a lot of sense that they would want to respect that, especially given how creative the spot lane can often be. The Lulu being denied away from the Zeri also makes a lot of sense. But how will Heretics look to round out their first half? You expect the support. Right now, they're looking at a couple of options. Heimerdinger is something that we've been seeing a lot of recently.
The thing is, you can also pick top because you already know your top lane counter, right? Usually you would expect support here. I totally agree with you, Betty, but top makes sense into the Jace. We'll see where Ebby wants to go. Oh, no, we won't. We already know where he's going to go. Cassante. Oh, no, we don't. Okay. I was so sure Cassante was just going to get locked and we'd see the Ebby special, but Tryndamere instead, something he played a lot in the LFL. He will bring that one back out. Lucian Nami for Koi. I was wondering if it would be something like a Felios Thresh, but Lucian Nami instead. There is someone in the crowd with an I love Yumi sign. I'm just going to shout them out. Probably not going to see her, but you do you. Not going to yuck your yum. And we are on the patch where she's not good, thankfully.
That's next patch.
Yeah.
But Tryndamere, as you rightly said, something that Ebby very well known for back in the LJL days. One of his go-to favorites. We also got to see it in the SKE show match at the beginning of the year from him in the mid lane. I think it can be a pretty good matchup into the Jace. Those early levels are really where Jace has to kind of take advantage of the range that he has over the Tryndamere, but as the game progresses, Tryndamere's scaling is something that's very difficult for many duelists to be able to manage. And we'll see how effective he can be with it as Heretics round out their draft with Rakan. They want a little bit more follow-up with their engage. A slightly easier way to start off these fights. There's a lot of mobility on the side of Koi as they return to the Lucian Nami bot lane, something that in Europe has largely fallen out of favor, but I think
still has strengths, not as strong as it was, but especially in this matchup, I think that it's something that they can look to gain some advantages with. So Koi, they have early game lanes that they can definitely look to play through, whether it be through the top side of the map or the bot side of the map, whereas I do think that Heretics do have pretty good scaling on their side. They have a lot of team fight power especially, but their 1-through-1, their ability to play through sides with things like the Ryze and the Tryndamere is going to be really important when going up against a Sylas and a Jace. These solo lanes are going to be really integral to the success of their teams, and looking for early leads around these lanes is going to be crucial in order to set up for the mid to late game to create this split push pressure. Heretics versus Koi, our matchup of the week for week 1 of Spring. Guaranteed to be a banger. A lot of fans are excited for this rivalry in Europe, and we'll see who can come out on top.
That we will, Betty. That we will. Vamos to Summoner's Rift. Here you go. As Koi and Heretics take to the stage for our last game of the day. We are into the game. Promise you there are no more delays yet. And as everyone runs actually down towards this bottom side jungle, Heretics might look for an invade. Could just be protecting against any early vision. Now Ebby can spin across that wall, slash anyone he finds, but he doesn't find anyone. So Heretics now going to use this opportunity, knowing that they're not on vision. To step forward. Larson. Mercer knocks him up, and immediately Heretics are on the board. Ebby spins and gets first blood.
Wow. Caught Larson completely unawares, and a little bit surprising. They had no one watching that entrance. Ebby went over the wall to see if anyone was in the bush, if anyone was nearby, that maybe he could catch them off guard after recognizing that no one was there. Well, the rest of Heretics just move into that space. And Koi fell prey to the lying trap that Heretics had set up.
Like catching a fish in a barrel.
You mean like shooting a fish in a barrel?
Yeah, but they caught him.
And then they shot him.
It's more of a big slash. You know,
murder.
Sword. It was definitely murder.
Yeah,
it was definitely murder.
Ebby will now pick up a longsword and an extra pot thanks to that. So he's pretty happy in the top lane matchup. Is of course not running the TP, something to bear in mind, but the Ghost does give you a bit of extra kill threat in the early game. You got to be careful of those early game Tryndamere crits. Got to see them over in North America from M&S. He definitely bullied Jojo in the matchup. And he's looking to do the same thing. Can we quickly pan over to top lane, observers? I see Ebby taking a pretty aggressive trade. No? Okay, we'll stay bot. No,
there we are. So the thing with Tryndamere, if you see that red bar underneath him, just because we don't see him too often, I'll explain his passive. There's a crit.
There, right there.
The more of that red bar he builds up, the more likely he is to crit. It goes up to 40% at 100 Fury from, 0% at 0 Fury, so 4% every 10 Fury he gets. And part of the battle when facing a Tryndamere is you often play crit roulette.
Yep, the
which
RNG
is,
gods.
hey, he spins on me. If he crits, I lose the lane. If he doesn't crit, I win the lane. Yep. At the moment, Ebby in a pretty strong position, obviously, because he got first blood and has a longsword alongside his Doran's shield.
Also, it can heal him.
It can heal him. He uses his Fury to heal himself. It's called Bloodlust. It's cute.
Yeah, so there was a period in time, well, across the world where Tryndamere was just very popular in mid and top, and then he just kind of fell out of favor. I forget exactly why, but cool to see Ebby bringing the champion back out as an answer to the Jace. Gonna dive on top. Any crits? No, not that time around. Good spacing there from Jigenda, but again, it's this play pattern that Ebby can keep taking advantage of, spinning in, going for a short trade, maybe getting a quick crit off, and then if he doesn't, he can heal it back up. And of course, he still has 2 health pots that he's sitting on. And basically this war of attrition, he is consistently winning out on, as Jigenda going with the Doran's Blade and the health pot means that he's already out of pots. So Ebby playing the isolated 1v1 matchup very well. I did also note that Yankos actually did a full bot side clear, took his red, and then moved into the enemy jungle. And he's already face-to-face with Malrang right now. And Ruby has gotten the push in mid lane as well. So pushing mid, pushing top, and Yankos is setting up an invade. So Koi need to be careful at this point in the game already, because Heretics are looking to build some early game advantages, and they're looking to do that through this early prio that they have built up for themselves. Now, the only thing I can tell you is that Koi have paused the game. Once we have more information as to why, we will share it with you. But the only other fun fact that we have is the last Tryndamere in the LEC was Broken Blade in spring of 2022, which is just last year. So it's not that uncommon, as we mentioned. Tryndamere has seen competitive play in the last few years.
spinning champions recently have just become more popular.
Yeah. Garen, Darius, Tryndamere.
All
You're ready.
suspiciously by the same person. Yeah.
What champ would Batman play?
What champ would Batman play? I don't know.
The Dark Knight Rises. It's Rise.
Oh, the Dark Knight.
Yeah, it wasn't my best work.
No,
but
not your
it's
best work.
also 11 o'clock at night, so.
Okay.
Lee Sin walks into a bar.
Okay.
And a table. And a chair. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you've heard it before.
Someone in the audience, literally,
you want to come
no
up
joke. He no joke just looked Medic dead in the eye and said, "I've heard that one before. Come, clown. Continue with your jokes. Entertain me."
Yeah.
Well, clown, go, begin.
Well, I can entertain you by telling you that Larsen's reported some FPS issues, which
Okay.
league officials are investigating. I don't, man, like...
Dance for us.
The problem is, I have League of Legends puns up
Then
here,
give us another one.
but they're really bad. It's a Reddit thread, so obviously they're
Oh, so you're
bad.
stealing content
Yes.
now. What content have you stolen for us? Share. with
Where
the group.
does Fiora water her plants?
I don't know.
On garden.
That one's quite good.
Thank you, Summer Sun 1, 7 years ago. Oh, okay. Wait,
we have a headset.
Shocks
Wait,
has some puns.
we
Wait,
have
no,
a spare one. Wait.
Shocks will take my headset.
No, hang on. I think we have a spare one.
Can we get Shoutcaster 1 turned on, please?
Put that on. Hang on a second.
Shocks has joined us.
Can you guys hear Sharks?
You guys can hear her? Excellent. I stole your joke? Okay. I didn't know that, did I? I'm just here reading them.
Previous pause, I said it.
Oh, really?
About Lee Sin.
Oh, okay. So we're actually... I'm stealing from you, and you're stealing from Reddit, and we're all stealing from everyone.
Yeah, it's a segment that we're going to do probably.
That's cool.
Maybe. Or we get two pro players to have like water in their mouth, and then we tell them bad jokes, and then if they
like a
spit
spit
it.
take thing.
That sounded different than what I imagined.
Looks like we're ready to get back.
You want to cast for us for a bit, Aethia?
Oh, you're back?
Yeah, you're welcome to cast for a bit if you want.
That's okay.
Okay, cool.
Okay, bye.
Anyway, they're minions.
Thank you, Sharks.
That was good. Thank you very much, Shocks. I'm sorry for stealing
Quick
your
round
joke.
of applause for Sharks. Thank you very much. I love how she was so passionate about the fact that you stole her joke.
And she stole it from someone else. I can tell you who she stole it from, actually. Okay, no, I can't, because that name has the letters R and the numbers 4 and 3, but in a different order. And so I cannot say that name.
I see. Okay.
Ruby trading with Larsen in the mid lane. Back to League of Legends.
I wanted to see what
do you
Jankos
know
was
the
up to.
old school Yorick joke?
The old school Yorick
Yeah,
joke?
Yorick walks into a bar. There are no counters. Because he used to be broken.
That was a good one. Yeah, I remember that one. Didn't you have a Yasuo one for me?
Yes. Why does Yasuo never get locked out of his house?
Don't know.
Because he has a key.
I remember that one.
Oh, Marek's going to face Larsen here. Sorry, Jankos. And he just knocks him away. One more quick one for you.
Okay.
How'd you get Pikachu on a bus?
Pokemon.
Pokemon.
That's a classic.
Or you go with the, you can't, he's fictional, stop imagining this thing.
Ebby trying to proxy right now, but he's in a bit of danger. Gigenda doesn't really have the mana to fight this.
Larsen's moving as well.
Larsen is, in fact, making his way over, forcing Jankos to disengage from the small exchange.
But Ruby's going to come across as well. Do Ebby and Jankos want to continue this aggression? It seems like they don't. Jankos is going to work his way down towards the bottom side of the map.
Yep, go get that crab. Your Gromp is also back up. Mercer trying to interrupt the backs. Oh, he uses the Ignite. Nice timing there, because Jack Spectra already making his way down bot. The small advantage that Comp and Trimby had been able to build in the 2 versus 2 will now be slightly delayed. So there is a now slight tempo advantage in favor of Jack Spectra.
Comp and Trimby have already picked up a plate down there, though, and you can see about a 10-11 CS lead. That's going to fall down a little bit, but the Lucian Nami, early game aggression, is what it was always known for in here. Seems to be working out okay. Trimby's going to try and catch this wave, but Jack Spectra and Mercer will be having none of that. In fact, they're going for the dive. Trimby heals himself up with the ebb and flow. Does still have the summoner spell heal as well, if so required, but he's low on mana, so he probably wants to get a reset off. Only issue is Comp needs to get back into this lane. You can see Malrang actually working his way down towards the bottom side as well, just in case Heretics decided to do anything a little bit spicy.
For the time being, nothing too dramatic happening in the early game. Advantages being gained in the bot side of the map, kind of as we expected. You leave them in the isolated 2v2. The Lucian Nami, very effective at being able to bully out the Rakan and Zeri, who, early laning phase, these champions just don't really have the trading powers. Good trade there, though, as I say that from Jack Spectra, able to land everything. Comp forced to burn the health pot.
But once again, supports make their way out onto the map, look for a bit of an opportunity, maybe assist with some vision. But for the time being, nothing too crazy happening. Nice to see Jigenda getting a little bit back. The advantage that he does have is the teleport, which means that it's much easier for him to be able to get a comfortable base off, which is exactly what he's gone and done. And now he finds himself with a CS lead, but not really a gold lead, largely thanks to that first blood. As you can see, a 400 gold difference is what separates them.
Exactly, and the Jason to Tryndamere should be able to do this. You know, you have ranged advantage up in that lane. Tryndamere can try and spin onto you, but if you space well, as we've seen Jigenda doing, it can be tricky for the Tryndamere to actually make any of that damage really stick. Not effective damage, as we were talking about earlier, Vedi.
Yep.
But Ebby with the level 6 now has that chase potential. The Undying Rage, something you always have to be worried about, especially when you get to this position in the lane, with Evie having it frozen here. Ghost and a chase onto you could be enough to force Jigenda to fall.
Have a look at the minimap once more. That should give information to Heretics that Malrang is somewhere nearby, given that cone has been popped. But so far, low action in this early game. Not too surprising when we look at the compositions. A lot of it is about making sure that these solo laners are comfortable, they're able to farm up without too much pressure. And reminder that both these teams, as you can see at the top of your screen, suffered a loss yesterday. Last split, Koi had a very struggling start to the split, whereas Heretics mostly spent the split near the middle of the pack. Expectations were, though, for Heretics that this would be a growing roster, something that builds up over time. Whereas Koi, I think expectations were much higher, of course, in the best of threes. They dominated. I don't even think they dropped a game in the best of threes. It wasn't until they went to the best of fives that they actually saw defeat. But Koi starting off the split, not in the way that they had hoped, but perhaps little do we know that Astralis is in fact the greatest team in the world, still yet to be seen.
I mean, they beat our champs, so by the transitive property.
I mean, technically, if they beat Mad Lions, they will have beaten the top 3.
Yeah. We'll see if they can do that. Mercer and Jack Spectre trading here. Mercer just trying to get back in, trying to force Comp away.
Has the ult.
Ruby goes in. Realm Warp has been used. Heal coming out from Trimby as well. The bubble just wide, though. Ruby able to dodge it. Trimby does still have the flash here. Can get across that wall. The Ignite is ticking on him, but he'll be able to escape for now. Larson on his way as well. Didn't steal away the Realm Warp, I don't believe, so wasn't able to close that gap any quicker. Instead, much ado about nothing there. Heretics able to force the flash out of Trimby alongside the heal, but not able to get much more.
Well, the good news for Heretics is, as you rightly said, they get a small summoner spell advantage, but it also provides a window for which Jankos to secure this neutral objective, as there is no contest for the time being, given that Malrang is on the bot side of the map. They can funnel this into Evie if they want to try and open up the map a little bit more. And so far, we haven't really been able to see Koi enable this top lane matchup, try and funnel any more resources into Jigenda. Admittedly, it has just largely been neutral, but will they now threaten a dive? There is that one ward there, Jankos hiding in the fog of war, Evie looking to get the push, and Mercer making his way to the top lane as well. Just has hit level 6, and Jigenda, after seeing Jankos, realizing that something is amiss.
And Trimby roaming up here alongside Mercer. You can see both the supports trying to move across. Vitheld already secured those, so no real fight for them. Just looking to see if anyone is caught out of position. But for the moment, it's a very good start for Heretics. Gold leads everywhere but the bot side of the map. They also have that Herald if they want to try and get some more gold into Jack Spectre. Supplement his income with a couple of plates. Or they could even use it up towards that top side and try and make Jigenda have to play in an even longer lane on this Jace. Can be an issue for the Jace later on, getting chased down by Tryndamere. I've just looked at what you're Googling, Vedi. I like the way this is going, if you can find a good riddle.
I need to find a good one, but I realize that, like, nothing is happening. Like, literally nothing.
My go-to riddle is always what gets wet while it dries.
What gets wet while it dries?
Yep.
Oh, that's quite the thinker.
You pontificate on that.
I shall pontificate. The one that always gets me...
How does it always get you if it's a riddle?
I mean,
you
no,
know the answer,
the problem
Betty.
is I only ever remember the solution.
Okay.
Never the riddle itself.
Give me the solution, we'll make up a riddle.
Okay, but it's the different ages, you know? It's like
it's the Sphinx's riddle.
What has 4 legs, what has 2 legs, what has 3 legs?
It's the Sphinx's riddle.
Yeah.
It's what walks on 4 legs, or what is 4 legs when it's young or something, and then 2 legs when it's middle-aged, and then
yeah, but that's the thing. It's not the ages aren't there because that's the solution.
Yeah, well, it's just the Sphinx's riddle. It's a very popular, very famous riddle. Sphinx. I'm gonna look it up. Sphinx's riddle. What goes on 4 feet in the morning, 2 feet in midday, and 3 feet in the evening?
There you go. Yeah.
the answer to the what gets wet while it dries one, or are you still thinking about that?
So these riddles, okay, what I've Googled.
Okay.
Basically, they are champions.
Okay.
Okay. So crowd, you can play as well, and obviously the chat and production, you can all play. Right, but the
I'm
riddle here
expecting
is...
that guy that told me it was a bad joke to be
He's gonna
ready
be like,
with all
I've
of these
heard it
answers.
before.
So I'm looking
Right.
at you, man.
Okay, once a hero, I'll smack you in the face. I'll drain the tank and score an ace. An outcast, yet a servant still. I fight my battles with a newfound chill. If you want me to read it again, I will.
We're going back into game now, thankfully.
Are we?
Yeah. Wait.
Yeah, I mean, like,
once a hero,
okay, I'll read it again. Once a hero, I'll smack you in the face. I'll drain the tank and score an ace.
Sure.
An outcast, yet a servant still. I fight my battles with a newfound chill.
I mean, Trundle is the champion that was made cold after not being cold, because he was originally Pillar of Filth and everything, and then he became the King of Frost, right?
You would be correct. The first one is in fact Trundle. Great job. Medic with the answer to the very first one. Did anyone in the audience get that? Any of you?
Of course they're going to say yes now.
No. That's...
Okay.
Oh, you did?
All right.
Nice. Okay, so one person. You guys need to step it up. I'm very disappointed in all of you. Do you want another one? Hang on, no, we might have a gank. Come on, Jankos, give us a gank.
Here he goes.
Jankos!
Trimby has no flash, remember. They look for him, they dive in. Mercer going in as well onto Comp. Trimby should fall to Jack Spectre. There's one, they can't get two. And 11 minutes in, Betty, the game's come alive!
Jankos, finally fulfilling the action that we were looking for, is able to find a kill in the bot side of the map. Has to commit the flash, but as you rightly said, punishes the flash, the support Trimby. Ooh, they have not spotted out Malrank. He lies in wait.
I mean, the thing is, it's just Herald plus 2 plates, right? Or Herald plus a plate.
Yeah,
so
they'll get one plate.
Malrank does come in, tries to take this, but yeah, in the end, 2 plates fall. And the third, short to follow if Heretics are able to get a little bit more time with that tower. A 2,000 gold lead.
Crit.
Well,
No.
Heretics.
One.
There's one crit. Shigenda can knock him back, though.
Ooh, nice trade from Shigenda. Played that very well. Comes
You
out
say
ahead.
that, Ebby's going to be back up at full life.
Oh, hang on, but that's a lot of damage that Shigenda's dealing right now. This CS difference between the two top laners has stayed at exactly 4 for the entire game.
It's now only 1, though, Betty.
Yeah, but it will be 4 again, I
Okay.
imagine.
You imagine. So there are more than 4 minions there.
Doesn't matter.
Okay, so he's going to miss one of these. Okay, Shigenda gets the cannon. No -1s here.
Now there's a 6.
6 now, Betty.
These are the topics that we found while we entertain ourselves.
Oh, I never told you the what gets wet while it dries.
I'm still pontificating.
Okay.
I'm still pontificating. What gets wet while it... I want to say a towel, but it's not a towel. Wait, it is a towel!
Genius. Realm warp up towards the top lane.
Here we go, Ruby.
Trying to clear out the wave. It's already gone. Shigenda flashes
nice
away.
flash.
Ebby spinning, slashing forward. Looking for a little bit more here. Shigenda no flash. Remember, Ebby still with that ghost procking and the crits coming in and Jankos covering. Shigenda has nowhere to go. 2-0 now
that's funny.
on the Tryndamere.
Ebby, you think, like, Shigenda's like, I've played this about as well as I can, and then Ebby's like, hi, slap, 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 dead. Tryndamere, everyone. Another advantage gained for Heretics is, I mean, a nice roam from Ruby. He basically forced Shigenda into a position that he couldn't really get out of, and now Ebby can just get another plate. Resources gained. Next objective spawns in about 1.5 minutes. 2 minutes on the side of the Infernal Dragon. And I see Mercer in the mid lane helping to get that push for Jack Spectre as they move the Rise over to the bot lane.
Yeah, Mercer and Jack Spectre really wanted to leave bot lane tower because they knew that if Malrang was on that side of the map, it was a very easy dive for Koi to execute. So they do give up plates there. 3 tower plates have fallen to the Koi bot lane, but no substantial gold lead for them because of the kill on Jack Spectre and the extra plates they got from that Rift Herald charge.
I like this though. They move Jack Spectre and Mercer into mid.
Yep.
And the idea is that with your numbers advantage, what you can do is you can get Prio in mid to then move into the bot side jungle, which they then set up very nice vision control. There's a gank now happening onto Jack Spectre, but he will be able to sidestep that one, as I was saying. So the idea is you get Prio with your numbers advantage with the bot lane, then you move in, you get these 2 wards in to get a little bit of information, and then you threaten the dive on the bot tower while also securing plates. Overall, nice bit of macro there from Heretics. Just good setup on the map. And they're able to secure one last plate before the plates do in fact fall. Securing themselves now a 2k gold lead. A lot of it sitting on the primary carries of Heretics. Overall, good stuff and just a severe lack of any early game playmaking from Koi. Often when we would see early game advantages from them last split, it was Malrang finding creative ways to navigate vision and find
opportunities across the map, but so far this game, he has been unable to do so. No dives really threatened, no ganks really found. And this early game has just been a steady advantage gain for Heretics. But Heretics have this habit of finding early game leads. We've seen them do it in the past. It's the mid game, really, where things start to falter. A couple of individual mistakes can sometimes crop up. Someone can overextend. Maybe they mis-execute on a fight or a play. And the opposition have found ways to come back. Inconsistency. Well, I would say it is quite consistent in terms of how they play.
Poor play.
Yeah. And we're still looking for Heretics to convert that mid game into a winning performance. Of course, they didn't have the worst split ever last split, but
it was a growing split for them, right? It's what they always said when they made the roster. They were like, this is a spring split team. In winter, if we do okay, that's fine. Here, the start of their spring against G2 is a bit of a hard benchmark to hit, but here with 2 dragons against Koi, 3-0 up. Koi yet to take a tower, yet to get a kill, yet to really secure anything on the map. I mean, they did get that Rift out, so doing them a slight disservice by saying they've had nothing, but not as much, definitively, as Team Heretics. Quickness. Lightning Crash coming out as well. Evie was coming in from the side. Comp had to flash away. The quickness still going to land here onto Malrang with the Cyclone coming in as well. Comp's already dead and Malrang's next up. Heretics find 2. Jankos finds 2. And Heretics now 5-0 up as Ruby looks for a little bit more. Bubble's going to hit. Shigenda turns it around. The first kill of the game for Koi over to their top lane.
And these are some of the individual mistakes that we'll see from Heretics, but overall, a good play and a net advantage as they find 2 kills in the mid lane. A nice engage from Mercer, threatening onto Comp, forces him to flash, which means that because Mercer didn't actually burn the W, he's able to catch Malrang off guard. You can see here Comp trying to push in the wave, Mercer pops the quickness, but he quickly turns his attention over to Malrang and then gets that knock up. Comp is forced underneath the tower, which then sets Jankos up nicely to land the 2-man ultimate. And while Malrang is able to land an ultimate onto Jank Spectra, the real threat is Jankos, who's able to walk away with the double.
Really nice hold of the W as well from Mercer, not only for Comp, but also waiting for the Q from Malrang, because that can knock you out of your W. So by waiting for it, he made sure that he could lock down Malrang, give Jankos the time to follow up with the Cyclone. And Heretics now with a 2,000 gold lead, 17 minutes in. Ebby, Gale Force already complete on him. Shigenda stepping forward, not realizing. There's a Barbarian lying in wait. Shigenda knocks him back, takes a couple of tower shots. Ghost out from Ebby, TP now used. Heretics might look for a little bit more here because Malrang's on his way and Ebby doesn't want any piece of that action. He'll sacrifice the tower to make sure that he gets out alive.
Makes sense. The cross map is going to happen from Heretics regardless. You can see them already committing to this deep bot side vision. Look at all these wards that they've successfully been able to set up, which means that TPing to the top side of the map is makes a lot of sense for Koi as they're able to secure a tower after Ebby tries his best to protect it. But this vision setup is beautiful in terms of protecting Ruby and giving him all the information that he needs to do what he wants in a side lane. Observer's highlighting for us. He literally has a pentagram of wards around him right now. So he makes his way back up towards mid. But unlikely that they'll be able to convert it into anything significant. Now it's about catching some of these waves, maybe going back, spending some of the gold that they have. Jankos will run into Larson. Doesn't want to take that fight though, going to disengage.
And the thing for Heretics is they can just wait for Cloud Soul if they want, or at least the next Drake. They're going to try and push in this mid lane tower, but you don't need to overinvest into this. Let that 1-3-1 start to take effect. You can see Shigenda down towards the bottom side trying to push out the wave. But also, a slight struggle for Heretics is the fact it is a Cloud Soul, and it's not the most impactful, especially when you've invested time into getting these 2 early Drakes. Seeing the Cloud pop up is not the most fruitful result of your endeavors, but still, I think it's like an 80% win rate in solo queue or something.
Those are all really great points.
Oh, here we go.
I get reported for rage all the time.
Draven.
But try as you might, I'll never die.
Oh, Tryndamere.
With it, yeah, okay. It was an easy one. Thought you'd like that one though, because it was relative to the game, you see. Ha 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 ha.
Good one, man.
Do you know that's fun fact to the audience? We did the merch shoot for the LEC not too long ago, and I shared with Medic my trick to getting into a good mood for it to take a photo, and you can use this all at home. You basically use your most exaggerated fake laugh to raise spirits. So for example,
raise spirits or cosplay the Joker.
Well, now you have a smile on your face, you see? It always...
But I always have a smile on my face when I get to work with you, Betty.
That's not true. Don't believe his lies!
If that was put down here in the mid lane, Ruby's going to try and chunk it out beforehand. Inside Jack Spectra, can't get it, the charge still comes in.
I can't believe you have them like putty in the palm of your hands. I love working with you, Betty. Yeah, all right. We lived together for 2 years. I know the truth. This man showered at 7 in the morning. Who showers at 7 in the morning? Was that a woo?
The thing is, it was either I woke up early or I just got back, right? It was one of the two. I'm no longer the vagabond I once was.
The vagabond. Good times.
Yeah. They work, see? They were good times.
Yeah, they were fun.
They were.
Just like this dragon's about to be.
You
right?
coming
we
into
about
my
to get
room
a party
and
on the
ask me questions, medical questions.
We're about to get a party on the beach around this dragon.
Vamos a la playa.
Shigenda. Shigenda. Stop saying random Spanish words. Shigenda has TP. He's not going to use it though. He's just going to walk up. The battle over the wards. Heretics are in a really awkward spot, by the way.
Oh, Yanko's chunked out as well. Shigenda with 2 items is going to do a lot of damage with that poke.
Koi gets pushed on the mid wave, which will give them access into the river. They're making sure that Comp is safe to push that one in, which is exactly what he'll do now. They'll move into the river. Looks like Heretics, though, don't want to fight this for the time being. Are they threatening a Baron? I mean,
calling onto Mercer will stop that threat for the moment. Down to half HP.
No one is starting the Dragon as of yet. Heretics have
on his way.
Completely given that one up. All right, now they will start off this objective, and they're worried about Heretics potentially going over towards that Baron. You can see the question mark pings coming down on the minimap. But Mercer losing too much health. They're going to disengage. The Dragon will be conceded for free. And instead, both teams will just look at each other.
And this is one of the things you mentioned about Heretics. Like, sometimes their mid-game doesn't come up to snuff, you know?
I mean, maybe they just feel at this point in time, Koi is stronger.
Yeah.
Maybe that's just what they feel. They don't want to run the risk of going for a fight over a Cloud Drake that it's not worth. I mean, their position was awkward. They would have to force fight in a choke point, which wasn't great. So I understand why they decided to just concede it for the time being.
They do have a very strong combination, composition if they want to force a fight, you know. Wukong going in.
Sure,
the follow-up from Rakan as well.
You look at those Jace items.
Yeah, I do.
That's annoying. At this point in the game, especially. Maybe they were just like, you know what, let's just wait for Jack Spectra to get his second item. You know, let's just buy a little bit more time. Larssen will check this brush.
Crit one, looking for more. Quickness coming out, Larssen just sprinting away. Doesn't want any piece of that. Dives back into Ebby. Undying Rage going to be used here by Ebby. Larssen trying to put the damage down, trying to wait out that ultimate as well. And with the stopwatch, he'll do exactly that. No tower here for Heretics. Cyclone from Jankos, knockup from Mercer. Glacial Prison hits Mercer. He's still got one more E if he can get away for the stun, the CC. Mercer surviving, but Shigenda diving in. 2 kills to Shigenda, 1 more to Trimby. And now the Baron very much on the cards.
And just like that, we see the blunder from Heretics as Koi will secure a Baron. Great play from Larssen. He buys just the right amount of time, baits Ebby and Jankos into overextending as the rest of Koi find a quick collapse. They convert it into 3 kills and will now secure themselves the Baron. It was a good early game. Things looked very positive for Heretics, but they will quickly be punished. Jack Spectra getting TP'd on.
TP coming in. Trimby's going to try and delay him. Does have the slows. Larssen coming forward as well. Steals away the lightning crash. The culling as well. And the Immortal Shield Bow is not that at all. Very mortal is Jack Spectra as he does fall.
And I just want you to keep your eyes on the minimap as we see this happening, because Larssen is just buying time, and look at how quickly this collapse is coming through from the rest of Koi. Jankos realizes that it's happening. He's trying to help protect Ebby though. And while Ebby can create the space, the collapse is too fast. You can see the Jace moving up as well. And it's just overall a big overextension. Larssen was safe in that execution. The blast cone setting up for Shigenda, who's able to land a massive shock blast and secure the much needed kills for Koi to convert this into a Baron. And it's unfortunate for Heretics because this is exactly what we were talking about. Those mid-game mistakes we often see from them, that single play that can cost them so much. And Koi primed, poised, and ready to punish.
And now with the Baron for the next 2 minutes, you can see the gold entirely swung in their favor. Only about 1,000 ahead, but still in a very strong position as they push in.
That ain't it.
He was looking for something.
Tell you right now,
Tidal
that
wave
was not
used
it.
for it at least, I guess.
The moment he threw that realm warp out, I was like, yeah, there's no shot anybody's taking that.
It's just so difficult for Heretics to actually answer this at all. Level disadvantages as well. Larssen 16 to Ruby's 14.
Yep.
Ebby only level 14 as well. Shigenda's already got up towards that 15 mark, and the poke that comes out from Shigenda, the follow-up that can come out from Larson, very difficult for Heretics to find an avenue to approach this game. And how do you deal with the siege, Heretics? A minute left on this Baron, already 4,000 extra gold pulled off it. They dive onto Trimby, who flashes away. The chase is there, the quickness coming out. Mercer trying to get onto Morris. Koi now all hell the defensive. They get Jack Spectre with the Glacial Prison. He flashes away, it just survives. Yankos low as well, though. The Ultra Shock Laser coming out. Ebby diving in. Undying Rage, he spins back out. Mercer blocks the shot, but he blocks it with his life. Larson getting turned back around on. Ruby getting knocked up by Marowang. Shigenda still has the damage on the side here, still has that Baron buffs as well. As Ebby just short of that shock blast. Heretics able to defend their base. I don't think they lost an inhibitor tower, but they did pay for it with blood.
Ended up being a 1-for-1 between the supports. Koi, though, gained so much on the map, securing those 2 towers. And we can have a look back at this. The engage is good from Heretics. I like the play from Yankos. The initial knock-up, the follow-up from Mercer is enough to provide the CC for Jack Spectre. Look at that response from Comp, though. Really the cleanse into flash immediately as Mercer rather, jumps on top of his face. He then has to get away to safety as he sees that Ebby is chasing him down. Jack Spectre being forced back by Larson. Comp, look at this stun that comes through from Marowang at just the right time, keeping Ebby chain CC'd to allow Comp to escape. And then Larson was aiming for Ebby, ends up being Mercer that tanks it, resulting in, as we mentioned earlier, both supports losing their life. So the Baron will now disappear.
Okay, Heretics is the worst trade deal if you do this. Okay, Koi have decided not to push in, but if Heretics had invested everyone towards this top side of the map and Koi had just pushed through mid, that would have been an inhibitor at least. Koi will go for the dragon instead.
Exactly that. Baron not until 2.5 minutes. Yankos has spotted Trimby.
Shirelius. Yankos going forward. Trimby's just dead. No escape for him out of this play. Heretics able to find a pick. A good ward just in the mid lane there. Finds its mark. The dragon will be secured by Marowang, but Heretics able to delay the game for a little bit longer. Marowang should blast Cone out of this one. Comp, no flash on him, no cleanse either. Mocking Shout will get the slow. The quickness coming in as well as Mercer looks for the chase. Culling being used, but there's the quickness, there's the CC. A stun underneath the tower. It's only Yankos Rumble coming in as well as Heretics try and turn this one around. Now Shigenda's going to join from the top side, and they have to dodge and dip and dive away. Instead, the quickness in by Larson finds 2. Flashes away, but Ebby turns it around. Ebby, Undying Rage still available to him. He's looking for the dive, the redemption coming out, but he can just dive these towers for years. A double for Ebby, and Heretics somehow find a breath of life.
I can't believe what I'm watching right now. It felt like that this game was done and dusted. It felt like Koi was in firm control, but Heretics, they find that initial pick onto Trimby. Then they move into the bot side jungle, knowing that Marowang needs to get away to safety. They catch Comp on the red buff, and they know that with their chase, they can secure this kill. But they're diving in tower. You think the collapse would be good, especially with Silas on his way in. He steals away Mercer's ultimate. And notice how he's basically just going to get focused very quickly by the rest of Heretics, who are just stacked as a 5-man. He's going to land a great charm, good damage from Shigenda, but they don't have any damage left. Marowang isn't really involved in the fight. Larson just basically dives into his own death. Marowang then gets chased down. And what was that? 4 kills? Oh, 4 kills for Heretics. Just like that. So now the game returns to a dead even state.
You got a riddle for us? No, jokes.
It has been quite the game indeed. It seems that Koi not off to the start that we expected. I thought that they would continue their momentum, resolve some of the issues that we saw from them at the beginning of last split. But in the best of ones, the former champions of best of ones do not seem to be maintaining that level of performance right now, as Heretics have found ways to bounce back in this game.
So what have we got coming up next? 20 seconds on the Baron. You can see Heretics have a little bit of vision around it, but that's going to be swept out. Ward in the back of the pit should be picked up by any control wards that Koi want to put down. Instead, Trimby just going in with the sweep, who are now all in Koi's control. Heretics do have that mid-tier 2 quite low. They could push forward through the mid lane, try and get the prio there, trying to get that tower down. They don't have vision on the pit at all, and the Baron has now spawned. Ebby still only level 15. Doesn't really matter too much on the Tryndamere, the level 16, as far as I recall. Don't really need the tier 3 ultimate. But we'll see what he can do in this next fight. Black Cleaver, Navori, Gale Force are his itemization choices. 3 items still on Shigenda though. Shavilda's now finished for him. Mercer taking a bit of chip damage as well. Not too tanky on that Rakar means that he can't survive too many of those accelerated shock blasts. Control ward in the back of the pit will mean that Heretics know it hasn't been started by Koi.
Koi moving into the top side of the map, looking to contest some of this vision as Heretics approach the Baron. A good damage onto Mercer from Jigenda will force him to go back to base. This gives space for Larssen to move in. Jankos takes a bit of a cheeky trade. The damage looks good. Ruby now matching levels with Larssen after the deficit he found himself in earlier. Very close to that death cap. I'm sure the Heretics would love to get that item before the Baron is started. Oh, can't quite secure that control ward sitting in the back of the pit. Comp should be able to clear that one out though, no problem. You can see him getting 1 damage crits there. It was critting, I saw.
It was. Heretics though now have to regain control around this Baron pit. Control ward goes in, they can back away. Rabadon's now finished for Ruby. You can see that gold even out a little bit. That single fight for Heretics down towards the bottom side of the map has equalized affairs. A minute on the Cloud Drake as well would be soul point for either of these teams. And although Heretics got the first 2, they haven't been able to secure a dragon in about 15 minutes or so.
The dance happens once more.
With Vamosing out of player. I do like the dance, Freddy.
Maybe gonna throw a chicken at Larssen. That is in fact what happens when that skill occurs.
It's like mocking shout, isn't it? It's like the taunt from a bard.
Yeah, you'd think it's weird that
Father
he just
smells
throws
of
a chicken.
elderberries. That's what he's shouting.
Your mother was a hamster, I remember the line. Yes.
But for the moment, the team's just dancing back and forth.
That's good
Cullen
damage
going
from
out.
Com.
It's good damage, as you say, onto Mercer, onto Ebby. Ebby, of course, does have the Undying Rage. Ruby trying to put some back of his own, but slight range advantage with the rapid fire cannon and the Jace for Koi. Shigenda could look for a flank position here. Jack Spectre chipped away at. Shigenda gets the Serildas, turns it onto Ebby in the 1v1. Shigenda wins these. Undying Rage popped by Ebby. He has to walk back to base. That will be the dragon for Koi. Shigenda on a carry. Really starting to have an impact in this game.
I mean, Shigenda just really did it all there. Poked Jack Spectre out of the fight. Larssen now in danger.
Going in with the quickness, Larssen flashes away.
So small advantage gain for Heretics. But overall advantage gained for Koi. Shigenda, he can go back to base, get his health back if he wants to, and has the TP ready for a Baron. But it's just been a lot of the teams looking at each other. Too afraid to make that mistake. Not the easiest front-to-back comps. Very much about trying to leverage side lanes in this game. They don't quite know where Koi are.
See Larssen. Now they see them all with the Ultra Shock laser. But that damage.
Chipped away again though, and they should have that information, which means that they can just start off the Baron. The question is, are they going to do it? That they will. Koi, now begin.
Ebby has Undying Rage in 5 seconds time. Koi, keep that Baron aggroed. Anathema's Radiant Virtue tanky enough for Malrang. Ebby coming in here. Mercer's quickness, still about a third of the cooldown left. Ekos on his way forward. Koi just keeps starting it, stopping it. They don't have enough deep vision to really know where Heretics are, and there's such apprehension. So tentative here from Koi and Heretics. Don't want to start off your week with a 0-2.
Heretics, please do not start. Oh, they're going to start it. Okay, they're going to start this
Mercer's
against
going to look for a
Shigenda.
flank here. He's going to try and position up towards this bush, exactly where he is. Did Larssen see him? Did Larssen see him? I don't think he did, and the quickness is coming in. Larssen immediately charmed, and Mercer lies in wait and finds his mark. Ebby going forward. Undying Rage has been popped. The Baron secured. Ebby flashing straight onto Cop, but Cop will take him out 1-for-1 so far in the trade. Shigenda looking for more, but Heretics just trying to run for the hills, trying to get out of here, trying to get those Barons out. Redemption down. Shigenda with the stopwatch. Malrang on the front line, still healthy enough. Jankos is clone falls, but it's only his clone. Heretics still trying to do what they can. Shigenda still stepping forward. The Acro Prism hits one. Jankos wants to stop. Watch Ruby so low. Mercer dodging and diving, dipping away. Everyone's so low, but Trimby is the first to fall. Jack Spectre surviving. Shigenda takes him out with the shutdown. Shigenda dashes forward. Ruby down as well. 2 Barons remain for Heretics. Jankos takes him. 1 Baron left for Heretics as Shigenda gets a triple.
Wow, what a close exchange. As Heretics, they walked away with the Baron limping as Koi was able to chase them down. Just out of vision, Larssen wasn't quite able to see Mercer. Timing really caught Larssen off guard there. And they're able to eliminate him from the very start of the fight. Ebby, though, on the back line, overcommits here, I feel. He needs to try and create space, but he actually dashes in, seeing that Ruby was following up, flashes over the wall to hand over a kill to Comp, and it's at this point Jigenda is saying we can actually chase this. Maorang does take a lot of damage as he's trying to set up for Comp to dish out what he can. Maorang's then forced back, and you can see at this point the Comp for Jigenda is saying, hey, we can fight this. But Jack Spectra, with his ability to kite the stopwatches repeatedly coming through, create this crazy ebb and flow back and forth where Koi goes in, they have to disengage. They go in and then they disengage. But it's only really when Jigenda finds that initial kill that he feels confident enough to go for more. Mercer gets absolutely melted as he tries to assist his jungler, and it means that only one Baron is left standing. 9,000 damage is what Jigenda has to show for it.
Man, that Tryndamere in the top lane, he is a very angry man, but his rage is pretty futile in these sorts of situations. Ian Larson having
minus 63 Baron power play for the time being. Jankos the only one with the Baron left. Ruby being sent to the top lane to push that wave out. This is a game.
It is, and it's 11:35 at night. It has to weigh on the players. Fatigue does start to have an impact at this sort of portion of a day. You know, scrim's very much over by this point, usually. And for these teams, you can see a few mistakes, a few mechanical misplays coming in, a few macro errors. But who else but Jankos surviving with the Baron buff at the end? Yesterday it was solo carry for the team here. Baron hasn't really given them too much, but he does have a 3-level advantage over Maorang, which is not something too uncommon when people play against Maorang, because, you know, Maorang likes to gank, doesn't like to farm as much, or I shouldn't say he doesn't like to, he just doesn't do it. He might really enjoy it, and his team just wants him to gank. It's like, well, I will do what the team demands. Dragon up in 45 seconds though, Vedi. And you can see once again these teams are readying the war zone, setting up these lines of scrimmage, setting up these ward lines, trying to get whatever vision they can. Last time, it's difficult for Heretics to step forward in this sort of area. Jigenda stepping back, has the edge of night as well now.
Heavy's pushing in bot. I mean, I guess it's fine, but Larson's going to be right here.
How fine is it? Like, everyone's collapsing. Everyone is on their way here. Larson already there. Jankos trying to keep the rest of Koi away, but Ebby is going to be in a 1v4 very quickly. Mercer trying to join in as well. Heretics, I mean, Ebby is going to distract the entirety of Koi, and maybe they can take out the jungler in the meantime. The redemption is not enough. Ebby continues to distract. The stopwatch buys a little bit more time, but it's not going to be enough. 1-for-1 traded so far, but it's jungler for top laner, which makes the secure a lot easier for Heretics.
I mean, of course. It's about whether or not Jigenda can land this poke on the Jace. That'll be a big determining factor in how this fight plays out. Larson does have the stolen Tryndamere ultimate. Good damage from Comp. The ultimate comes out from Trimby.
Jankos looking for the smite here. Will secure it. The chase is on. Larson has the Undying Rage. Mercer already dead. Larson onto Ruby. Jigenda there as well. Larson trying to put the damage down to Jack Spectra. He gets one, but it's only Comp. Larson with the Undying Rage, stealing it away. He survives. Jigenda low off towards the backside. Jankos looking for Trimby here as well. All of Koi battered, bruised, bleeding, but they still manage to get the kills. Trimby will fall. So will Ruby. In the end, a 4-for-3 exchange with Heretics getting the Dragon, and Jankos looking for a little bit more. The TP coming in from Jigenda immediately, though. He's back to full HP, and Jankos realizes he's stuck between a rock and a hard place. The Cyclone used. Larson healing up with the Kingslayer as well. There's a GA on Jankos, but that Guardian Angel can only look down as Jankos is about to go to hell. Larson and Jigenda take him. The shutdown in. And 40 minutes into this game, there is 1,000 gold between the teams. They have the same amount of dragons, and they have the same amount of kills, Vedi.
That they do, and let's look back at this great play from Comp. He sees a low health Mercer, and with the damage from Jigenda combined with the Gale Force E, Comp is able to find that execute. Ruby gets separated on the backside as Larson just tears apart the front line for Heretics. Secures the kill onto Jack Spectra.
So look how close Jigenda was to dying. Like, a little bit more damage on Ruby would have been enough.
But the sustain that Larson has, the fact that he TP'd back in as well, Jigenda playing these fights incredibly well, has been absolutely massive for Koi in these exchanges. The Jace has just been doing so much work in the team fights. And Ebby, that fight really starting off with him getting caught in the bot lane. Now they're being forced out of their own jungle. The Blastcon will take them to safety. The Baron spawns in 20 seconds. This game has been long.
It's been the longest game of the split.
I mean, that's not hard,
There have only been 10 games, yes, admittedly.
And
Ebby,
it's been a strange back and forth affair. Both teams have made plays. one could say. Look at Jankos. Look at Jankos with this flank. They put a ward there to try and see it, but Jankos, I think, has found the angle.
Remor going in as well. Mercer's going to be put onto the backline. The quickness, they're looking for comp, but immediately he cleanses and gets away, and Mercer's already dead. Jankos trying to do what he can as well, but he's got no GA to save him, and he will fall. And Heretics, they made a play, but Koi just jumped right on him. 2 quick kills over to Koi, and they will turn their eyes to the 3rd Baron of the game.
That should be done and dusted for Koi. I like the idea from Heretics, but Koi in that funnel made it too easy to turn and burn, and they're able to get that kill onto the front line, the primary engage, and walk away with the Baron. And Jack Spectra, he should be fine. Look at the damage that has come out from Jigenda this game.
Pretty efficient damage from him as well, or effective damage.
Quite effective damage indeed. He has been instrumental in the outcome of this game, and let's see if Koi can finally end things. You can see the idea here. Mercer gets sent into the flank, a good flash and good CC thrown onto Comp, but he immediately cleanses, hides behind the safety of Larssen. Malrang in a bit of an awkward position really to start off the fight, but it doesn't matter as Larssen is acting as that tank. Wasn't even forced to burn the Tryndamere ultimate. And now they have the Baron. Now they need to siege.
And it really feels like when we have these fights where it's more traditional front to back, it's Koi's advantage, right? Every time it's been a, hey, you guys, we'll face off in the mid lane. Who wins? Koi tends to win. Heretics win when they find picks, win when they find Ebby maybe caught out in a side lane, and then they collapse on it, and it's a bit more messy, it's a bit more skirmishy. The question is, how can you make a fight like that happen? Often they are just organic. They just come out of situations in the game. Heretics now on the back foot as they try and defend against this Baron. It's up for another 2 minutes time, this buff for Koi. They look for Ruby. Comp takes a chunk. GA still on its way back off cooldown for Jankos. Still a quarter of the timer on that. He is stunned up for a second. Ebby trying to get some damage down onto Malrang, but not really the squishiest target in the world, as this top lane inhibitor tower will be Koi's prize for their poking and their prodding. And alongside it, the inhibitor will fall.
The base has finally been broken, and the final dragon of the game will be spawning in 40 seconds. Koi returned to base as we set up for what I imagine, right, will be the final fight of the game.
Yeah, but I think if Heretics win it, it might not be.
Oh no. Oh no, oh no,
Mercer.
no.
Okay, Mercer's doing what he did last time. The flank position, find a way around it. Now Malrang doesn't realize that Mercer's here. Malrang goes in with Glacial Prism, but immediately he's locked up with the quickness, and he's gonna go down with the quickness too. Heretics find another kill, and once again, it's off the back of Mercer on a flank.
Oh no, oh no. Koi have lost their Ebby!
Okay, that's a Tidal Wave comes out. He's just baiting for the ultimate. Aqua Prism was too early as well. The Undying Rage. Larssen dived in. Oh my goodness gracious! He pops his own Undying Rage. The stopwatch buys a second, but it's not going to buy enough. The shutdown to Jankos. And I said Heretics wanted to skirmish, wanted to fight. They find it. Comp dashes in. Takes down the clone.
Wait, Jack Spectra, he's on the dragon.
Jack Spectra is on the dragon.
Ruby's gonna die.
Ruby is so low. The culling being used. Ebby half of his cooldown back for the Undying Rage. Ebby will use the blast cone. The dragon secured. Cloud Soul. Woohoo! For Heretics. But Shigenda's still on the chase.
Run, Heretics, run, Jigenda!
Cloud Soul, they're so fast,
they're
man.
So
you can
fast.
never catch them
now.
now.
Can they? No,
oh, no,
Ebby,
Ebby, you're on a ward,
Ebby, run!
You're on a ward. He pops the Edge of Night with the Mocking Shout, though. Great stuff by him to get rid of that spell shield, and everything's got a little bit wacky, a little bit loopy, and that's what Jankos loves to thrive in. Ebby now coming onto the backline, Undying Rage being popped. Aqua Prism's going to hit on Jankos as Ruby steps forward, Jigenda going in, Undying Rage. Ebby held it. Ebby held it, and now he pops it. He turns onto Comp.
Why are you going in?
Well, he has to do something. He's stunned up. He's locked down. And in a series of unfortunate events, eventually Ebby dies. Yep, it's almost midnight. I can feel it. Double inhibitors down now. Mercer has the quickness, has the flash. Jack Spectra has the GA, full items on this ADC. Jankos looking for Comp, but that GA is yet to be popped after he bought it all that time ago. Larssen running down the mid lane, trying to join his team. Ebby's still 30 seconds away, and with the super minions pushing in and the culling going out and the Glacial Prism hitting the Ruby, almost dead. Ruby will go down. The charm going onto Comp, it immediately cleanses it away, and now it's Jankos, Jack Spectra, and Mercer against the world. And at the moment, the world is looking mighty strong. Super minions pushing in the mid lane. Oh, not quite
How do you
yet.
think Jack
Next
Spectra
wave.
can hold this though? Like, Ebi spawns back in 10 seconds time. They're going to keep interrupting the bases
that's
so that
good.
Jigenda can't
No
TP
TP
back.
back.
But they're also keeping it one wave at a time, which should be more than enough wave clear for Jack Spectra. Just needs to... Oh, engage on
Cyclone
Jankos.
going in, comp there. TP coming in as Jankos' clone gets taken low once again.
He's
Ebi joins. 3 minions left, but the Runaans will proc those. That went. How did that dodge? They all just like stepped to the side of it and went straight through them. Heretics. A little
Look at the
bit
wave
of
in
luck
bot
on their
lane.
side. The
Now,
wave now
Koi
pushing
have
in.
another
Medic.
wave that they want to try and take advantage of. Medic, you take a breather. It's fine. I'll play-by-play the next fight.
Please don't.
It's all good. Don't worry about it, mate. I've got you. Ebi
Ebi
goes
goes
in! He's going in! Oh, he's forced to pop the Undying Rage and he's straight back out again! That's going to be the tower for Koi. That's going to be the third inhibitor falling.
Ebi, what
Ebi,
on
man.
earth, man?
What are you doing?
I understand anger, man, but just like calm the Undying Rage a tad. Bring it back. Mercer's looking for the flank again. Oh, no way has he actually got all the way through it. Mercer, what?
I'm
okay,
hiding.
you know, like, where in the world is Carmen San Diego and where's Wally? We should do it where on earth is Mercer.
Mercer's found Larson.
He finds Larson.
Well, hang on, Larson.
he had the quickness, so he just used the quickness to go through Mercer. Does mean that ultimate is down. Marin was off towards the top side. Now, Heretics have no inhibitors.
True.
However, they have a Cloud Soul, Betty.
Yeah, they do.
So we'll see what that does for them. The
Jack Spectre, Jankos.
in 10 seconds. Jankos chipped away at.
Ebi.
Okay, Ebi.
You spin me right round, baby.
Like a record.
No, not that song. Right, you spin me right round, baby, right round, like a record. Oh, right. I forgot the rest of the lyrics.
I tried to work with you, Betty. Jankos going for comp once again. Comp trying to get away. The stun, the Glacial Prison solves the quickness. Jack Spectre going in.
Oh.
The knock-up is beautiful. Comp into the GA. Ebi trading with Larson down towards the bottom side. Now can Comp get away? Can he somehow dodge away from this one? He can't. GA popped. Comp down. Super Minions so ready.
Oh my God, the Super Minions are right. Larson at the
Larson
TP.
has teleport. And there's so many Super Minions in the base now. Ebi has gone back. Trimby and Shigenda here. Ruby doing the damage. Mercer going in. Shigenda already down. The Baron next up. Mauan can steal this.
Ruby, you got a TP. Ruby got a
Larson is
TP.
TPing in. Ebi has
the
no
tower
Undying
dies.
Rage. The tower dies. Ruby can't get there in time. And you can take the Baron, Heretics. Because Koi will take the win.
Ruby TP to the tower.
Nothing to see here, just a normal game of League of Legends.
Just a clean game of League of Legends.
Yeah.
Isn't this pretty much exactly how the last Koi versus Heretics matchup went? My head hurts.
Yep.
1, 2, 3,
well,
go!
a win's a win, as they say.
You put it in the books.
We're all winners, I think we can say. That was... You got to see some great
someone
league.
from the audience just walked past, and then the most sarcastic one. Yeah, we're all winners today. We're all winners. We got to witness that.
I'm gonna have a drink.
Understandable. I think, obviously, both teams have a lot of takeaways from this game. It was messy. I will say. Like, I said it a few times in the cast.
I have water in my mouth. Why would you say that?
It's 11:47, and like there is a point of diminishing returns of staying up and playing League of Legends. Now, usually in solo queue, you can do that one more win strategy, but it's a little bit harder in professional play.
We'll play another. We'll keep playing until we win.
Until we win. But overall, not clean from either team.
I mean, it was fun to watch.
It was fun to watch.
Probably not that fun to be a play-by-play caster.
It was an enjoyable. We had some fun moments in that game. I think both teams will have a lot to take away from it, and we'll see how they improve. It's a one-game sample. It's a two-game sample size in total. Heretics obviously 0-2. Koi struggled against Astralis yesterday. Struggled against Heretics today as well. But
that's a lot of copium.
A lot of improvement. Look, I'm just
Player of the game at LEC on Twitter. Jigenda, Larson, Trimby. You guys can decide. I think it should be Jigenda.
Yes, I agree.
Probably.
I think there's also a shout for the Tryndamere at times. He was the most fun to watch, if perhaps not the player that had the largest impact on the game. Overall, fun. I also see Shigenda is getting ready for an interview, and I cannot wait. I cannot wait to hear what he has to say about that game.
I'm sure he's got a lot of great insight.
Yeah.
Like, it was really clean from start to finish. They had
the
full
thing was,
control.
his early game, like, after being a kill
toss.
down...
Take it away, Sharks.
Please take it away, Sharks.
Good night.
Please.
Thank Thank you so much. I'm here with Shigenda. Wow, what a game. It's crazy.
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, what's up? I don't know. It's insane. I mean, I guess you were dead for the last...
I don't know. Find rice. Okay, I find rice. I die. That was the cops.
That was the call?
Yeah.
Talk to me, if you can, like holistically about the last like 6-7 minutes of that game where I feel like the story of the game was that you were behind early, then you got back, then it looked like you were in the driver's seat, then all of a sudden you weren't. So talk to me through the end of that game from your perspective.
Well, early game was pretty rough because for some reason my mid lane decided to give first blood to Trundemir, so I have to struggle early game.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on there, but yeah. And then usually we want to play through top with what we have, like Jace Satriani, very strong top side to fight around. Didn't go that well, but we scaled, and once we hit like mid to late game, we outranged him really hard. What?
Copium.
No, but
It's true.
We scaled really well with our range on Lucianami and Jace, so we just played for mid waves, tried to outpoke them. They played no TP on Trent, so they cannot really push side, and we just A-ram and hope for the best.
Hope for the best, indeed. I think we have a replay for you. You can watch it on that monitor of, if the camera's not in front of it, of the base race of this fight. Can you see it well?
I need glasses, I'm
we
sorry.
can move a little bit closer if you
Okay.
want. Then we just have to move back. So here you go.
Yeah.
This is Lars and one-man army.
Well, I guess we were just hoping for the best. Yeah, everyone was so panicked, like find the rise, he TPs, okay, then hit the tower. He doesn't hit the tower. We are like, what are you doing? But they died to minions, so it worked out. It worked out.
It worked out indeed. I guess it's a breath of relief from your side because otherwise you would have been 0-2 so far this weekend. So how do you look back on the 2 games overall and your performance at the start of the split?
Well, we lost to Astralis, and apparently they're the best team in the league right now, so it's okay. They beat G2. G2 was the best last year. Now Astralis is the best, so we are maybe second best, I guess. We don't know.
Now that's Copium.
Yeah, I have no idea. It's like pretty sad about the start, but we take a win, so it's okay.
Yeah, of course. 1-1, you can only kind of beat who is in front of you. And tomorrow there's a rematch versus the Mad Lions, of course, from the playoffs. How do you feel about that one?
Well, I don't want to underestimate them, even though they have bad starts. So let's just see how it goes.
Okay. Final question. I talked to you at the beginning of winter, and you were joking around a lot as well. And Koi was like going up and down. Overall, where do you feel you are now within the team, and how do you feel about your performance?
Well, I feel like we're kind of the same. We're trying, like I'm allowed to play carries now. I got a Jace game, very nice. That's very, the Reddit narrative can stop with the only tanks, why is Odo not here?
Yeah, you heard him.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh, God.
Yeah, that's it.
I like it. Thank you, Shigenda. Congratulations on the win. Shut the F up. Can I say fuck? I almost did. I did not. It was a long day, but we're going to take a break and we'll be back with PGL. So see you then. Bye. Bye.
welcome to the LEC post-game lobby after this amazing day of League of Legends. I'm Laure, joined by GB and Trimby. Oh, that rhymes. Amazing. How are you doing, Trimby?
Yeah, I'm doing fine. We won. That's the happiest thing for sure.
We take
to
those.
Take out. Yeah, exactly.
How would you describe this game?
MS, but good for us in the sense. I think we got a lot of like options to play due to like especially Matthias getting to actually like get some kills and try to find some opportunities because the game was looking quite rough at some point. But yeah, I feel like some people stepped up, and I would say Shigenda had a really good game. Overall, I would say our team had like after all of the things that happened like early mid game. Like when it was like later mid game, etc., I felt like everyone was like playing good game. So that was like it. It's just we couldn't really close out the game because the enemy team kind of wanted to win too.
Yeah.
And it was really rough. Like by me, sometimes other player. There was like a lot of mistakes that should never happen.
Lots of back and forth, GB.
Yeah, I also think it's just the nature of the extended team fight you get when you have two Undying Rages as well, right? You get it on the Trinivia, you get it on the Silas, and some of these team fights just take so long. You're playing around the cooldown as well. And yeah, big ups to Sigenda here. His Jace was really defining in a lot of these team fights in terms of finding the damage that was necessary to win them.
Yeah, my bro Nami just flashes for no reason. Okay, we got at least. Oh, we got at least that guy. Yeah, I mean this game was a bit crazy, not gonna lie. But yeah, the Shigenda got the quarter kill, so that's good.
I was about to say the Shigenda, which is interesting because I know that in an interview recently he said that obviously knowing that Shigenda would come in the league, we were expecting the carry champion picks, and then he pivoted rather to more helping champions. I don't want to say tanks, but less carry type champions, because it didn't work so much in scrims. Did anything change in your way you trained, or why did you think it was a good choice here going into
For sure, Matthias right now feels a little bit more comfortable with like everything. Also, he learned a bit more than what he had as like the knowledge before, because like it's not easy as a rookie to just come in. I feel like a lot of times, like it's like hard to play macro at some point. Like when you step up from like ERL to LEC, and I had the same thing like 2 years ago. It was like it's not easy to like actually find yourself in a game, and we also like didn't help him so much because we also like were struggling like in winter to actually find ourselves too. So it was not easy for him, but I'm happy that right now he's like trying to like fish for these peaks, try to like get a little bit of revenge from like from winter, and I think he's doing a good job. I feel like he's like more cautious about stuff, and as well I feel like we're trying to help him a bit more than we did before. So it's like I hope that it's gonna get better and better from now on.
Any take, GB, on the Tryndamere that we hadn't seen for a while in the LEC in Europe?
Yeah, I mean, getting the first kills, it looked good initially, and then I'm actually not really too sure how I would like to describe that late game, because it was obviously a comfort pick for Ebby, and I think it had its rewards at times. But I also think when it was picked into the Silas, it gave a really pretty, like, incredibly strong ultimate there. And I also think a lot of the late game team fights, I don't know. I mean, they probably got just as desperate as Koi was for this victory, because some of the team fights that came from their point of view was also super overforced. And I think we saw that at times. I think specifically the bot lane inhibitor turret, when Ebby just ease forwards, has to Undying Rage immediately, and then back to Fountain with me. So I don't have the biggest takeaways, because I think a game this messy is hard to really get a grasp of it.
It is. A relief, I guess, Trimby, for you to bounce back after yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, so
it's still best of ones.
Some things were like really crazy that game, but after like at least all the like bad stuff that happened, at least from my side, like when we were like, there was like some mistakes and everything, we like started to like get back through with like the team fight. So that was good. I think we had like a lot of actually good team fights and like good comms around like how we want to do stuff.
Tomorrow is going to be an interesting game for you guys. But before we get onto the schedule, let's take a look at the standings we have here right now in the LEC, as Astralis reigns undefeated at the top of the standings. What do you make of the standings so far? We have 2 games only, but
They are the best team in the Europe right now. So what can I say? They're big. They're pretty good.
Any surprises for you so far in terms of performances from teams?
I mean, for sure, the fact that Mad Lions is 0-2 is like something that I don't think much people would expect. I think us is like, like happens. But I think most of the things are like, it's 2 games, right? Like everything can happen. Obviously, nobody expected also Prodigy to lose. But Astralis is a scary team when they get the champions they want and they play the game they want. It can get quite messy, and at least from like half the game I saw, it really was quite like fighty, I would say.
Definitely a team to stop underestimating. Maybe GB, any big surprises after this second day of spring?
Yeah, I mean, I pretty much just agree with the takeaways. Once again, I think Carpe for me has also been a big stand-up member for Astralis just in general, so I guess a positive surprise in that regard. And once again, format, like all of a sudden, I'm looking forward to SK versus Astralis tomorrow in a way that I never thought I would before.
That's true.
It's actually insane, right? So I think positive surprise that tomorrow there's good matchups.
Yeah, the hidden matchup.
Oh, well, not good matchups is a positive surprise, but you know, like uncertain matchups.
It's nice to see more competitive teams, of course, in the LEC. Trimby, there's something I wanted to ask you because you said that for you, Mad Lions being 0-2 is a surprise. And when I look at Spring and the fact that they've made it to finals, you guys were also super close for making it. For me, when I look at the format right now, I think it's really hard for teams like you and Mad Lions who made it up until the end, but not quite won, when you have just 1 week to turn things over and shift things over. How has it been for you? Just bouncing back, getting ready for spring, having such a short time to adapt and fix on your mistakes?
Yeah, I feel like every team, like for instance, us and Mad Lions, like we took like, I think both of us took like a week off, I would say, right after the split ended, while some other teams obviously they had like way longer time, so they could like kind of choose what they want to do. So I would assume other teams like kind of prepared themselves a little bit more than us, but it's not really like something to like get excuse of, I would say. But that's kind of how format looks right now. You know, if you want to get a break off and you want to get like a nice one where you actually want to unwind and then get ready for the next split, then obviously you're not gonna be fully ready when it comes to like drafts, when it comes to like actually playing as a team fully and fixing what was bad for you in winter. Like it's not realistic to say that, you know, you're gonna just take a week off and then in a week of time you're gonna fix everything that was not working in winter and suddenly you're gonna be the best team. That's something that for sure makes the format special, but that's, you know, that's a good thing. I feel like it's like the most important thing is just not get out of top 8, so you're actually gonna be able to practice a little bit more. And if not, then maybe then you are the one who can abuse the format in the sense that you just have a really long break, which I wouldn't like anyone, like I wouldn't recommend it to anyone for sure, especially us. So yeah, but that's kind of how it looks right now. And yeah, you're a bit right about it. It's like not so easy to actually fully prepare, but I think I think for every team that, you know, like us, Mad Lions, I think it's gonna get slowly get better. But as you can see, other teams are also well prepared. So that's gonna be nice. That's gonna be good to look at.
And for some teams need to turn it around fast, I want to say. They only have 3 weeks, and I'm thinking of Fnatic here, of course. GB, tomorrow facing off against Vitality could be a really rough week for them, especially when you think of how strong Vitality has looked so far.
Yeah.
Nothing to add on this. That's great.
I don't have much more to say. No. I think it's going to be a rough one.
Yeah. Rough first week for them. What do you make of Vitality, Trimby? We've been praising them, overreacting on them a lot, given how strong they've looked so far.
Yes. Nice, you can guys overreact all the time. I'm really happy every time, you know. It's like so nice because, like, I mean, it's only 2 games, but obviously you can see that things are getting better a bit for them. I mean, also, they got to prepare right and everything, and it's like not. But they also have like a bit different way of like doing stuff right. They have the Aurelion Sol, I think, one game when like kind of got out of hand after like 2 kills, I think, or something like this, and then the game got out of hand. Today's game I didn't really watch, but yeah, I think right now they're for sure looking stronger. Like nothing. Neon is a good player, I think, but you know, when it comes to upset, like he always was like pretty consistent as well, and he always like he would always make his team like not really play around him, but he has good way of playing, and that's like something that for sure looks like, you know, it helps them a lot. But yeah, we'll see, of course, after like whole 3 weeks, because it's like this with every team, kind of feel like, and yeah. But for now they're looking good, so that's like, you you know, that's the good thing. I don't know when we play them, but yeah, tomorrow we'll see if Fnatic can actually deal with them.
Hyped about the matchup tomorrow against the Mad Lions?
Yeah, it's always Hype versus Mad Lions. It's quite, yeah,
Rematch,
you have to.
yeah.
It's really nice to win, of course, but yeah, like especially after the winter split, where like, you know, we were bad, but I don't think they were like so great as well. So it could go either way. Sadly, it didn't go for us. Like, I mean, I don't say it, you know, in a sense that I disrespect them. I think they're great players and everything. But like that I really want to show tomorrow that, yeah, like I want to show that we could have won it and maybe even should have.
Well, we'll see how this story ends for you guys tomorrow. It's way past bedtime for us here in Berlin. So thanks to all of us for watching today and bearing with us throughout the breaks we had. GB, thank you so much also for being with us.
Oh, thank you.
And Trimby, as always, a pleasure
Thank
to
you.
have you on PGL. We benched the Polaroid machine, camera, whatever. So we're going to take a normal
That's a
selfie
shame.
here.
I love them.
Yeah, no.
Great.
We're not using this thing again.
Oh.
Just take a normal selfie instead. We'll be back tomorrow to close out the week 1 of the LEC Spring. See you then. Have a good night. Time for bed.
Alistar.
Yeah, Alistar.
He's good, Alistar. Alistar.
He's actually good, Alistar, yeah.
Well,
yeah.
what the champion is Alistar?
The cow.
Alistar.
Oh,
Ding, ding.
Beep, beep,
Ding,
beep,
ding, ding, ding,
beep,
ding,
beep,
ding.
beep, beep, beep.
Yeah, beef, yeah.
Yeah, beep.
Jonghun is being very proactive in this early game. Kobe stunned.
Huge stun. There's the root as well with the snap trap, and Kobe doesn't have an opportunity.
Forrester, let's fight, okay?
I can flash on
No,
the
Yeah, you can.
I'm in range on Vega.
I go.
Let's flash on him.
I'm coming.
Flash Vega. Okay, nice.
Go mid, go
Maybe I
mid.
get.
And we're still not dead. Now, Adam, can you continue to step forward? Has the minion wave behind him. Looking for those Qs, getting the spam out below 100. Chasey is going to be in trouble. The heal, the damage. Adam takes the solo.
I'm gonna flank. I'm gonna flank. I'm gonna flank.
Guys, can you come?
Yeah, I can come.
Come.
Yeah, it's a no TP, it's a no TP. We can.
No vision on me, no vision on me. Go.
Yeah, go.
Oh, the bugs.
Nice, good job. Say, looking for a counter. Odo gets a level up. Mercurial Hammer, the stun, the tower, the trade of 1 for 1.
No tower here for Heretics. The Cyclone from Yankos, knock up from Mercer. Glacial Prison hits Mercer. He's still got one more E if he can get away, but the stun, the CC. Mercer surviving, but Shagenda diving in. Not allowed to. Leader turns back straight onto Mickey, dives in the forest duet. That was gorgeous from Leader. He takes him out in the 1v2. Just lying in wait in the darkness.
Can
Look here. I can force. Okay. Kite.
Look this guy.
Look, yeah, go press.
Hammer.
Ja, ja. Ein Bullock. Ketten blue, ein Bullock.
Head front. Go mid and
Go mid.
Go on this game.
Fucking yes,
Okay, just make sure we end this game, okay? And then we celebrate.
Was bringing Leader in the right choice. Well, right now, they're going all the way to the stars. Astralis 2-0.
Okay, Lee Sin walks into a bar.
Lee Sin walks into a bar.
And into a table.
And a table.
Okay, Lee Sin
And
walks
into a chair.
And a chair.
Literally,
you want to come
no
over?
joke. He no joke just looked Medic dead in the eye and said, I've heard that one before. Come, clown.
the blood.